pumping this shit right here. L-I-M-P, Biscuit is right here. People in the house, put their hands in the air. Cause if you don't care, then we don't care. 1, 2, 3 times 2 to the 6. Jonesing for your fix of that Limp Bizkit mix. So where the fuck you at, punk? Shut the fuck up and back the fuck up while we fuck this track up. Throw your hands 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 up. Now move it, now move fast. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 You don't wanna mess with Limp Bizkit? Yeah, you can't mess with Limp Bizkit. Why? Because we get it on every day and every night. Hear this platinum thing right here? But we're doing it all the time. So you better get some better beats and get some better rhymes. We got the game set, so don't complain yet. 24/7, never begging for a rain check. Old school soldiers blasting out the hot shit. That rock shit, putting bounce in the mosh pit. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 Hey ladies, hey fellas, and the people that don't give a fuck. All the lovers, all the haters, and all the people that call themselves players. Hot mamas, pimp daddies, and the people rolling up in caddies. Hey rockers, hip hoppers, and everybody, 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 everybody. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 Put your hands up, hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna
Deadlegs
do
just
now.
subscribed. Drops popped up on mobile.
Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling.
Or I have skins to give away. Yippee! Okay. I'm glad drops have popped up. That's huge. Love that. There we go. Oh, we have a couple. Oh. Oh, okay. You sub to get the pride icon and then you watch for the badges. Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't know what was available. Amazing. Cool, cool, cool. Hello. How are you? Yippee! And then also, I have skins to give away. Yippee! I have skins to give away. Big, massive, juicy balls. Exactly right, babe. And that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. Let me put this on. Yippee. Fun, fun, fun in the sun. How are you? Hello. Hello. Let me get these the skins to give away. Thanks, Ab. I didn't realize how cropped it was. Whoopsies. Speak on it. How are you, Charlie? Moretta, hello. Staley, Snail, Ray, Abs, or Liv, Sierra, David, Leggies. Thank you for 21, my love. I appreciate that. Thank you. Max, Nona with the streak, or we're really doing it. We're really doing it. Oh my god, Snail, thank you, doll. No you. Bloody no you. We have some codes to give away. Tammy!
Thank you for the sub.
Wait, Rainbow Pride badge!
Put your ass away, child!
Rainbow DVD badge. Thank you,
Tammy_RN
Tammy.
just subscribed.
I have 3 Aurelia. I don't know how you say their name because of my vowels. But I have 3 of their skins to give away. I have 1 David skin and 1 Legion skin to give away. Whee! Happy birthday, Total got spent in car over the last 4 days, 25 hours. How was your day, doll? How was your birthday, sorry? Also, isn't it crazy that Ping has a birthday close as well? The Nates. Oh my god, Abby, do your walk. Leah,
Naughty boy.
hello. Tammy Leggy.
Deadlegs has gifted a sub to another Sierra.
Thank you. But I want to keep my skin. Don't give it away. Yeah, we have these skins to give away. Well, I'll think about it. Is this the whole stream? Is this whole stream a suggestion considering where you at everyone on the Discord? No, but that's hilarious. He copied Nate's live. Stop that. That's funny. Big stream suggestion, go live post. Wait, Lukey. Oh my god, Morena.
Lukey Llama just
So many
resubbed for
birthday
34 months.
legends this
I
month.
just want you to know that you are amazing and
No you. Thank you for tier 3 as well at 34 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. What the hell? Hi, Connie.
Put your ass away, child.
Oh my god. How exciting,
Le
Nate.
underscore
Happy
Miserables
birthday again.
just subscribed.
You have to gift one sub to get it. The pride one, the rainbow one. Hi Maz, how are you? Sarah, thank you. Slay. Subscribing yourself. Oh, there you go. Subscribing yourself. There you go. Cute. I love it. I'll show you the skins I'm giving away. Courtesy of DBD. Oh my god, there's so many skins, girl.
Bookish Bexley just subscribed.
I'm excited. Is it Waterfront Massacre? I'm getting... Oh yeah, I'm giving this skin away. Which one for David? Let me just make sure I'm showing the right one. Night on the Town, David. David, baby, where are you? I gotta find all of them. You gonna show skin? Yes. Show skin. I think I have a console DVD. You can add that one if you like. Although it's Carla now, not Carl's. Oh wait, let's see if it's the right one. Prime sometimes account. Okay, good to know. Thank you guys. Bexley, thank you, doll. I love being queer as fuck. Real bitch. We are playing a fun game with Chris in an hour and a half, which is really exciting. So stoked. Had to get badge. Thank you guys. I appreciate you supporting. That's very nice. And I'm glad you get a badge as well. That's amazing. But I have some skins to give away. So I'll play a couple games and then we'll get into the skin giveaway. I think I have 5 to give away, which is cool. Yippee! Let's see. This is the new one. V? Okay, V. Pop off, babe. And then we have this guy.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away.
Where's
child.
Ping? You playing Shaking Ass Sim? Yeah.
Armstrong 365 just subscribed. Carla,
Oh my god, I saw it crash. I was just borrowing it. James, thank you for tier 2.
Thank you for the sub.
Oh my god, 97.
Put your ass away, child.
Thank you, doll.
Tori I Tot
Oh
0919
my God.
just
And
subscribed.
Tori, thank you, doll. Nate, thank you.
For the sub.
Oh, guys, you're too
Put
nice.
your ass away, child.
Shamsa.
Nate
I wish I
underscore
knew.
Ox just
I wish I knew
subscribed.
Hexes better. Okay, Twink, Nate, Tori, James, Bexley, Sarah, Lukey, Leggies, Tammy. Thank you so much, guys. I've been gone for too long. I miss you here. What the hell? My subreddit is during the drop. Oh, what a shame. Bro's about to die in game and can't be bothered to put on a shirt. Why not? If you're gonna go out sexy. Hi, Ghoulie. Hi, Flower. Hi, Brandy. How are you guys? Guys, Chaos Shuffle is back though. And it's my favorite mode ever, especially playing Killer, but I don't know if, how long the queues are. Let's see.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away.
1 minute.
child.
Perfect. Chaos Shuffle Killer. Let's
Joel
go.
Haig just subscribed.
Chris, thank you guys. Oh my god. Wait, hello? Thank you. Good morning from your nap. Thank you for all the subbies, guys. You're amazing. I really appreciate it. That's lovely. Thank you, thank you. The shirtless, the abs, the nips, but the slides. They gotta like even it out. That's so funny. You have to even it out with the slides. It can't be too sexy. You know what I mean? Slides without socks though, so he's cool. Oh, true. True. Wanted to pop in before I head to bed. Thank you, doll. I appreciate you. It's good to see you. I might have to change my shirt. This is such a crop shirt that I have to wear it with this pillow in front of me.
Nathaniel_SC has gifted a sub
I
to
didn't realize. No! Don't go to sleep. You're so sexy. Oh, really, Ghoul?
Put your ass
Nathaniel,
away, child.
thank you, doll. What the hell?
Nathaniel_SC just subscribed.
Thank you so much. That's my goat. Thank you. That's very kind. Good night, though, Charlie. I appreciate you. It was good seeing you. I'll take any minutes as I can. Casual was really rough as Survivor. Duh. Let's see how we are with Killer. 9 minutes. It's at a minute. She goes to change shirts and comes back as Marge. Oh my god, wait. I'm interested. Do I have anything to wear that I am comfortable in? Damn it. Where's my really comfy shirt? My favorite shirt. Like slugged at 5 gens, 3 games. Really? Oh my god. Okay, we should investigate. Been out so out of touch with DBD. I haven't played Watch since Chucky. Really, Tori? Oh my god. Yeah, we have Jason in DBD now. I think I'm gone till September at the earliest because I cannot break the game. Wait, what? What I miss? Oh wait, that's so funny. No, I need you to break the game. Charlie, that's so funny. Anytime we're in a weird spot, we go, oh, we're doing a Charlie. Make it Marge, but it's I Spy's hair. Oh, perfect. Yes. Yes, I'm interested. I'm interested. I actually know what shirt I'm going to put on instead because this is going to get annoying. Because look how cropped it is. I can't wear this. Summer Games thing DBD's doing. I think it's cool. I think it's cool. I like Chaos Shuffle more, to be honest. But I'm down. I'm so down. Terry with a granny wig. Wait. I'm interested. But it suits DBD plays. It does because when I celebrate, it's just going to be full tit. I'm going to quickly change. I miss Terry. I know Terry has to come back. You're right. Oh, this is so much better. Holy shit. Oh, that's so nice. That is so nice and comfortable. Everyone in this lobby has... Wait, why are they not shirtless? What the hell? Hi, Mello. Oh my god, thank you. What the hell? Thank you for coming back. If you want to share your old username, you're more than welcome, but like, no pressure as well. Don't stop, baby. Don't stop, baby.
Diabane96 just subscribed.
Yeah, we got to bring back Truck
Been here
Sim.
since Don't Stop, Baby.
Maybe I tell Ellie to be a man with me. Hello. Wait, what perks do I have? I have Iron Maiden, Sloppy Butch, Surveillance is cool. Bane, thank you so much. How are you, doll? Hello? Yeah, I need to bring it back. I do miss Truck Sim. Wait, Gorge. Thank you for lurking as well. Everyone's too busy emoting. That's so funny. Oh, she has a long ass ponytail. Ponytail for pride. Okay. Hi, Faithy. Hi, Velvet. We yearn for open road. We got it. I also want to do a challenge, guys. I saw Nandre do it and he was tagging people and I was like, oh, I want to do it. But basically, you have to listen to this Mimi fart YouTube video for an hour straight without smiling or laughing, and you have to read chat as well. So people are cracking jokes. So I was thinking about trying to do that one morning, just waking up and trying not to laugh or smile for an hour straight. Maybe watch some other videos as well. Oh, Mello. Oh. Ooh, I'm sorry, doll. She crossed the Rainbow Bridge a couple weeks ago. But it was very, yeah, I know. She had cancer and, she was 14 though, which is amazing. She had cancer and it just got to the point where her quality of life wasn't very good and I had to make the decision to, you know, let her go in the most peaceful way possible. And obviously, like, she was my everything and more, but I didn't want her to be so uncomfortable, you know? I'm getting sloshed. That's okay, doll. I appreciate that. She was so sweet. Oh my goodness. Such a sweet girl. Very lucky that she was my sweet girl, you know? Oh my god, Pig! Is that the birthday boy? Pig, my love.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing just resubbed for 32 months.
And Chance,
32
hello,
months
doll.
later and this community still feels like home. Thanks for the laughter and light you and this community have brought to my life. Pookie, purple heart emoji, love you doll, no homo.
No full homo, babe. Thank you so much. And Jay as well. Aaron, oh my god, I'm
Jay
so...
Pretorius just
Oh
subscribed.
my god, Brox, there will be,
Carl
yes.
Party.
There will be either next game or after this one. I'll see the vibes. But we do have skins to give away, yes. Burrito, hello. Ping, how was your birthday, doll? Oh my god, all the Nates having birthdays? Guys, I'm so grateful for you. Oh. Oh, you're so nice. Thank you so much for the resubs. Oh my god, Ping 2 years is... not 2 years. Nearly 3 years is crazy. Yet it makes so much sense and feels like longer. Jams! Oh, also, someone asked this and I got distracted. I do think Chaos Shuffle's a great way to learn Killer, yes, because you can... I feel like learning Killer with no perks or random perks is great because you're not relying on something. Not that it's a bad thing. But it does help you practice for sure. I love it. Like, I'm obviously not winning this game, but that's fine because, like, practicing, you know?
Shiny Gami just resubbed for 4 months. Love you.
Oh my god. There are so many people here. What the hell? Someone is still here. Are they behind this tree? Damn, that would have been so funny if they were. Mystery Heroes? I'll say kind of. Purely because you can play whatever killer you want. So not mystery like that where you get a random killer, but you do get random perks. And perks hold a lot of weight in this game. Thank you so much, Ginny, by the way. Oh my god, guys, thank you. I'm very grateful for you. Honestly, I've been thinking about this a lot. And this is meant to be a positive thing, I swear. But like, there is no way in hell I would be here as, I guess, positive and resilient today. Like, especially this last year. Let alone 2, but I'll just say this last year, as you guys know, if you've been around, like, you know how much loss I've experienced. God, you guys keep me going, for real. I don't care if it's cheesy. Like, oh my god, I'm so lucky. I hope your day was beautiful, Ping. As beautiful as you. Hi, Aria. How are you? Where is my super suit? My face... Oh, babe, thank you. Pookie, for real. Ooh, I didn't expect to hit that. Huge. Yippee! Guys, you're my happy place. Don't play. Don't even. Don't even. I know I'm getting back into my groove as well. Pig! Oh, shit! Fuck it up! Fuck it up! Fuck it up! Fuck it up! Shake that ass! Stop it!
We'll stop shaking it like jelly for 5 seconds.
We have to find the anomalies before we fucking die. And I've been saying that.
Ping
Pig,
Ping Chicken
it's
Wing
your
has gifted 7
birthday.
subs.
Thank you,
Naughty
doll.
boy.
That's really nice. And I've been saying that. Thank you. That's really sweet. No, Bexley, don't say sorry. I get you. Please make sure you're thanking if you got a sub, guys. That's a big deal. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I wasn't going to edit last night, by the way, because I've been on top of my YouTube again. And I was like, okay, Carla, you get editing night off. What did I end up doing? Editing. But I had fun. Personally. Thanks, Trank. I'll have you up on TV while we are ripping these pitch black booster bundles. Oh, babe, let me know what you get. Oh, rip it. Oh, yeah. I will do another ripping stream in the future. We'll make a whole thing out of it. Oh, that was a good headshot. Yippee! Rip one nice and slow for me. Cute. Hi, Em. Hi, Cass. If I've missed you guys, not on purpose. Bit distracted. Oh. Where is this person? I heard them. There we go. Yippee! How I'm going to do the giveaways as well, guys, is I'll announce a winner and I'll let them pick what skin they want. Just in case they don't play a certain character. Wait, Nate. Logs is. When was your birthday? I can't believe both my Nates are so close together. Oopsies. Mello, that's so cute. Stone, you'll hear or Seth, I should say, you'll hear a code word to type in chat. So if you're gonna lurk, just make sure you have me up a little bit, because I'll let you know what You got me. You got me. You got me, babe. You win this time. Oh, this is a good loop. I like this. Oh my god! No way! Both my Nates are 1 day apart. What? That's amazing. Whoa. Happy birthday, my dear Nates. My beloved. Holy shit. Oh, I love that. Happy birthday, dear Nate. Nateful. Hi, Mikey. Oh my god. Love that. All right, let's do our first giveaway. Because we have a few to give away, so I'll do one now. Happy Womb Escape Day. What in the Megadeth? Isn't that cool? Okay, wait, let me figure this out. Jules, that's you every day, babe. What the hell? Thank you.
Ass away, child.
Emily.
Emily just subscribed.
Mikey. Isn't the DVD badge cute? Thank you, Em. Okay, this isn't working. Let me try again. Let me figure this out. Hold. A metal sheep, Leo. Meow. God, I smell really good today. What the hell? I'm getting a whiff of my perfume. What perfume is that? It smells different today. The giveaway's being a bit weird. Hold, let me fix it. Smarty!
Pussy tossing.
Now what the hell?
Pussy tossing.
I'm going down to the club and I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Huh?
Smarty83 has gifted 5 subs.
Thank you,
Naughty
doll.
boy.
What the damn hell? Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. If you were gifted a sub, please say thank you. That's a big deal to me. Now what the hell? Thank you, guys. Guys, to enter in, it is DBD, just the letters, DBD. For a skin, we have 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skins to give away, and then we can, whoever wins gets to pick which one they want. Thank you, Smarty, that's so nice. I really appreciate it. Let me see something quickly. Store. Let me see what David skin this is. Night on the Town. Hard Man. What does Night on the Town look like? What the hell? Oh, is it from the Rift? Really? Oh, here it is. This is the Night on the Town skin. This is Night on the Town. Okay, King. And then let me get my gal up. We have Raver's Anguish. Let me see if I can guess what that one is. Raver's Anguish. Oh, that's sick. Okay. We have 2 of these. Oh, yeah. That's a sick skin. We have 2 of these. Wait, Attack, thank you, doll. 2 of these to give away, 1 of David's skin, and then we also have Beachside Emergency, which is this one. And then we have a Legion skin. Angsty Artist. This one here. Yippee! Mikey, how was your day? It's not a phase. Attack, I was gonna say, I was like, I don't know if they're talking about DVD or me. I'll just say thanks. I was right. I'm blocking you now. You're a Mercury in retrograde. Yeah, so if you win, you can pick which skin you get. Because I think last time we didn't do that. And someone got a skin that they don't play. And they're like, oh, thanks. Does anyone else want it? And I was like, shit, my bad. Whoa, this one's creepy as hell. Hold. Ugh. Wait, you know which one's creepiest for me? Is it? No, not this one. Or is it this one? Is this one. He moves in slow motion. It creeps me out. What's this? Ooh, wait, Legion has some fun skins. I wish I liked playing them. These are always going to be iconic though. Oh my god. Is the sweat skin? It's a sweat skin. Great. Ooh, hello. Oh, that's crazy. Oh my god. Ugh. What the hell? This one? Oh wait, no. Is it the one you're talking about? I'm trying to see what the most Elden Ring looking skin is. This one? This is fun. Yeah, Goobs, right? Okay. And this one's fun too. I like this one. I like it. Do I even have that skin? Oh, I do. Hell yeah. All right, guys. If you entered in, we are going to do the first giveaway now. The first winner is... Ezzy! Which one would you like? Rigged! The first wiener! David, amazing choice. I've sent that to you in your DMs. And the second winner out of this batch is our new pal, Seth. What would you like, pal? Talk to me, talk to me. Talk to me, talk to me. East Coast. Cisco. Yippee! Seth, I know. Look at you. Look at you. What would you like? Emergency, beautiful choice. I'm sending that off to your whispers right now, guys. Done, done, done. Iconic. And guys, by the way, I woke up, checked my emails, and I want to say thank you because a lot of you used my code this morning. So thank you for using code Carla. Seth, my pleasure, doll. My pleasure. What's the time? Okay. We're playing Midnight Shift with Chris in an hour. I'm so nervous. Mildred update. No email from them yet. Honestly, listen. I don't know what I'm thinking because, like, as much as, like, imagine if they emailed me, right? What am I going to do? Like, Carla, be for real. I obviously would love them to email me and be like, oh, she's here, you can come and see her. That would be amazing. But I don't think, I mean, she's still on the website, but no news on Mildred. No news. Oh, it's fun? Really? How many jump scares? Talk to me. How many jump scares? Oh no. Mildred's a kitty, so I'll show you guys. So again, this is not gonna happen. I really can't afford another cat anyway. Like, girl, please. But when I saw Mildred,
Thank you for the sub.
good luck. What do you mean?
Put your ass away, child.
Unleash Louise 22.
Wait,
just
Leggies, what do you
subscribe.
mean? Wait, tell me. God, oh, Stripes is so cute. Oh my God. But let me show you Mildred. Because I was like, oh, I'm not going to adopt. That's okay. But then I saw this face. And I went, fuck. Mildred, Millie. Millie. So I did the adoption questionnaire. But again, I can't afford to adopt her. Like, if they have her middle of next month and it's a good match, then signed, sealed, delivered. But like, I just love how Ginger Tabby, isn't she so cute? Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. No, honestly, like, I haven't even got a response from them anyway. I haven't got a response from them anyway. Like, we literally, I know her little hands. It's all fun and games to be like, oh, I can't. But I haven't even gotten a response. Like, she's probably already adopted. She's probably already adopted. It's fine. She deserves that. Oh my God. Hello, Lana. Hello. Eva, hello. Hello. How was your stream? And Louise, thank you for that gifted sub as well. Bruh, modes hate me. They would have said something. It's okay. I could call them as well. You're right. I could call them and be like, hey. What's up, babe? Yeah, no, exactly right, Mello. Exactly. So, like, if she's been adopted, I'm so happy for her forever home. You know, like, I'm happy for her. But she's also so beautiful. Oh my God. Until Dawn's so scary. Oh, goodness me. Leggies, are you talk to me? How jump scary are we? Hi, Jazz. How are you? I made the mistake of just looking and walked out adopting 2 kittens. Because there's a couple of things. Like, if I am moving... they were working at the beginning of the stream, right? Oh my high, they were working. Wait, which one? Oh, sorry, I missed something. Like, if I am moving in a couple months, there's no way I'm going to adopt a cat. Because that's not fair on them. But I don't think I am. A treasure train? Why are we... This has happened before. The cooldown isn't over. I've been live 40 minutes. What is Twitch doing? We had a train like 15 minutes ago. What the hell? This happened last time. What the hell? Why does it do... There's no cooldown. We've had 2 trains and now we have a random treasure train. Yes, sick. Back to back. Oh, stream suggestions. Oh shit, I just got Charlie's joke. Oh no. Shit. I posted my go live in stream suggestions channel. No!
You're at the gym, okay?
Oh my
I
god.
enter the gym. I forgot my water bottle.
No! Thank you,
They both go,
girl.
what? What do I do?
I forgot my water bottle!
I grab it.
Thank
and I
you,
walk out.
Lana. Good night, Mikey. I appreciate you. Thank you, pig. Thank you, my goat. I appreciate you. Oh my god. No, this happened 1 or 2 months ago. We were playing Faz and we just had a hype train and then a random treasure train started with, and usually the cooldown's an hour. I don't understand what's going on these days, but okay, sure. Thank you, Abby. I'm trying to give you as much content as I can. I already have Geo Bingo lined up and I did the thumbnail. It's cursed. I love it. And I have a members only video going up. It's behind the scenes of a reel I made, which is honestly, it's so cursed. I love it. Oh my god, Daydream. Okay. Pop off doll. If I don't see you there, I'm crying.
Thank you for the sub.
No, thank you.
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away,
Nugget
child.
just subscribed.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. That's really lovely. RPD is not ideal here, but that's okay. Sure. Ooh, I missed that. How embarrassing. Oh no. You got this, girl. Thank you. My gourds. Okay. Pig.
So you see,
That's where the trouble began.
That smile.
That damn smile. Thank you.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has gifted 2 subs.
Anonymous.
Thank you for the sub.
Thank you.
Put your ass away, child.
Oh, I lost her. Put your ass
Anonymous
away,
just
child.
subscribed.
Treasure train. That shouldn't even be here because the cooldown was still on. The hell? Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate it so much. Crash! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Stop it!
Stop it. We stop shaking it like jelly for 5 seconds.
We have to find the anomalies before we fucking die. And that's what I've been
Crash
saying.
Loading has gifted 7 subs. Naughty boy.
Thank you, doll. That's really kind. Please make sure you're thanking the gifters. You don't have to jump on the treasure train, but you do, and that's so nice. I appreciate it. That's very, very generous. Thank you. Thank you, guys. That's so lovely, Crash. Thank you. Thank you, Ping. Thank you, Anonymous. Oh my god, Granny got a sub? Yes, my goat. We needed that. Oh! That was a really nice shot. That was stunning. All right. Look, we're doing okay for RPD. Not ideal, but it's fine. Hey, girl. Is this a mutual stalking? Yes. Absolutely not. Quincy, hello. All right. I hear him moaning. Mourning. Casual 4K incoming during a treasure trade. True. That's rare. That's rare. Pink.
I've arranged transportation to take you home.
A limousine.
And for breakfast,
A pizza.
10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper. Underground methods.
Oh, shit.
Straight terror. Product of your errors. Pushing country, baby. Got that product you can measure. Drum feather. The one who gets the weather. Swerving while I'm bumping Project Petter. Got me swerving through that weak shit. I just on the block. Blocker, bring the heat, bitch. Don't know how to stop. We got
That's crazy.
Pink Chicken Wing has gifted
Thank you,
15 subs
doll.
to viewers.
That's incredibly generous. And on your birthday, no less. What the hell? Thank you, doll. Chaos Shuffle, my pride and joy. I know. The best, literally. How are you, doll? Hi, Pepsi. Huge. Thank you so much, Ping. Thank you, everyone. We shouldn't even have this treasure train. It literally started 20 minutes after our last. I appreciate you. Thank you, guys. I'm all right, my gorp. Taking it day by day. How are you, doll? That was quite nice. Vanessa, hello. Guys, thank you so much for that treasure train. I appreciate you. Not necessary at all. Thank you for that. I appreciate it so much. More than you know. Now I have it in my head. Standing on business. Hello? I swear the timer was like 10 seconds.
Mick Kickstust has gifted
Is it
5
bugged?
subs.
I swear it was just about to
Naughty
end.
boy.
Mickey? Now what the hell? Thank you. Ooh. Ooh, sorry, baby. Thank you, Mickey. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. My goats. My absolute goats. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. No, don't make me sing. We'll take it. Me looking at my me looking at my emails every second for Mildred. No, stop it. GG. Any gift subs will give you Rainbow Pride DVD badge. True. Bane.
Pussy tossing.
tussin. Pussy tussin. Pussy tussin. Oh my god.
Divane96 has gifted 5 subs.
Thank you.
Naughty boy.
Oh my god. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate it so much. Guys, I hate being that person, but seriously, thank you so much. Genuinely. It means so much to me. The past couple weeks, as you guys know, has just been a whirlwind, and it's an absolute privilege to get to jump on and just hang out. I really, really appreciate it so much. I wanted another one so fast. I'm glad I waited because then I found my squishy boy. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. I'm so deluge. It's not going to happen. But you know what? She's so beautiful. And it was a pleasure to look at her face. But if I get an email... Just let me hug her. Let me hug her once. Solid! Pussy tossin'. Pussy tossin'. Pussy tossin'. Guys, thank you.
Sully Shadari has gifted 5 subs. Naughty
Awesome.
boy.
What is going on today? Guys, thank you so much.
Stinky_possum has gifted 5 subs.
I
Naughty
appreciate
boy.
it. You all smell like Sacred Herb. Yes. Well, yes. Thank you so much. Sally, I'm good, doll. I had one of those dreams where it was so real and so weird. And I woke up kind of feeling a bit like just off. And I was like, I need to stream. I need to have some hee-hee-ha-has. But I feel better now. I'm just happy to be here. And we're also playing with Chris today, which is going to be fun too. Yeah, those dreams, it was weird too, because it's a dream that literally would never happen. And you know that, and you wake up and you just feel weird, and you're like, huh. Oh, Cass, we want you on TV. You can't wave gay badges in people's faces and be surprised. You're right. You're right. How are you, Sully? Yeah, I definitely felt really unsettled. And even though it was so stupid, I insist on blowing. Enjoy your lurks, Mello. Enjoy your lurks. It was great seeing you. Thank you again, everyone, for the treasure train and jumping on. Yeah, didn't expect that today. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Getting my classroom keys on Thursday. Oh, slay. Love. We might be doing more Geo Bingo on Thursday, but I think I'm finishing early because I just don't know how I'm going to feel with it, but I'm getting Mimi back on that day, and I don't know how I'm going to feel. Like, I don't know whether I could pause stream and get it and be, like, fine, or if I'm just going to... I don't know how the experience is going to be. First time for everything. I will try and play some games with pals, though, because I think that would put me in a good mood. But, yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. Sammy!
Thank you for the sub.
Sammy!
Put your ass away, child.
How do we still have this train?
Sammy Mc just subscribed. Be gay, loop the killer
Thank
less
you,
than
doll.
3.
Always. Always. Thank you, doll. If I get no mither, I'm gonna flash the stream. Big call. Big call. I'm gonna lose my channel for a week though. So we better not get no mither. Geo fought Family Feud. Ooh, true. We can name up a baby ghoul. I'm interested. I'm interested. My DMs are open. Wait, ghoul. It was you, right, that sent feet pics? That sounds crazy out of context. Remember we were talking about feet or something and you were like, I got you. Axel, good morning! Snail, thank you so much for 9 months. And apparently saving the train. I appreciate you. Thank you. To be honest, probably. I gotta pee before I play with Chris because I'm scared of this game. Guys, am I gonna scream?
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing.
Oh,
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
I'm going down to the club. Pussy. Wait, how many is on there right now, Pepsi? What the hell? Someone did that the other day.
Askew has gifted 5 subs.
They were a new
Naughty boy.
friend as well, and they just came in and did that. It was crazy. I almost shat my pants. Pussy tossin'. Pussy tossin'. 77. Yeah. Sarah, honestly, speechless. Ask thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Axel, we have a treasure train. Which we shouldn't have because we had our last hype train was how long ago? I'm curious. It was literally 30 minutes ago when this started. So just 2 trains in an hour apparently. Moxie!
Thank you for the sub.
Happy 59 doll. And Katie Matey. The whole gang's here.
KT89 just subscribed.
Thank you.
Thank you for the sub.
My God.
Put your ass away, child.
Put it away.
Moxie
Actually,
so
no, don't
just
put it away.
subscribed.
I have no mither, thank
Carl's
God.
love.
I don't have no mither, sorry. Thank you, Katie. You have your rainbow badge as well. And also, thank you, Moxie. How are you, doll? That's my mum, Cass. That's my mother. Whee! She got me, girl. Blood favor. Great perk to get. Anti-exhaustion syringe. Now what the hell? Did I get something fun? Henry, I'll go! I know, Sully. I skimmed the whole video because I was like, can I upload full games of this? And I got stuck watching it. Like, I ended up watching a few games because I was like, damn, man, I missed this game so much. That's why I wanted to put it up. Because when I edited it originally years ago, I only made a 12-minute edit. So I went, you know what? All of it's going up. Another question while I have you here, by the way. With the Geo Bingo, I went to like cut stuff out of it, but I feel like I can't cut that. I think it's better to upload the full bingo stream, right? With like, obviously maybe editing some breaks out and stuff, but like, I don't think I can edit that. I think it's too good. I think I just have to do mini edits, but not cut out a lot because that was a journey, that bingo stream. Mr. Big Farmer Henry? Yeah. I'm gonna die. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy your emotes. I really appreciate it, guys. So much. Thank you. Moxie. Amazing. Love. With some sacred herb. Yeah. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that. That was very, very, very generous. Mickey. Cute. Love. Remind me to pee after this game. I need to tinkle. Also, I know I've said this before, but I'm just so proud that I'm back on my YouTube shit and I feel like I can keep up with it. Like, because my goal ultimately is to put up a video every 2 days, every 3 days if I have something on. Which is, yeah, I don't know. I wasn't meant to edit yesterday, and then I ended up making a thumbnail. Look at this thumbnail I made, guys. For those who watch the bingo stream, you will know the joke. It's bad on purpose. Just keep that in mind. Where is it? Is it on my hard drive? Oh yeah, here it is. It's bad on purpose. If you watch this stream, you know exactly what's going on. We have the cat, we have the pride bun, we have the scooter boy. Like, this thumbnail is so bad, but I love it so much. Like, there's so much going on, but that's the point. The cat with the PNG background as well. Yeah, it's crunchy in a good way. Yeah, Sammy flung her head back. I love making my friends laugh. Oh my god, Nate, if they ever did that, honestly, for those who know, it would be the funniest thing they ever did. Flashlight. Oh, if I got that save, that would have been so, like, crazy. Guys, I found the cat. Yeah, that's what I was going for. I wanted it to be bad on purpose. Genuinely. Bad on purpose. Oh, okay, got you. Oh, thank you, Leggies, for telling me that. I had no idea. Okay, cool. Thank you, doll. Oh my god, Leggies, thank you so much for telling me. What? That's actually ridiculous. Can I tell chat? That's hilarious. Well, like, it's not, but I wonder if Chris won't know, and I wonder if he'll go, "Ugh." That's hilarious. Mamma mia. Oh, it's something crazy. But basically, a part of the, Leggies just gave me a heads up that, what was it? The plot in Shift Midnight is driven by your need to collect money to pay for your sick pet's medical expenses. Which is honestly hilarious in the sense that, like, you know. That's fine. I appreciate the heads up. I do find it funny. But I wonder if Chris is gonna go, let's see. I wonder if Chris goes, thank you though for letting me know, Leggies. I wonder if I would have had it. I honestly probably would have gone, all right. He's gonna hit a well. Yeah, I think he will. I think he will. No one prepares you. Now I know though. No one prepares you for how much it is to say goodbye to a pet. Girl. Worth every penny. But, oh my god, you just don't know this. It's silly, of course. Why would I think it's $2? You know? No, yeah, chill, he'll be alright. He'll be okay, but Leggy's my goat. Yeah, I reckon, let's do this, ready? Let's do a prediction. Let's do a prediction. Will Chris react to the Pet Bill storyline? Yes. No. So this storyline, guys, actually, I'm not going to put Chris in it because he might get notified with Chatterino. I'll say Wool Tall. I'm going to call him Tall. Oh, Minxie. I'm sorry, doll. He's gonna react. By react, I mean be like, oh, that sucks, or like, ugh. Any reaction at all. No reaction is literally, he says nothing, doesn't make a sound. So predict with your channel points. I'm gonna go P. Tall. I'll be right back.
Baby, go.
Woo! Oh, wait. Oh my god. Wait. That's a lot of points. I'm so curious now. I'm so curious. Did ads play, by the way? Oh my goodness. Okay, huge. Currently on. Alright, cool. Playing all by your lonesome, dear. I think we have one game left before I'm with Chris. That's true. I didn't think about me doing solo queue. He'll react. Oh, I really hope he does react. Because it is funny. Like, as much as it sucks, it is funny. in the sense that, what the hell timing? Oh shit, okay. It's kind of cold today. What's the temperature? Talk to me, talk to me. Oh, it's raining on the weekend. Mummy like. Yeah, it's 15 for me too. Okay, so 7. Leggies was 4 years already? Leggies, nah. Holy shit, that went so quick. What the hell? So here's the law with the prediction. Leggies was beautiful and warned me that a part of the storyline for the horror co-op game we're playing with Chris is raising money or like getting money together to pay for a sick pet's bills, like vet bills. And the prediction is if Chris does like basically reacts to that storyline with a ooh, or makes like a meme joke or makes some sort of reference to that, basically. Yeah. If nothing really happens in terms of like maybe he references it. No, I guess if he references it entirely. Because you pick a cat, right? You pick a cat, but does it talk about bills in the text? Because if there's bills and like a sick cat in text, like if it's obvious, then yeah, okay. Cat, dog, or duck. Okay. Becky will react, and they're sick. Okay, I'm gonna not say anything, and hopefully he says something. If he also does he also might do his typical Chris reaction to his cam. He might do this. As well. So if he does a face react as well, that counts.
Thank you for the sub.
Emma!
Put your ass away, child.
I can't put me ass away.
MF95 just subscribed.
Yeah. If he reacts at all to, we'll do a thing. We can vote, but I think he will say something as a joke to make me laugh. Yeah. But if like, we'll figure it out. Yes, actually, let's do a giveaway after this. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, he might do that too. This is our last game anyway. So we'll do the last giveaways after this. Great. Oh, true, yeah. Oh, Emma. My alerts might be a bit balked. Thank you, doll. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the subs, guys. It means so much. Genuinely. Thank you. Ground. Hi, Nat. How are you, doll? Pinhead, I know. Ugh. Ooh, Din Din. Wait. Don't make me hungry. It's hair wash day today, guys. That's alright. Oh, it's Wednesday. Guys, weeks are going so quick. No, don't wash. You're so sexy. That's my favorite thing to say, like the "you're so sexy" meme. But sometimes I say it to normies, and they don't understand. They're like, "Oh, thanks."
You summoned me.
No, Ghoul. You deserve it. Yeah, you did, King. You came. No, Pudge. Girl, I swear to you, it's... If you were in person, you'd be like, oh! A Smarty! Oh my god. Guys, August, so next month, we'll have a big celebration. It's my 6 years partnered with Twitch and my 3 years as a Twitch ambassador. And then January is my 9 years streaming. I know, cool, isn't that fucked? 3 years as an ambassador, 6 years partnered. Striker! I know. I know. Yeah. This month is my 5 years as a fog whisperer with DBD, which is half a decade partnered with DBD is kind of crazy. But 9 years in January. I really hope I can make it to 10. That's my goal. That would be an achievement. That'd be really cool. But yeah. The game is still enjoyable. Yeah, huge. Thanks, guys. Nah, thank you for continuing your sub from the gifted. Oh, babe, thank you. Sorry, I'm so late to the party today. Bit out of it. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, how much do you think I'm going to scream with this game I'm playing with Chris? Maybe I should put my hair up for the occasion. Oh my god, Kate, babe. That is cunty. A fair amount. Great. At least 2. Oh, great. What would you want to do if when you ever stop streaming full time? I think I would like to try, like, say if Twitch, say if streaming wasn't a thing anymore and I physically couldn't do it, like say if I absolutely couldn't, or people didn't want to watch, which is fair, by the way, I would still like to try to stay within content creation for the creativity, and I think I would try to edit for other people or like help other people with their content. But I do love streaming, and I do think it works well with my personality, but I do also know it's a privilege to do it full time as well. You know? If Carla has no followers, I am dead. Oh, nah, you're beautiful. Thank you. I'm so glad you love. That makes me happy. Oh, hi, Bobby. Thank God. Nice. Lord, my God.
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away, child. I might play more of this
Decorated
after,
lawns,
maybe a
just
DVD cap
subscribe.
after I'm done with Chris if there's time. Get everyone's drops sorted. I did, Bobby. Thoughts? I'm scared. I have nothing. Done. Lawrence, thank you, doll. Thank you, everyone, so much for everything and all the generosity that I did not bloody expect. Oh, I love the sizzle. I just noticed that. The sizzle. I'll start my giveaway as well. Oh my God, they're dancing. Yeah, get it, babe. Yeah, shake it. Lesbian pinhead? Wait. I'm gonna live forever, I think. I thought I told people not to support Carla. It only encourages her. Little dancey dance for you. Wait, what were my old stims, Sully? Wait. That's hilarious. My 2023 stims. I didn't realize I had a lot of stims in 2013. Yay, Bobby, thank you. I had to put the full video up. I can't believe I never did. It was on my hard drive. Oh. I gotta get that video back up. Greg the Swan. Lobes! Hello, my guy. How are you, doll? Kalua! Yeah. How are you, sweet pea? Hello. Alright, go on then. Let me heal ya. What's going on, Gower? You are so Australian, it kills me. You and Whiskey are the most Australian out of my friends. Compliment. I do drink Kahlua. It's one of the only things that I like the taste of. My hard drive. I know, Abby. No, Lopes, honestly, yes. You fill my cup so much that it overflows with love. There, I said it. My God. My God, Lopes. I haven't been doing a gen, by the way. Whoopsies. Yeah, they're popping off. My bad. I have nothing. Oh no. I have nothing. I have nothing to show for it. Oh no. Ah! Fine. Kill me. Let me message Chris. Chris was watching my video, by the way. And he sent me screenshots. This is the Carla being Carla video. And he sent me these. So, yeah. New emote! New emote drop! Alright, let me do the last giveaway and I'll keep the stream in I'll keep the stream in DBD while we're waiting for Chris. Sure. Alright, hold. Let me... Yeah, okay, cool. Hold. Okay. Hold. Okay. DBD in chat. DBD like this. We are giving away some skins. We have 3 more skins to give away. They are, heads up, they are for Aurella and Legion. So let me show you. The Aurella skin is really good. I think if I'm saying her name wrong, I'm so sorry. My vows. But I'll show you this skin, just a heads up. It is for this skin. So we have 2 of these, which honestly, it's dope. I love this skin. We have 2 of these to give away. My goat. And then for Legion... Oh, it's right? Okay, perfect. And then this is the Legion skin we have. Stunning. And actually, I think I have some more skins to give away that I've forgotten about. Let me just check. Oh, when do these... Torso outside of promo. Oh, they. Oh, I have more codes. You know what I'm gonna do? For the new Survivor Shane, I have 3 codes. What I'm gonna do for the Shane skins, is this a bit of fun? Do you think it's fun just to pop these codes into chat, the 3 extra codes, and just see who unlocks it first? Or do you think I should just give them away? Like, what's more fun? There's still a giveaway going for the other 3 I was talking about, but I have 3 extra codes for the new Shane. No, I'm in the shower. We could give Shane away another time. Yeah, true, you're right. You're right. For my console baddies, I'll save those. Yeah, I'll do a giveaway later. Oh, wait. Never mind, guys. I just realized, does anyone not have Shane? This is to unlock Shane and an exclusive Dark Bomber torso. Oh, they're huge. Okay, these 3 that I have for another time unlock Shane as well. Whoa. Okay, beautiful. We'll do that another time then. There we go. Cool. Cool. All right. I'll open it for like 10 more seconds and then we'll do the giveaway. Yippee! All right, let's do it. Let's do it. All right. Nat, first winner. What skin would you like? Orella or Legion? Gotcha. Gotcha. Talk to me. Do Legion? Okay. Stunning. Stunning. All right, beautiful. And then the last 2 are for Orella. Straw Hat, hello? Axel! No! Yippee! There you go. Stunning. Stunning. And then the third. Yippee! And the third is Brandy. Oh my god, Susie's hand is huge. Good for her. Na, 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 na. Yippee! Kidding, kidding. There you go, guys. And then I will also give away the Shane stuff next time. Orella is the last one left, Brandy, so perfect. I'm sure. No, that's okay, doll. That's okay. Her hand is huge, so she could grip the. Ooh. Real. Real. My pleasure, guys. I'll keep the game in. Wait, let me Hold. All right, hell yeah. I'm gonna switch, but I'll keep it on. I don't have it yet. The summer cosmetics, I'm not too sure. They usually give codes out for those a bit down the line. So I haven't got any codes yet, but when I do, I will put it in my title to let you guys know. They've changed up giveaways a little bit since the program's gotten bigger, which is amazing. Oh my god, Cherry. Holy guacamole. How did she like it? All right, let's open. I'll keep it in the category for your drops. I'm just gonna open this, get this sorted. Brutal killers, yeah. Honestly, it's one of those moments. One of those events at the moment where they're a little bit brutal. What was that DVD banner? That is Dead Chris. Mickey, no! Hi, Kyle. Hello. Neon? Oh my god.
Put your ass away, child!
Neon Nora's just subscribed. Sandwich.
Oh my god, stop. Why am I getting called out? I'm getting called out. That's so funny. I did get a warning about this today, so that's so funny. Whoopsies. Neon, thank you so much, doll. How are you? Danny, hello. I might need a mirror. Hold. I'm gonna put my hair up for this. Should I make a hot chocolate? I'm good, Neon. Yeah, you're working to pay for your animal sick bills, which hits close to home. It does, doesn't it? Okay, since Chris is gonna be like a couple of mins, I will just quickly make a hot chocolate real quick. Have something to sip on, you know what I mean? Woman screams at work is so funny. Hello, my goat.
You're a good friend. My smile lights up the room.
You're really funny.
Oh, hey, what up?
Hey. Oh, thought you were complimenting me. My bad.
Oh, no.
Oh, right. Why would you do that?
Why would I ever give you a compliment?
Yeah, why would you compliment me?
Out of everybody there is.
Yeah, true. Are we gonna do guest star? Because we should do guest star.
All right, if you want.
All right, this sounds good.
I can do it.
Okay. I'll play a quick ad now, guys, while we're setting up, so you can watch.
Oh, you
Wait.
fucking sell out.
What the fuck? Have you had a Red Bull?
No, but I've had a lot of coffee.
Oh, I love this. That's so funny. This is gonna be a great shift.
Great shift at midnight. Wait, I like how you said Red Bull.
Red Bull?
Yeah. I just I let my ads play. I don't even. People are just like can't see it. I'm like, my bad. I don't know.
Oh.
You actually, you're kind. You're kind when it comes down to it.
I look. I try to be. I will forget most of the time, but before like a story game, I will try.
Mine just play. I'm like, I don't know. Sure. I'm inviting you. I have a question for you.
Yes, babe.
Okay, so shift at midnight. Maybe we play for like 3 hours.
Yeah, whenever we finish it, right?
Well, no. So it's potentially a 6-hour banger.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So here's an offer I'd like to propose, but also you don't have to say yes because I'm asking you on the spot.
Okay.
But we might have a potential, if you're down after we play it, a potential squad for Fortnite for a fun cap.
Really?
Oh gosh, she's not interested.
No, I'm interested. What the hell?
She doesn't care.
I do. But
Oh, she doesn't give a fuck.
guys, who's the squad?
So, Ellie Walker.
Mm-hmm.
She specifically wants to play with just you, and I would just be there, I think.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
And Mr. Cheetos as well.
Mr. Cheetos.
Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, Shift at Midnight might be crazy. Who knows?
Yeah, like I'm down, if we're having, here's the thing. I'm so interested and I want to do truck sim with Ellie. So Ellie, if you're listening, we got to do that.
Truck sim?
Yeah. But if like we're having too much fun, I'm interested to
no,
keep
if we're having
going.
fun, we keep going.
Yeah.
Yes. If we're in the, but if it's also like this feels like a good stopping point, I'm also down.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if we're like if we're in the zone, auto zone, like sorry.
Yeah, and we're having a hoot of a time, then I'd prefer to
hooting and
continue.
hollering,
However, Ellie, watch your back. I'm coming for you. I want to play.
Interesting.
Yes.
There's a PUBG update.
PUBG update.
Do you have PUBG?
Yeah. I don't think it's installed though.
Ah.
But I can if you're desperate.
Why do you do a whiskey moan at the end of that sentence?
Did I?
Yeah, you did.
Really? Oh, sorry. Blue Moon.
Can't be desperate. No.
I love whiskey.
What can you do?
Are you in?
I'm not desperate. I'm just kind of good at PUBG too sometimes.
That's true. Am I too big? Or is this a vibe, guys? Wait, where should I put my cam? Talk to me. Do you guys know? Should I put it down the bottom? Me when...
Are you talking to me or to your chat?
Oh, a bit of both.
Alright.
Mid left. Okay. I fear I'm too large and in charge. Is mine too big, guys, or can I work it?
Thank you for the sub.
Work it, girl.
Yeah.
Smile for the camera. Work.
Yeah,
Emmanuel
girl.
just subscribed. 59.
I
Goddamn,
don't know
you're
anything
fine.
about this game, actually.
Big kiss. Little hug.
Really?
Big hug. Little
I don't
kiss.
know anything.
Kiss kiss.
I think I saw.
Hug.
I think I watched
Carl's court.
Sammy shoot a pervert, and that was it.
Okay. Yeah, true. I'll just try this first. See how we go. Oh no, thank you for 59, my god! What the hell? Come back.
Bro, my OBS just crashed.
Oh. Thought you were trolling.
Huh?
Great.
Okay.
Okay.
This game fucking sucks.
No, don't say that.
No, it's the game.
Is it?
Yeah, it's gotta be the game.
Really?
Guys, my OBS crashed and this game sucks.
No, it doesn't, because I'm fine. It was bad timing. I don't think they want to see a man win, but I'm here to change that.
Yeah, we need more of those. You remember wandering into an animal shelter that day just to have a look? Pick one. Cat. But this one gave adorable, eventually gave in. Okay. I'm back. Worm. Next.
What do I do? Help. Don't go. It was cold. Oh.
If only the good times would have lasted longer. Ongoing treatment is possible. It won't be cheap. Oh, my cat's. Oh, this is. Oh, good choice, Carla. Good choice. Game. Working hard to keep the bills paid for the little guy.
Can I tell you something, Chris? Can I tell you something funny? So I was warned about this prior, which was good. And I went, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a prediction on whether Chris makes a noise, pulls a face, and you did all of it.
What was I supposed to do?
No, of course. I know, but like, that's so funny.
Did you actually do a prediction right now?
Yeah, I did. And I didn't put your name because I didn't want you to see it with Chatterino. So I said, will Tall react to the Pet Bill storyline?
Will Tall react? What the fuck?
And you know what's the funniest thing? You made the exact noise that I said you would, and you also made the exact face I said you would.
Whatever.
But you don't need to stay here for long, just until Mia is feeling better.
You know, you name her Mia. Oh
no. Look at my sad fucking cat on the left. You can't see it, it's behind my camera.
All right.
Twitch clip.
How,
All right, how do we play? I'll post. Oh, okay.
I'm
Post
inviting you.
Okay, cool.
Friends only. Max players. Okay, start live. I think you can just join.
That's hilarious.
You're
I'm so
confused
glad
and
that
bald?
worked out.
Guys, no worries. Let's just say this. It'd be like me playing a game where you choose like a chinchilla as a pet, and then it's sick. For anyone who's not really picking up what we're putting down.
My cat passed away 2 weeks ago.
There it is.
I made a prediction because I knew he'd react to it. It's all good, guys.
Are we using in-game mic or Discord?
Well, apparently, in-game is good. We can try. Should we try?
Yeah, I invited you.
All right, I'm joining.
Okay.
Why did I name it Mia? I'm a shithead. Should have said Mildred.
Mildred, nah, come on.
Oh my god, Mia and Pebble are dapping it up right now. That's fine, guys.
They're playing together. It's actually really cute. Yeah,
But
Pebbles died like 5 months ago.
Bernie and Pete are looking after Pebble and Mimi, guys.
Aw. Wait, what if they're chopping it up like no one's business?
Oh, they are, for sure. For sure. Did your mum like red wine?
Did my mom like red wine? Is my name Chris?
Wow! Same with Pete. Did you like a social sig?
Oh,
they're besties.
Virginia Slim, yeah,
Oh,
no problem.
Oh, they're fine.
Oh, they're drinking wine, blasting cigs up in hev.
Oh, they're chopping it up.
Yeah, they're like, hey, what's up? No worries. Under 60 as well. That's fine.
You got me
what
there.
can you do?
61.
How old was he? Oh, 61? No worries.
All right, but they're still chopping it. They're still chopping it up.
Did he like plays or musicals?
He liked music. My thing's frozen. I gotta restart.
Okay, this game blows. I'm bumping some bourbon in their honor. Your name's frozen. It's crashed my OBS. I lost 500 viewers. It's fine.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We got this. We got this. We're fine, guys. Let's go. Do you reckon it's bad taste to make a reel out of me thinking you're gonna react to the pet thing, or is that like not? Is that too soon? Hey guys, no, I am. Oh, no, I'm serious. I just wanna, no, like well, let me check my phone. Let me check my phone. No way. Let me check my phone real quick.
You have that? Oh, you fucking freak! You have that just chilling, guys. Look what Wags has just chilling.
Babe, why do I hear you? I hear Chris. Oh, in lobby. Gotcha. How do I... Shirt color, yep.
Wait, can you hear me, Carla?
You're very faint. Maybe in game we can fix it?
You're faint.
Thanks.
Darkwing, that card's $600. Don't do no, that's crazy. How do I'm ready. Okay, let's go. Apparently it's going for 600, I guess.
Ah, I'm faint. Look at me. Fuck. All right. Ready. Let's fix my, Oh, wrong mic and menu. Okay.
That's so sick. Start game. All right,
All right, let's fix mics in game.
Go teal. Change your shirt color.
I did. Juniper, yes, please do. All right, let me fix this first. Throughout the night, you'll get customers. You must figure out whether or not they are doppelgangers. Great. To deselect doppelgangers, use the computer. To detect, sorry. The database always shows... Oh, shit. Question customers to determine if they're doppelgangers. No, you see my arm has actually grew back to... Oh, no. No, you see my... Okay. Discuss with your friends, decide if you think... Oh, if you can't talk. If you suspect the worst, locate the gun beneath the counter and shoot. If you are notified the doppelganger left the store, you better board up, lay traps, and hide. Oh, great. Audio.
Chat, I have no idea what we're doing. You know, actually, Carl, you know what it's like?
What?
This reminds me of that game that you played, the Quarantine Zone.
Yes. Also, turn my volume up in audio menu.
I will once I get to it.
Okay, King.
Ah! Okay.
Whoa.
Audio. Yeah, no, she's super low.
You can turn it up.
Okay, audio.
Incoming
Ew,
voice volume. Incoming voice volume. Turn me up.
Oh, there you go. There
La
you
la
are.
la 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 la. Do you hear me?
All right, how about me? How about me?
You're really good.
Yeah.
Guys, do we sound good or what? Tori first clip! My goat. I'm on push to talk.
Bro, Wags, where the fuck did you get all these cards from? I'm sorry, he just found his old binder of bangers, and he's got hitters in here. What the fuck?
Time to pay the mortgage.
Anyways.
All right, let's go. First shift.
Time to pay the morgue.
Head inside. Where's me fucking cat?
Well, I got good news and bad news.
Oh! Read the instructions on the
Oh,
notice
there's
board. Bro,
Okay.
did you take all the money?
Yeah, I'm getting all the money for us.
I don't think it's shared. What does your today's revenue have?
Where did I look at that?
Top left. Oh, it is shared? Okay.
$0.
All right, perfect.
It's shared.
All right, read the instructions on the notice board.
Oh!
No, we need instructions. We need instructions. Oh, you're gonna want to see this. You're gonna want to see this. Babe, come here. Go in there. Go in there.
Oh! More coins. What is this?
I love how you
There's
pick
meat
up
on
the
the ground.
coins first. Products. We gotta look at the notice board. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Coin.
Here we go.
Coin.
Use trash bags to throw out the limbs in the storage room. Mop the blood. Restock the incomplete shelf.
Okay. I will
I'll mop.
the blood.
No,
if
you-
want to do oh, come on. I'm mopping. I already got it.
Put it down.
I'm mopping.
Fuck's sake.
You can, dude, pick up the limbs. Come on.
Pick up the limbs is
I'm just kidding, I
crazy.
can do it. I'll bring the
Um,
garbage out. Wait, where do I throw this out at?
well, not in a vent, that's for sure.
Use trash bags to throw out the limbs in the storage room. Oh, wait.
Nice,
I
my
got the
goat.
limbs. Now what?
You're good. I'm just gonna
Oh,
restock.
dumpster's over here. No, it's not.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm working. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living.
Oh, here it is. Throw out the trash. Nice.
Imagine if we actually worked a shift together back in the day somewhere. We'd have fun.
We do every time we stream.
All right. But when we were younger and more buff.
You're probably the buffest you ever were right now.
No, I've lost some muscle. But I'm gonna be so back. It's okay.
All right. Okay. Restock the. Are you restocking the shelves? Or not really.
Yeah, I am. Oh, there's a coin here. Okay, are you
Thank for the
ready?
69 months, dude.
Are you ready to catch a
Yes.
loser?
Yo, this the door beep sounds like Japan. Have you noticed that?
Oh, it does, yeah. Read the instructions. Okay, read it out, babe.
The customer interrogation protocol. Scan their ID to open the real person's profile on the computer. Question them about these details. The computer's database always holds verified info. Trust it. If you spot any inconsistencies or blatant lies, locate the gun underneath the counter and shoot.
Oh, no. Oh,
Okay.
look who's in.
Don't grab the gun yet.
Look, look, look. Look
Oh,
at
we got
this
bald butt
fluff.
man.
All right.
Bald butt guy.
All right,
You
all right,
talk
all
to him.
right. Talk to him.
Whoa, now he must be the new night clerk.
Clyde
Welcome to the
Dawson.
graveyard shift, my friend.
Clyde. I'm looking him up.
It's probably a little daunting, huh? Okay, let me know what's up.
Okay, he's alive.
First, scan my ID card. Okay, scan his ID card.
Yep. Often wears
Okay,
glasses.
now check the computer.
Is he wearing glasses?
Okay, he's wearing glasses.
Often in uniform,
Yes.
visible in ID photo.
Yep.
Occupation,
Yep.
sheriff. Date of birth, 4th, 1539.
Okay, I'm gonna ask him about his clothes.
Okay.
Just watched him last night. Good luck finding me out of uniform. What about his head?
Bald, glasses.
How about his limbs? He's 250 pounds of pure muscle. Okay, he's good.
I think he's good.
Bag his items. All right, Clyde, good for you.
Well, I hope so.
Finish this. You had to finish the tutorial still, Carla.
Oh, sorry. Scan the ID card.
It's okay.
Question about occupation.
Movements. Not sure what to say. Sorry, bud. Okay. I have to finish
Occupation.
something. What? Question is occupation. How?
Sheriff. Okay, yep, all good. Cool.
How'd
Yeah.
you do that?
Click on the PC where it says sheriff.
Oh. Okay. Accept the transaction with the register.
Thank you, sir.
Bye. Done. Thank you, dude.
Thanks, pal. Oh my god, act casual, act casual,
Alright.
act casual, act casual. Hi, ma'am.
Yeah, right. What do you work? What are you, a nurse? What, you just have a work at the hospital?
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, right.
Look at those
Alright.
bell bottoms, though. All right, lock in. Lock in.
Here we go.
Bonnie
Hey there,
McCree.
Last long night at the hospital. Just need to grab a few things and head home. Yeah, we'll see about that, Bon.
All right, nurse, bold, often wears glasses.
She's not wearing glasses.
Uh-oh.
Let's ask her about her glasses.
Oh yeah, my
Ask about the
reading glasses. I took them off before heading in here. Nah. Nah.
No, don't shoot her just yet, though. Let's see what else we can ask her. Oh! Carla!
Who takes their
What the
reading?
fuck?
Who takes their reading glasses off? Hi, sir. How are you? Welcome in.
There's meat. There's meat everywhere. You just fucking murdered someone.
No, I
Oh
don't.
my God,
I don't trust them. I don't
was
trust
that
them.
correct?
I don't know. How do we know?
Great. Now we have.
I got this. I got this.
I'll clean up your fucking mess.
All right, thank you. Hi, Nathan. How? Oh, check this out. Oh, check this out. Oh my God, Nathan's deceased. Another one. Chris, this man's deceased, but he's here. Chris!
What?
This man's deceased. Look at his ID, and he's deceased on the camera. Do
Where's
the thing.
camera at?
Do the thing.
Oh, it's also a fake ass. Okay.
We needed to do it.
Because he gave us a piece of paper.
Yeah.
I think you murdered. I think you murdered someone who was innocent, by the way.
No, I truly think it was Sasaruni.
We'll find out.
Okay.
Wait, can you pick up this meat? Thanks.
I am, yeah.
Okay. We got delivery.
All right. You needed to read what you're buying. You're telling me. She was just like, yeah, okay. I'm taking off my glasses. What are the tokens used for?
We have a ton. More boxes.
Use trap to the store. Okay.
Phone call.
Okay, I'm coming.
Hey man, I'm just down the road from your store.
Put your ass away, child.
My car won't start. I really need help.
Mike_00 just subscribed.
Yeah.
Great.
Help someone down the road.
Okay. Nothing will happen, guys. All good. Mike, thank you for a year.
Jam, Carla, help me!
I'm getting a gun! I'm getting a gun! You have the gun! You have the gun!
What the fuck? It's gone.
Great.
Ew, man. Great, I'm hurt. Good.
Alright.
Alright, there's a person here. Alright, you know what? Let me handle this one.
I'll be on the computer. I'll be on the computer. I'll be on the computer.
Okay. Yeah.
Make sure you scan when they come in.
Of course.
Mike, thank you. I'm so sorry.
Hello, welcome, airline person.
Hi, ma'am.
Julietta, hey.
Did you
hey
scan
there,
it?
Cutie. Oh my gosh, you call me cutie.
Oh my god. All right, plumber.
I'm married.
Plumber, often.
Plumber?
Yeah, often dirty from work. Hair often in ponytail.
Okay, ask her about her outfit.
I've been a flight attendant for 3
Why would I
years.
be dirty?
What?
Hold on, let me ask her some more questions. What's with your head? You like what you see? Careful, staring too long might make me blush. She's definitely.
No, she's. This is not good.
Yeah, I've been a flight attendant for 3 years. Hair off. I guess I'm just used to the hair from work.
Oh, nah. Nah, do the thing.
No. What else can we ask?
We can't. That's it. Wrong outfit, wrong.
I don't have. Born in '69, it's '93. I mean, that probably checks out.
Oh, get her
but
gone.
her outfit being wrong doesn't.
No, it is.
What do you mean?
Babe, they're gonna kill us. We gotta get it.
What's Nathan mean up here?
I was just searching.
Oh, that old photo. I've changed so much since then.
No, kill her.
You think a plumber could become an
The computer's never wrong, babe. Get it done. Nice. See, she tried to run.
Pay for this.
Yeah, see? We always trust the computer. Hi, sir.
I felt bad.
I know, but it's our job. Do you have the mop?
No. It's in the bucket. Oh, the info's updated every week. Okay, so yeah, so she's cooked then. Good evening. Just grabbing a few things before heading back on the road. Okay, let's see what you got.
Scan
Kevin.
it, scan it.
Kevin Larson.
Often in formal wear.
Yeah.
Tall.
Just blessed with good genes, I suppose.
Is the date of birth right? 4/21/57.
That checks out.
Yep.
You know what? I think this guy's good to go.
All right. Meaty limbs.
There's blood all over the floor if you want to clean that up.
All right, I'm just taking out the trash. One sec. Oh, Chris?
Look at this little freak. What?
There's a freak out here.
Where?
Just keep it in mind.
Okay, this little guy. Yeah, I'm Bartholomew. Good evening. I have exact change. We should optimize this transaction.
Don't be mean to Bart.
Every other customer, you do the voice for the next guy and so forth.
All right. Wait, so.
Okay.
All right. Store assistant,
I'm an
slight
electric store
acne.
assistant. I handle security, tissues, and software setup, along with other responsibilities.
Forward head
Slight
posture.
acne. It's perfectly normal, sebaceous overactivity. Extended seat test encourage forward positioning. It is now baseline. March 12th, 1974, 3:42 a.m. if precision matters. Yeah, this guy's fine.
All right, get him out.
Get him out of here. Later, dude.
All right, let's see how we did. I think we got it all correct.
We'll find out.
Clean up any mess and head to the bus. Okay, perfect. Let's go. Head to the bus. Over here.
Average Twitch chatter is crazy.
Whoa.
Bus time.
All right.
Token.
All right, let's see how we did.
Night 1 of 13 complete.
Oh, we killed it.
We're rich.
Which one was it? Was
Carla.
it the flight attendant? Was it the flight attendant?
We find out who he killed? Because it was probably the nurse.
No, it wasn't the nurse. It was the first one. 2 days remain until Mia's next medicine bill is due. Dead. Oh, yeah, it was Bonnie. Yeah, it was Bonnie. It was the reading glasses. But to be fair, who takes their reading glasses off? You need to read products.
Bro, people, the reading glasses.
Well, I'm sorry.
She worked a 12-hour shift at the hospital, fucking busting her ass, and then she gets shot within 3 seconds.
Well, maybe keep your reading glasses on. Everyone's being checked. Love you, Bonnie. Don't you wag your finger at me, Melburger.
You killed a healthcare. You killed an essential worker, is what you did.
Alrighty. Next shift. Let's do it. Sorry, guys.
It's a new night. Check the notice board. New night.
The computer is always right.
If Carla hates nurses, then half my chat's screwed.
Guys, I love nurses. I think it's nurses week every week for me. Oh, Chris, I'm gonna do something.
Yo, E-Fox, thanks for the 4 months. What is this? Carl, we're not gambling. Oh my god, bro.
I got a hard hat.
Hard hat.
Bozo.
Fine, I'm gambling. Yeah, you're muted also.
I'm touching my mouse.
How do I put it on?
How do you put the thing? Oh, here we go. Oh, I'm so cool. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Westbridge shut down. Thanks to recent construction complications, the Westbridge has been entirely closed off. Oh. Girl.
Paper bag. What?
I want one. Do we share it?
Crown.
Oh, we do share it.
Hats. What the fuck? $10 would go crazy.
Huge.
Nice.
All right, let's go.
Okay, what's the thing say? Westbridge shut down. Pay attention. Okay, hold on. Recent construction, the Westbridge has been entirely closed off. So what does that mean?
Oh, we've got him. What is this?
Oh, yeah, fucking right, buddy.
No, he's fine. Let him.
What do you mean he's fine, Carl? He's covered in shit and piss and blood.
That's okay. We can be covered in shit, piss, and blood. Let's see what he wants.
Okay, we'll talk to him. Yeah, you're right.
Hey, bucko.
No, you're...
To the front.
Fuck you want, huh? Hit? Oh, maybe he's just wasted, actually. Hold on.
All right, let's do.
Roger, he needs to be a drunk. Mustache.
Ooh. Wait,
Shut
Chris,
up
we
and
shouldn't have
bring me
spent
a
that money.
bride.
We shouldn't have spent that money. Look how much stuff we can get in the shop.
No. We didn't spend money. We were spending tokens.
Oh, okay. Mustache, dirty attire, retired.
Yeah, you know what? This guy's actually probably a human. He's just a piece of shit. See you later, sir.
Store balance.
Our
Should
review
we?
score's lowering. What the fuck?
Why? Oh, we don't have decor. Let me get some decor.
Okay, yeah, you do the decor. Hey, I'm a little grandma. Ooh, look at me, I'm a little granny. Wait, Carl, can you do the voice for this?
Okay.
Person?
All right.
Okay.
Ooh, time to get my food for dinner. Oh, oh, what a handsome young man. Hello. I would like to
Wait,
purchase
she
his
just-
items.
She
Sup,
just said
bitch?
sup, bitch to me.
Sup, bitch?
What
fuck?
are you doing? Ring up
Hungry?
my items.
Cusses often?
Of course I do, you slag.
Only what?
The cane's my style stick. Obviously, dumbass. Yeah, I'm old, bitch, and what? Don't know what to tell you about that.
All right. I think she's probably fine.
Great. Oh, wait, she doesn't look
Later,
that old
oldie.
in this
Oh.
Oh, go change that.
Oh, you get it, dude.
Dude, I'm getting
Fine, I'll
decor.
do it.
Thank you.
I gotta do everything around here.
Finally.
What do you mean finally? Where is it? Oh, we need you here. I need you here, Carla.
Do you?
Yes, it's all hands on deck. Come on.
I'm coming.
Nice. Good job.
All right, we're good.
Delivery bay. Delivery bay.
Oh my God, Chris.
What?
Oh!
Anthony!
Ben, listen.
Get out of here!
Oh God. Oh.
Oh my God, he's so tall.
Oh.
What can we do?
Geo man.
What are we supposed to do with this guy?
I don't know.
Give him the brush and say nothing.
What is
Inventory's
this?
full. I don't want to shoot him. He's just really tall. Is that such a crime? Do I shoot Carla? Do I shoot this guy?
I don't know. Can we talk to him?
Oh, he was a freak. He was a freak. He was a freak.
Hi, ma'am. Welcome in. Don't worry about the meat on the floor, sweetie. All good.
I'm gonna put a...
The meat? Yeah, that's just on special. All good. Good evening. Uneventful night, I hope. Hi, Anita. Anita Varma.
I need a what?
Lawyer, often
name?
has bags under eyes, dark dyed red hair.
Okay, Stray.
Makes the mirror easier to look at in the morning. Why does she have... She has blood on her, babe.
Yeah, she's leaking. She's literally leaking. She might... Oh, her arm is missing, bro.
Oh.
Her arm is bleeding, bro.
Can you...
Maybe ask her what's up about her arm.
My hand? All right, yeah. People are always asking about it. I was born missing this hand. Ah! Do you have the gun? Can you kill her, please? Thank
Okay,
you.
no problem.
Oh, God.
What's this? Bro, this guy looks like he's in a boy band.
Oh, what's with... No, I don't trust anyone in this country.
This guy's bent. How are we supposed to get shit done around here? Can you talk
I'm
to him?
doing... I'm
Evening, friend.
stalking.
You look tired. Long night. Sometimes a prayer and a breath of... Oh, he's a priest.
Is he?
Yeah, here, hold on. Can you take this?
Yeah.
I gotta be put in the dumpster. You talk to that man for a second.
Oh, God. Hi.
They won't be doing everything around here.
Youth pastor wears a cross necklace. Oh. Muscle thing. Fair. Her's sometimes gives me strength where I'm weak.
I think he's bleeding.
Where? Where is he bleeding?
I think he's dripping blood.
Really?
He was. Hold on.
I'm worried for him,
what
but
did he
maybe
say?
he's fine.
I try to keep the kids on the good path, listen when no one else will. Okay. Is it 1962?
Hi, Knots. Hi, guys.
June 22nd, a summer child. He must have known I love the sunlight.
That has a bug.
He has cervical
What does that
dystonia.
mean?
That's why my head leans. It's a muscle thing. A reminder that he shapes us. Okay, so he's just religious. That's fine. Whatever. Bye. See ya.
Oh, no.
He's chill.
Oh, hey, girl. Sure, work that pantsuit, babe.
Okay, pantsuit.
Isn't the night different every time someone plays this game? Like everyone's playthrough's different? Life
it's
just
probably
won't give
all
me a
random,
break
yeah.
today.
She's tiny.
The West Bridge got awful slow speed limits thanks to that construction, and now my car's making that noise again. Isn't the West Bridge closed? Not speed limited?
I think it is. Short hair. I'm sorry, I just can't be bothered with all this. Can we just speed it up a bit? Nah, she's up to something. What'd she say about the West Bridge?
There's slow speeds.
It's closed, I think.
It is closed. Let me read it again.
Completely. You go read the thing on the door.
Entirely closed off.
Yeah, so she's lying.
Yeah.
Should I do it?
Yeah.
Leg titty car.
360 no scope. Ow!
Oh, shit.
Hakuna
Sorry.
Matata.
Okay.
Sorry.
ESC_ just for subs for 33 months. Carl's
What was that
grip.
noise? Did you shoot again?
Hakuna.
No, I heard that. Someone knocked on something.
Oh, great.
Oh, wait. Oh, I caught someone in with this.
Oh, it's a policeman? Oh, he got caught in it.
Oh. What?
Nothing.
Okay. I'm talking to him.
Okay. Ace,
Make
thank
it
you,
quick, bud.
doll.
I've got net business to
How
deal
are
with.
you?
But I don't give a fuck. Ryan Holtz.
Thank you.
A non-human eradication task force.
Oh.
For the reason those doppelgangers haven't ripped you apart yet. You should be grateful.
Oh, I don't like that attitude. I don't like that tone.
I'm one of Net's best. You seriously think I died to be one of those creatures? He's giving ice.
I don't like him.
Think I got something wrong with me? I'd be the first to know. Movements. It's fine.
I don't like his...
I don't like his vibe.
That's fair. All right. Let's clean up the mess.
Clean up the mess. You know what? It was probably a human, but you know what? I don't care.
Sometimes you got to clean up the meat. Yeah, we've been protecting everyone, not him.
That's right. Yeah, he looked at me funny. You're right.
No, I don't like him. Interesting. That weirdo that was over here is gone.
Yeah, I keep shooting him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got more money from the wheel spin. Let me do one more. Another hat.
Oh, a stash.
A stash.
A stash.
Wait, should we buy something?
Yeah, so let's get some more stuff. We have all our reviews back up. Let's have a look at the reviews.
Oh, we can refresh the shop once. Should we?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh, we can't refresh at the end of the day. Oh, you know what?
Okay.
Let's just run into the next day with all this money.
Okay.
Okay.
I love the guy outside. Fair. Thank you for the resubs, guys. I'll head to the bus. That's right.
Okay. That's right. All right. Dude, good run. Good day at the old shop, the shift. Wait, hold on.
Right.
We need to clean that blood up, I'm assuming.
Oh, okay. More products.
Okay.
All right, let's get to the bus. Yippee!
Okay, battle bus sound.
Yep.
What are the exclamation marks? I think that's just for stocking stuff. But I think Carla is doing that.
Yeah. Yep.
Only one human killed.
That's good.
That's not bad. It was probably the ice guy.
One day remains until Mia's next medicine bill is due. Okay.
Let's see.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
The dentist roamed Midnight Town, killing victims by ripping their jaws off.
Great.
Government authorities confirmed new reports of a tall, emaciated figure matching the description of the same killer that died 40 years ago.
Oh.
Yuck. Witnesses describe a slack, broken jaw, white, bloody, bandaged hands, and cracking skin.
Great.
It follows the same method of killing as the original dentist, removing the victim's jaw from their skull.
Excellent.
If you see it, do not hide, do not speak, and do not look back. Run until your legs no longer obey you. So if we see, we have to run.
Oh no, we don't shoot it? Just run?
I guess. Should you successfully flee, contact your loved ones while you still can.
Great.
Witnesses who managed to escape it are all found dead no more than a week later. So we have to try killing it then, because what the fuck? Oh yeah, the net guy was a human, which I knew.
All right, we're back at work.
We're back.
My legs never obey me. Check the notice board.
Okay, I'm getting all the tokens.
All right, notice board.
Give me something good. $10.
40 years ago, the infamous killer known as the
Notice board.
dentist buried right here. Now a creature with striking similar likeness. Okay, so we might see the dentist today.
Oh, nice mustache.
Sure. Email. Got an email. Bad news.
An email?
Rats have started running rampant around the store. They negatively affect store ratings, so please catch them and throw them in the dumpster or find any other way to dispose of them.
Oh, there's someone here. Hold on. Hey, I'm a bit tired. Late shift. Andal Khan.
Pizza chef?
Needs glasses. Can't see without him. Pizza chef. Yeah, Baldani's. Not too far from here.
Let me
Come by, I'll
check.
cook
Let
you
me
a free
check. Let me
pizza.
check. Let me check your body.
That's me. September 30th. Yeah, you know what? You're good.
Chris, there's a fuck over here. Bring the gun.
Where?
Dumpster.
Oh, he gave us a bunch of tokens and a heart. Maybe he was nice?
Oh, yay.
Oh, well. He's dead now.
Wait, someone's leaving. Someone's leaving.
Wait. And why is this guy back again? We just talked to this guy. This guy's fake.
Wait. Why'd you do that?
Because I just dealt with him.
Yeah, he just forgot some items.
No, he said I'm back again.
Yeah.
He didn't forget items. Local pizza guy might be dead, or it was a doppelganger. Who's this? Do you have any idea something I can gift my sister? Her name's Mia, and she's getting married soon. Lisa Cannon. She's unemployed. Often keeps her hair in a bun. Always wear her blue necklace. I just like how it looks. There's a girl in the bathroom.
In the bathroom? Where?
Yep. I recently redyed my hair. Honestly, she's probably fine.
Someone just farted.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to check the
Can you leave all
bathroom
the
for
shit?
poop?
Yeah, I'm looking. Oh, she's shit everywhere. Who's this? That's me. That was someone pretending to be me, Carla. This guy has no shirt on.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. You grab a goddamn mop. There's a fucking.
Hey man, just picking up something for my sister Catherine.
I just threw a rat so far.
Tommy, unemployed.
Can you deal with this fucking shirtless idiot? You got all this meat to throw out.
His sister. Is this guy the is he weird? Is this the dentist? Can you shoot this man? I don't trust him.
What?
I don't trust him.
Got nothing to say about that. He's just unemployed.
You can search his last name for relatives. Oh, okay. Delgado.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
actually.
wait. He said for his sister Catherine.
Carla,
She's
there's
dead.
shit
She's
in the
dead. She's
toilet
dead.
still.
She's dead.
Okay.
Shoot him.
Okay.
Shoot him.
We need to do a better job at keeping this place.
I know.
clean. It's a fucking disaster in here.
I know. I know.
I'm doing it. You. Okay. There's a shit all over the walls.
sorry. There's just so much.
Fucking disaster.
I have a rat as well.
I just saw a man with no shirt walk in.
Was that your tip? The Pepsi, the last name? Because that was amazing. That helped a lot.
This guy again? Gotta be careful, man. They're everywhere.
Maybe it's the real guy.
Watching you because they are.
Maybe it's the real guy.
Oh, maybe it is. Job, I got a mission, man. Someone's got to keep people informed. You know that doppelgangers are more than just copies of people, right? They steal from your fears, insecurities, and guilts.
Yeah, so...
I've heard if you let the negative emotion overcome... Thank you, babe.
Yeah, that makes sense because he spoke about Catherine, the doppelganger.
Because he was wrong.
Wait, I like that.
This guy's good?
Well, he was talking about the insecurities and all that, and the guilt, and his sister's dead. So now who's this baddie? The gun. I'm putting the mouse in the bin. This game's fun.
This is the shithole store that Ryan keeps coming back to. That sniveling pussy handed in his resignation letter today.
Pussy?
I was hoping to come across... I killed him. Wait, I killed Ryan. What do you mean he handed that in today? Colin Shirley. Surely. You couldn't tell? 18th of August. Alive? This is what you ask people? Leave the questions to us at net. Verified. What's his last name? Shirley?
Shirley.
Shirley.
Oh, rats in my pockets. Good idea. Big guy. Big guy.
Ryan Holt. I think it was Ryan Holt was the guy we killed. Deceased. He's not even asking me about it when I click. I think he's probably fine.
I trust you.
Annoying as fuck. Shift is done.
I think we're killing it. We're killing it personally.
Okay.
Grah. Grah. Okay, let's go.
He did say Ryan was alive, but maybe there's a doppelganger of Ryan running around and he's confused.
I agree.
Possibly. Think about that. What if it's the other way around?
Unicorn hat. Alright, let's go. You can't spend any money because Mia needs her drugs. How much are the drugs?
A lot.
God damn it.
We might have done really bad here. We'll find out.
Okay. I think we did it right.
I killed human Ryan, but Ryan might have had a doppelganger of him walking around that confused this guy.
No human. We did it. No humans killed.
But maybe we let a doppelganger leave.
But they would have come back to kill us, I think, right? I gotta pay the bill.
Me too.
Cool. Aww. Yay.
Yay, Worm's condition improved. Yay.
Yeah, Mia's improved condition.
Yeah. Bro! He was human. That's what I'm saying, guys.
Nice.
And then the Tommy was the first one was the doppelganger, second one was real. We got that right. And then the second one was bad and we shot him immediately.
Wait, we're killing it, I think.
That was actually a perfect run.
We got it.
Yo, Traveler,
oh my God.
32, by the way.
Mimi!
Mia!
Mimi! Oh my god. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Good news.
I don't
Some-
like that the cats are here now. It's a little
Come,
scary.
yeah. Some contractors came and finally fixed the gas pump. Along with your current duties, now you also need to help drivers by pumping gas into their cars. Naturally, you must also detect if they or their cars are doppelgangers. Read the note by the pump for further instructions. Hi, Benti.
There's no world where I want to do the gas also.
Let's look at this. There's instructions.
Like, what's the big idea?
Spotting doppelganger cars. Ask driver how you can help. Use the flashlight to search their car. Look up the license plate on the device on to your right. Question driver on these topics. If driver's story doesn't line up, you are permitted to open fire. You are not a cop. Ignore normal crimes. Only act on doppelganger threats.
Jen, this meat is so good. Holy shit.
Oh my god, cat ears.
Yum, 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 yum.
Hi, Tartan.
Traffic cone. Okay, Scotland. $10. Bang.
Bye, Abs. Have a stunning night.
Mask. Okay, let's talk to who's here. Worm, Mia. Worm and Mia are finally playing.
Aww,
Come on. Aw,
cute.
sure.
Hi, Mimi. All right, let's do it.
I gotta check the new notice. What up, little poopies? How you doing, dude?
Aw, little poopies. My god. Okay.
Let's see.
I'm
So
happy
no,
to do
this
the
is gas. Oh,
cars.
here we go. Okay, you want to do that?
Yeah.
And
How do we
I
start?
can take care of.
I've already stocked the shelf yesterday, but how do we enter?
Oh, yeah, you're
The
doing
day?
great. Start the day.
Yeah.
I don't know actually.
How do you usually start it?
It just happens.
Oh, here we go.
Oh wait, car interrogation. Here we go.
On my way. Oh. Give me $13 of gas and make it snappy. Understand?
Mac and cheese, wacky.
That's so loud. Pissing.
All right. Oh, you can use the flashlight as well to check his car. Yeah, nice.
Midnight news. Doppelgangers continue to ravage America
Who's
up the
leaving
night.
his pants on, Carla, all over the fucking thing.
What happened?
He threw his pants on everywhere, bro. I'm gonna kill him just for that.
He can have guns, right?
Yeah, I guess. We're in America.
Have you seen that? There are 2 serial killers? Okay.
Bro wasn't even dropping trap. He stared at me, dude. Just walking in with the shit.
He doesn't have license plates.
He doesn't?
No. Oh.
Is
He
supposed
does.
to? Oh.
Can you
Okay,
read it
Carla,
out?
He has a lot of guns, though.
I know. Can you read out the license plate?
Yeah, it's 04LJ. Carla goes, "Is it he has guns? I'm thinking he has a pistol. Bro has an M4. He has a fucking AK. He's got a flare gun. He's got a deagle.
All right, lock in. Blue station wagon, dirt marks on lower exterior. 1994 registration. Are there dirt marks?
The fact that we can just do everything is crazy. Okay, I miss. Why do people just come here and use our shitter then leave?
Are we good? Are we good?
Yeah, I think you're fine. I think he wants to kill the dentist.
Bye, loser.
Bye. Took you long enough, okay?
There's a rat. You have to throw the rats
People do
out.
that at gas stations, but at least buy something, bro. It's a we're a small business. Buy water. Keep us in business.
We're a small business. Let me check if Mildred messaged me.
10?
Nothing on Mildred, guys. The one that got away. Just these, please. Dylan Pike.
10 again? Carla, I'm getting
Dylan Pike.
tons of shit.
Pale complexion, always wears shorts. Oh, this guy's it. Always wears shorts. Can you kill him for me?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I'm just stalking her. Okay, where is he?
He's at the front.
Dylan Pike.
He always wears shorts. He's in pants.
Oh, and he's wearing pants? Okay.
Yeah.
Dylan, sorry, buddy. Fucking idiot. Mia, no!
Mia, no! Oh, bad kitty! Bad kitty! Oh, bad kitty! Oh, God! Okay. Sup, moron? It's the boss.
Monsters. Oh, there's rats! Oh my fucking God! There's so much shit happening.
All right, we gotta clear the rats.
Time remains. What the fuck's happening?
You have to put them in the trash.
I'm throwing them outside. Carl, we need to grab them all.
Okay.
Dude, I need help. There's a million of them.
I know.
Are you also grabbing? Okay. I'm about to shoot them.
Are you shooting the rats?
Yeah, dude. There's too many. We're gonna lose. Good dog. Oh, Carl, there's too many.
Is it working?
We have an infestation. What? There's so many. Oh, we're fucked.
No, we're nearly there. We're nearly there.
We lose.
No, lock in, lock in.
No, we're not. There's so many. There's a whole family over here. It's a rat reunion.
There's a guy selling lemonade. Oh, there's a lot happening here.
Bro, our cats are useless.
Hello, I'm Norbert. You shot me last time, but that's okay. I've decided to sell lemonade on this bright, sunny day. Would you like to try some?
Who's this burgling gnome ass? Hello, my friend. You look tired. I hope your night is gentle. This looks like huge man.
Wasn't it? Is this the dentist?
His name's Dimitri. That's Dimitri. Large birthmark on right side of face, tall. Even if flower grow a strange color, it is still flower. My mother used to tell me this many times. They made me take photo this morning. I'm very, very tired.
Oh God! Should I have the lemonade?
Nancy's deceased. It might be cause of death, florist. I do not know how to answer that, my friend.
Wait, who's Nancy?
Is this guy a florist? That right here? Is the cause of death him? Volkov.
He's alive, but
who is this? Give me a phone. Ah! Sorry.
Should I drink the lemonade?
When I work with flowers,
I'm gonna drink the lemonade.
they're eating our products. No, don't drink the lemonade. Large birthmark on the right side of the face.
I drank the lemonade.
It's on the right side, but it's under his eye and in this.
Oh, I'm getting a bit sleepy. Oh, I'm getting a bit sleepy. Oh, I'm getting a bit sleepy, Chris. Oh.
Do not do this, friend. His birthmark was different.
I'm gonna die. Oh. Oh, I'm a bit sleepy. I'm a bit sleepy. Mimi, help. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. I'm all good. I'm back.
Oh, I shot worm on accident. Great, Carla.
Oh, is it injured?
There's too many fucking rats. You're drinking the fucking gnome's piss. You have to lock in.
I'm throwing the rats out now. Throwing the rats out.
Okay. What the fuck? Who's this fuck is it? Howard Elkins. Mechanic.
Hi,
Been a
Dill.
mechanic since I was 16, grease in the blood. My name's Jack. Wait, Howard Elkins, and his thing says Jack for name.
Uh-oh, trust the computer.
I'm gonna click his name. That's me, sure as hell. Why is he wearing? Oh, I'm gonna ask him about his outfit. Clothes. What's wrong with the name tag? Yeah, I'm Jack.
Oh.
No, you're not.
All right.
If you're Jack, I'm a monkey's uncle. Oh my god, there's shit everywhere.
Okay, good to know. Oh, I gotta do the car shit. Hold. Hello, car.
Careful. No, I have no mercy, dude. Like we've got.
Oh.
We've honestly been pretty good with our.
Can you shoot this guy? Oh. Can you see this?
What? Yeah, I got him.
Thanks.
No problem.
No, don't eat it. Bad cat. Bad cat. Oh, this guy's moonwalking. This guy's moonwalking, Chris.
What the
Oh,
fuck? Mario?
Oh.
Whoa!
Oh, whoa.
He bro's fucking it up.
Okay.
Bro's fucking it up.
Oh.
But he's really short. I
Oh.
kind of like
Oh.
that vibe.
Oh. Okay, King. Sure. Fuck it up. Fuck it up.
Okay, let's see here. Buenos noches, amigos. Don't mind me. These feet won't stop moving, baby. Esteban Morales. Me. Let's see. Retired construction worker. See. Worked long years in construction. Now I dance.
Oh my
Very
god.
short. I'm a short man. Makes the dancing smoother.
Ain't that
Not
right,
short
buddy?
about that, amigo. Movements. No music needed. The rhythm's in my head, amigo. I trust him. And you
I
know
trust
what?
him too.
But matter of fact, if he's bad, good for him. Later, brother.
Oh
Look at
no.
him go. Look at him going.
Okay, I reckon he's gonna come back and kill. Ah! Oh, sorry, I thought you were a killer.
I just threw a rat
Chris.
at the gnome's head. Sorry.
Okay.
The gnome was bothering me. I'm sorry.
All right, new gal.
Hi, sorry I'm a bit out of it. Got out of a work.
Heavy
late shift
facial
for building a
acne
carburetor.
computer engineer. Why is she just naming things?
Carburetor. She spelled carburetor. Is that how you spell it? She seems wrong. Head. Yeah, I've got a bit of acne. So what? How about your movements? You ask weird questions, my guy. Oh my gosh, you said my guy. Born
I don't like.
August 17th.
I don't like that
Yeah,
she
I'm fine with
just
all the
said
database
big
bullshit,
words.
But do you have to keep taking photos every week? Yep, I'm an engineer. Carburetors, engines, exhaust systems, that works. Computer engineer, and you work on cars? Yeah, right, buddy. Carl, you want the honors? You want me to do it?
Pop off, King.
All right. Yeah, cars have computers, yeah. But it's 1993, dude. Sorry, buddy. Mia, stop eating the body parts.
Oh, look, he's back. I bought a carburetor today. We got 6 rerolls.
That's your birthday? Hey, I'm back. How's the job working out for you? Well, you're still alive, so you're doing better than most. I'm proud of you, kid. Not many are willing to take a job this dangerous. Your job is as dangerous as mine, but you don't get the same respect I do. Ah, well, you got my respect. That means anything to you. Clyde Dawson. Let's see. Sheriff. Often wears glasses. Yep. Often in uniform, visible in ID photo. Just wash. I feel like he's still good. That's teeth. It looks like a mustache though, but it's not. Haven't lost it again, have I? I think he's still fine. Carl, did you buy anything new?
Yeah, I did. Check this out. Water hose.
Oh yeah, nice hose, dude.
Thanks, man.
We got hose.
I also purchased this. Where is it though?
There's more blood out there.
Where's my flamethrower?
Do you need health, by the way?
I need 30 health.
Okay.
Oh, and I bought security things so when if someone steals something. Where's my flamethrower though?
Oh, smart. I'm spinning. I was gonna give you health, but it just healed me instead. I didn't even need it.
That's okay.
That's okay though. $10. I'm gonna keep spinning since we have all these extra tokens. Another $10, Carla. $100.
Oh my god.
Jory
Oh, yeah, you're right.
9,395
All right, let's go.
I should leave?
just
Yeah.
subscribed.
Okay. Come on, cats.
Oh, got you. Dory, thank you for 17. How
Why
are
is
you,
Norbert
doll?
still here?
Hello. My god.
Let's get out of here.
Thank you.
I don't like him.
Yep. Oh, wow.
Let's go.
2 for
dude.
2.
That's how we play. Chat's over here saying I'm ruthless, but we're doing
No,
it.
we're doing the thing.
We're killing the right guys. There's no mercy for doppelgangers.
Oh, where's the
dudes.
arsenal?
They're bad news bears. 2 more days until Worm's medicine's due.
Woo!
We needed this.
Wow.
Esteban being like one of the only humans is awesome.
Was that the Dancy Man?
Yeah,
That's amazing.
I like that.
I like that laugh.
You. We had to choose one of them.
Oh, it's raining blood. Great.
Oh, good.
Notice board.
It's raining blood.
Great.
I hate when it does that.
Oh, man in back. Man up the back.
Hold on,
Man
hold
at the
on,
back.
hold on. Is it? Grab me gun, grab me gun, grab me gun. Okay. Is he a freak?
Is this the guy we had to run from?
That's the dentist. What does that mean? Wait,
Uh.
I'm gonna put a trap down.
Okay. I'll put a trap as well.
Okay. I feel like. What can we do here?
I have a trap. We gotta.
Let's shoot him? Can we just ignore him?
We need to look at the notice board.
That's him though.
Yeah.
Is he friendly?
I don't know. Do I
New
get?
encounter sinking. Good.
Woo! Wait, where's the arsenal? I need my flamethrower.
Oh, you can't shoot him.
Oh, we don't get hurt from traps. We can lure him out.
You might be wondering what this thing in the break room is. Don't worry, it's just a corpse. A local mystic told me that displaying it will help ward off doppelgangers. Just try to forget it's there. Oh, it's a corpse.
Oh, you do. Oh, okay.
Okay? Yeah, right, buddy.
You do get hurt from
Sure.
traps.
Oh yeah, I jumped over it. You did you not?
No, but I didn't like
Oh.
get hurt.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave it.
Yeah, we can. I'm just gonna leave the door shut and not really come out here.
All right. Where's
You
the
have to go read it also, I think.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry. And also, can you grab a mop and leave it out here?
Yeah.
Actually, there's a mop over here. Never mind, I got one.
Guys, can you be real with me?
All right.
Is he gonna jump scare me?
Guys,
Or
our
is it
store's
safe?
doing really well, I think. Aside from the blood rain.
Okay, thank you guys.
Okay, miss.
Okay,
In
girl.
the blood rain. Girl said, hey, look at all that. Shit. What's that sound?
Urgent. As you may have
Email.
noticed,
Okay.
blood moon will occur. For those unaware, blood moon signifies that an entity attack is guaranteed tonight. Completing transactions with doppelgangers will trigger even stronger assaults. So we really can't stuff
I'm here.
this up.
I need some supplies for the beach. Might as well enjoy it now while it's still nice, warm, and sunny. It's not warm and sunny. I'm shooting her in the head.
No, wait.
Right? Like she's
Let's
al-
scan
she's
it. Let's
already
scan it
wrong.
first.
Okay.
7 piercings, police officer.
Yeah, fucking
7
right.
piercings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
Eight, nine. She had 9.
All right.
She was a cop. Who cares? Nah, I'm joking.
Alrighty.
Who's this? Oh, tattoo girl. Her
Mia.
Hey, move out of my way. Ah, I'm gonna do that again. No, before your face was like in my.
Oh, sorry. Last tattoo on neck to left arm.
Mia Cannon. Wait, wasn't her comic book store owner? Large tattoo on neck to left arm. Yeah, dumbass. I've got tattoos. Okay. Didn't someone say they were talking to Mia?
I think so.
Lisa is. Oh yeah. Let's ask her about Lisa.
Oh, wait.
Mia Cannon.
Yeah, let's look at the tattoo. Oh, yeah. Is the tattoo...
Around the
Oh, wait, the
comic book
tattoo's
store, yeah.
different. The tattoo's different. Wait,
No,
hold.
large tattoo on neck to
No,
left
but
arm.
look at the photo. Look at the photo. Is there dots on the neck? Hold.
Yeah. I
Okay.
think she's good.
Okay.
Also, she's good for it.
Who just farted?
She got tats. She's cool.
Oh, okay.
I did. Mia did.
Great.
There's rats. Dude, the rats eat the food. We have to get rid of these rats. They're eating our food. Okay, who's this?
I'm going to
let
the
me just grab
car.
these, thanks. Let me see. Okay. Karen Whitfield.
Where's my, Where's my
Real
flamethrower,
You
guys?
have a damn good one as well. One signature away from $1 million closing. Where's gold jewelry? They're little reminders of what hard work looks like in metal form.
Where's my flamethrower?
Remember, baby? Born November? Yep. Alive? That's a weird question. You always ask weird questions? I do.
PL98.
Always wears
Hello.
Probably fine.
La la la. La 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 la.
All
La
right.
la.
Thank you. Bye. Her face card is insane. True.
Yellow SUV, extremely
You can ask the
dirty.
driver
Oh,
about
yeah,
this.
okay.
Oh, there's shit in both of these toilets, dude. Like massive shits. I'm talking like dumb dukers. Oh, someone dropped a token in here. Okay.
La la. La 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 la.
Sure.
La la.
Who's this? I'm restocking. This looks like cat food. The cat Go-Gurts. You can use the hose in the bathroom. Oh, that's actually helpful. Hey, please buy something. Oh, come on!
Request a company of
Colin.
Greta Darling. Wait.
La la. La 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 la. La la. La 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 la. La la.
Carla,
La 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 la.
Ow!
La la. La 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 la.
Do we believe her, guys? Look at her seat.
Fuck it.
Oh.
I hear a weird sound.
Wait, that was the rat. What's wrong with the seat? Sorry, ma'am.
Hey! Come on! Okay, wait. Face card, but also, come on!
Greta Darling. Greta Darling.
Batty on the bot. Do you need help at all?
How do I see her name?
PL98.
Oh wait,
It's
Greta
its
Darling.
license.
Greta Darling. Let me look up. Let me look up.
Use the flashlight in the car as well. I'm gonna go spin some tokens.
Orange hair. I think she's good.
Excuse me.
Orange hair.
New hat.
Yeah, she's good. She's fine.
Give us some cash. Another hat.
Hi guys, welcome in.
Another hat. The clown nose.
Welcome guys.
And one more. $10. Hell yeah. Ow! What?
I think she's dead. Oh no, she's not. Art student, pale complexion, often has paint stains on her clothing. Short hair.
Lena Rowe.
What do you think?
Yeah, that's me. Often has paint stains on her clothing, short hair. I think she's probably good. Let me ask, yeah, I'm 21.
What's that? What's her age on that?
So she was born in 72 plus 21 is 93. Yeah, I think she's good.
I see, I see.
Accepted it.
Alright.
Dude, there's not many doppels.
Oh my god, enter the phone, enter the phone,
shit.
I'm scared.
Evening, dumbass. See that post on the computer about the blood moon? Yeah, I got bad news about that. Means it's called the rain's messing with the mechanism that, okay, I'll take some extra time to open tonight. If anything shows up before then, you'll need to hide. Anyway, that creepy painting I set up in the break room, is it warding the doppelgangers or what? Creepy painting.
Painting.
Yeah, the creepy painting I set up in the break room. I left you a note. No, it's a body. It's gone. The body's gone, Carla.
Alright, good news. Greasy Italian.
Oh, there's the creepy painting. Oh, it was covered by the poster I randomly put up.
There's an Italian at the front, Chris. Listen up. The world will end if we don't sleep together right now. What?
Oh, he's just a pervert. He's a power plant operator. Overweight? You boys love that about me. What? That's me. I got a stable job, a house. I can take good care of you. I almost want to kill him because he's a perv. You like what you see? No, 54, but I've got the stamina of a young buck.
Girl, shut up.
Hickman. What else can I ask him?
Great. Where are the weapons, guys? I want to get it before Chris.
Dilbert Hickman. Dickman. Hickman.
The rack by the wall. Oh, when it happens? Or, okay.
Let me ask him about something.
This one here?
Clothes. This is a bit of oil, nothing to worry about. Head. Okay.
To the right of that? Oh, it'll be here?
Limbs,
oh.
movements. I mean, he's not... I don't think he's a doppelganger, he's just a perv.
True.
And we can't afford to lose money. Whoa! This guy's floating in!
Oh, hey! I'll have time? Okay. Peace be with you, friend. His name's Net. Bald
Net
monk.
Sack. Bald and a monk. They took that photo while I was meditating. I did not permit them to do that.
Oh.
22nd November, 1959. Yes, friend, we have a simple temple down in Earl Road. You should visit sometime.
The
I
gnome
feel
guy's
like
crazy.
even like shooting him is just bad vibes. Like even if you know what I mean, like I feel like.
You're unmuted in disc, but I agree.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
You know what? He said sucker.
Great. Great. Great.
I shot
Great.
him.
The blood moon
The
calls.
blood moon calls. What's that mean?
Engineer has been alerted. It will arrive in 60 seconds. Okay, look. There's
We
the
have to hide.
there's the thing. There's the
hide.
thing. Dude, we gotta
Wait,
board
no,
up. We gotta
oh,
board
oh,
up.
Oh, late tracks.
We gotta board up. We gotta board up. Board up, Chris. Board up.
Blow what up?
Board the doors up. Prep.
Sorry.
Ow!
Bro, I put that trap there. What the fuck?
Sorry.
Oh, there's grenades.
Put a trap at the front door. Oh wait, why did you board us in here?
Because.
Oh, okay, we can go back in here. Nice.
Okay.
Okay, let's go around here.
Okay, let's.
Or are we staying in here?
We have to hide. Stay in here. I have grenades.
Okay, I'm just getting a gun.
Okay, stay here.
Okay. Where is this bastard? Come on, pussy! Show yourself, loser! Show yourself, puss! Yeah! 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 All right, we're fine. Come out. Chris?
Yeah, what's up?
You good, sweetie?
I'm fine.
Alrighty.
What the fuck just happened?
What do you mean?
What that thing just went on fire?
Yeah, I killed it.
What the hell was that? Oh yeah, no, but like, what's up?
I'm just built different, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought you were a goner.
No, me? No. Absolutely not.
Oh, did you use one of these items from the weapons arsenal?
Yeah, I had a flamethrower. I wanted to surprise
What
you.
the hell is that? A flamethrower?
Yeah, I wanted to surprise you.
That's why I was on fire. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
All right,
Jesus
guys.
Christ, where the fuck did that come from? No wonder I fucking died.
All right, let's get to the thing.
All right. So funny. All right, let's get out of here. Good day. Another good day at the job.
Really good day, guys.
Can someone clip that? That was awesome. I have grenades.
I bought that. Get to the
shit! No humans kill! Yes! You were the best!
Guys, we...
Yeah, you were as cool as a cucumber there.
I was.
One day remains until Worm's next medicine bill is due. This game's fun.
Wow. Good thing we didn't freak
Wait,
out.
oh, the doppelganger, the driver was a doppelganger, bro. We let him live. That's okay.
Oh, a wedding invite from 10 years ago. Oh, that makes sense. Damn it. My bad. My bad.
You're good.
Oh, my hot chocolate. That's definitely a cold
Even though
chocolate now.
He was gross. He wasn't a doppelganger.
Oh, that's okay. Yes, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
There's meat everywhere. Where are our cats at so they can eat it all? You want to clean up the meat bits, and I'll do some as well.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see.
Guys, I
How
think we
Sandy
did
do
that
playing this?
really
I'm
well.
sure she ran it like the Navy.
Was that you? Okay, no.
She killed it low key. Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less.
Guys, we're nailing it.
Limbs can be destroyed with melee weapons purchased from the shop. Oh, like a sword would go crazy.
All right, let me check. Oh, wait, there's stuff here. Doppel detection hardware. This is a motoscope. It reads customers' emotions and allows you to question them on their emotion, but it is 100% accurate. But take note, some doppelgangers are able to replicate human emotions, some can't. You only get this device. Okay,
Oh
so
my God, beard and hair.
did you hear
There's
that,
tongue, too. That's funny.
by the way?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
What up, Kyle? How you doing, dude?
Huge.
Propeller hat.
Is this night? I think this is night like 6 or 7.
Haha, 6-7, dude.
Oh, maybe 6.
Well, I'm gonna put. I have grenades. I'm gonna put them on the shelf right here. For now.
Did you guys see that? Yeah, that's crazy.
The fact that the cats only show up after their medicines is really sad. This is an official warning from Net. Tall black creature spotted around the entity. It is extremely fast and strong. Traps must be set up in advance to deal with this creature.
Okay.
Okay. We need to set up traps around this area where we can maybe hit it. Outside entrance. This one right here.
Okay. Hi, sir.
Everyone.
Long shift day, mate. Been in pet control 40 years now. Hard to remember when I started.
3 times over. Harold Brandt. Pest control. Always wear long sleeves, neatly trimmed beard. His beard's gone. I'm shooting him. Oh, wait, let's ask him about it first. Ask him about his beard. The only updated description last week I shaved this morning, though. Wife's been wishing it was gone for a while. Okay, hold on.
Oh, these creatures are only
that's
vulnerable to
gonna get me
damage
killed.
when they're not looked at. Okay. Good to know.
March 15th. He said updated. It's updated weekly. He said updated last week, which is wrong because it's updated. Wait, where's his wife? Brandt. Macy Brandt, teacher.
Okay.
Brandt. Harold Brandt. I feel
Thank
like
you.
he's fine, but also he said shaved it clean this morning. Wife's been wishing it was gone for a while. Can I call his wife?
Oh yeah. Look up the last name on the computer.
I did.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Because he said they updated the description last week and it's updated weekly, so he's got to be lying, right?
Oh.
Wait, I'm gonna do the emotional scope thing.
Yeah, do it. It's 100% accurate, but some are good at hiding emotions.
This person is feeling tired. Ask why. Been a long day. Okay.
Okay.
Fuck. I can't tell if he's chill or bad. I don't want to kill a human. He's
let
also
me-
buying a bunch of toilet paper.
Wait, let me see.
You know what? I'm gonna let him slide and we'll see what happens.
Neatly trimmed beard. Wait.
No, he doesn't have one, but he said it. We already went over this.
Oh, I don't know about that, bub.
I think
okay.
he's just tired.
All right.
Now this fucking guy. Yeah, right, buddy.
Okay, Polar
How you
Express
doing,
looking
chap?
ass.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Fucking train conductor looking.
Okay, Tom Hanks.
Oh, he is a train conductor.
Ha!
You can't tell from the outfit, chat.
Graying
Graying
hair.
hair. Heart. Shows my good side, the front. Movements.
Front.
Do you ask this to every cut? He keeps saying chap. So what, is his backside bad? No, he's fine. I think he might be Captain Crunch over here.
Do his facial expressions.
Hargreaves. Let's see. He's lonely. Well, yeah, I suppose, chap. You know what? I feel bad for him. Thank you, chap.
Okay.
Later.
Ooh, car pulling up. Great.
Okay.
Oh, two cars.
deal with this
Oh,
guy.
what
We
is
got the
this?
car. Oh, hold on. Get ready. This might be a piece of shit. Is this a robbery? Wait, hold on. Yeah, you get ready for the fucking guy to run in. Wait, this is bugged. Because this guy tried leaving at the same time as the car pulling up. Ha! Wait, it's bugged.
Should we go on the other side? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's a gnome.
Oh, it's the fucking idiot again.
May I park here?
here?
No.
Mwahaha. Bro, move. You can't park here. Oh my god.
Great.
So
What a loser.
no one can move.
$10 of gas.
Oh, I killed him. Okay.
RGB6.
Stupid ass gnome. Stupid ass. Oh, I'm out of here.
Turquoise.
Oh, face guards back to shit tokens again, dude.
Clean exterior. Turquoise station wagon. Is that clean? It's pretty clean, I guess.
Okay, hold on. That girl loves the shit, for real. Evening, been a busy night. Okay,
1 second.
Oh, she has homophobia.
Killer.
Means I got different colored eyes, I know. So hold on.
I think
Blue
she's
on the left,
fine.
green on the right. Let me see.
I think she's fine. I don't really see
right.
anything wrong. Unless I'm a sock.
Skip the whole killing people. Let me see.
Exterior not clean anymore.
She does, yep, she does have that. I think she's good to go.
Sure, let's see.
Wait, wait, hold on. Red eye tattoo on her left hand. Let's see.
Well, I'm gonna
That's
look up
right,
her
right.
in the thing.
Sorry.
Oh,
She's dead, Carla.
okay.
I need help cleaning this shit up.
I think she's fine. I don't really see anything wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Oh, I didn't look under the hood. Oh, we're fucked.
Great.
I'm sure she's a nice gal, guys. Right? Right?
Long day. I didn't realize it was this late. Let me see. Aria Romero. Requires glasses. Yes, ironic. She's an optometrist.
Oh.
Shop. I just got off work.
Ha ha ha.
I'm scanning her.
Scan it.
Exhausted. I am. Yeah, she is wearing glasses. They're really
Edwin.
light though. You can
Sorry.
see them. They're drawn
I hear
on her
something.
face. Wait, are those?
Oh,
Carla.
Did you set
was a
that?
human. No, maybe.
What if it wasn't a human?
Are these actual glasses or are they drawn on her face? I can't
Oh, it's
tell.
drawn on for sure. Oh, killer.
La 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 la.
Was it even
La la
drawn
la
on
la.
her
La 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 la.
her fucking ID?
La la.
What does it look like on the ID? Oh, I don't like this.
Oh, what's her Romero? I think they're just fuck ass glasses. They look way.
Welcome in, ma'am.
Bro. Can you see the ball this meat, please? Thanks.
I don't trust
Meat
those.
over here as well.
I don't trust those fuck ass Pixar glasses.
Pixar glasses, you know. Spinning it again. Hat. A duck on head hat.
Hello, darling. Oh, who is this?
Our cats are sick.
La 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 la.
You seem pretty normal. Wait.
Hit her with the
Am I not done?
the lie detector. $10. That's what I wanted. Okay.
Craving human flesh. Great.
What is? That's what it says?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
La 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 la.
Craving, that's an ugly way to put it. I'd say appreciate the texture. Yeah, do what I just did. Yeah.
Boom!
The phone, the phone!
I got it. It's the man above the boss. I mean, not God. They've been complaining about some stink coming from the woods behind the store. I can handle this. I figured it was a dead raccoon, but nope, limbs, a shit ton of limbs scattered throughout the forest. Okay. So you're going out there, grab the limbs, toss them, burn them, whatever. Just make the smell stop. Okay. One more thing. I think we saw something roaming around the forest. Looks like it didn't want me to see.
Great.
Oh, you want to go do that?
We do it together, I think.
Okay. After head to the forest behind the store.
Okay.
I'm bringing a flashlight. You should bring a garbage bag.
Okay.
Okay, you bring a garbage bag. I'll bring a flashlight and I have a gun.
Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Okay, here, the limbs right here. 1, 2, 3. Right here. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we have to go deeper.
Stay with me.
Yeah.
A bunch in front of us right here.
All right. Can you come with me? I'm scared. Okay.
Ton. Nice.
Nice.
A bunch over here as well.
Oh, lots of girthy meat.
Mother load, mother load.
Yep, nice. 6 more, 6 more. Deeper. Deeper.
One right here. One right here as well.
4 more.
One over here. Oh, in the.
Oh,
In this.
flashlight on?
Meat over here.
Yep. Uh-oh, someone's here.
3 more. Up over here. This bush is moving. Let's see.
Meat.
Over here. 2
Oh,
more.
nice. Nice, nice, nice.
And then the last one's probably around here somewhere.
Wait, yeah, okay. Good idea.
Right here.
Oh, babe.
Yeah, I heard that.
Not good.
Follow me.
Coming.
Oh!
Girl.
Oh, wait. Oh, we're lost.
No, there's look at the trash can over here.
Oh, here we are. Someone's here.
Okay.
Okay. I'm on my way!
Oh, that's right. Cool.
Greetings, may I purchase these fine alcoholic beverages this evening?
Oh, you're so
Yeah,
sus.
yeah, right, buddy. Marcus Thompson?
Oh.
It's like, what are we doing?
What?
Nope. What?
They were fine.
What happened? No, they weren't, bro.
Okay.
It was the wrong ID.
Oh, sorry. Finest alcoholic beverages.
It was literally a completely different person.
Oh, okay.
How's the gas station? Oh, it was a fake ID. Oh, no, they're never mind. Well, they're dead. Ricky Lawson, Rickatron 3000. One lazy eye usually buys exactly 2 packs of cookies. He's not buying cookies.
Interesting.
Switching it up tonight. Gotta keep life interesting.
I think you're lying.
I'm alive. What do you want me to bitch myself for you, dumbass?
Ooh.
College dropout. I dropped out of college because I'm not wasting life away. I make my own hours. Him not buying 2 packs of cookies is crazy.
I don't like that.
Bad night to switch things up, pal. Carl, you want to do your classic move?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me go grab it.
I might have killed a kid. That's my bad, guy. I was just shocked at the fucking ID, how it was literally nowhere close to looking like him.
Oh. Oh, yeah. It's time we gotta board it up.
Ow.
You let 2 doppelgangers.
Oh, we're in trouble.
We have to board.
Here we go.
Board it up. Board it up.
So, Carl, hiding for half... Oh, shotgun!
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got some stuff. I'll get the flamethrower. We need to hide.
Yeah, hide for half of it. We have to switch it up, though, okay?
I hate to see them try. Alright, I'm gonna hide first. Oh wait, what's this?
Alright, good luck. Don't hide yet until the final seconds, okay?
I'm laying a trap down. Yeah.
It's on me.
Let me know when he's on that trap near you. You see the trap?
This looking thing?
Yeah, it's a square thing on the floor. Let me know if he's near. Oh shit.
I'm near it, bro.
Alright, go away from it. Talking and moving makes noise. Good, I'm making noise. Come in here, loser.
Why do the rats fucking open doors?
True.
I think you honestly put that trap in front of this door right here. Straight up.
Hold. Oh, I can't. It's already...
Okay. Come here, loser, you piece of shit! Over here! You entity! You entity!
Oop.
over here! I'm not afraid anymore! Yo! Come on over here! Woo, woo, woo!
Chemist warehouse. Why pay more?
Oh, he's right here. Hold on, I'm gonna throw a grenade at him.
Lure him in.
Hit him again. Over here, bitch!
Woo!
And stay down.
Like a glove.
Yeah, if it fits, it should.
Guys,
That's how you do it.
I mean, it's like, hey.
It's like, let me put all this meat away. Let me throw all this shit out, huh? This game's crazy.
Yeah.
Yum.
Yum. We did it though.
I think we might have thrown. I mean, we might have gotten some kids killed, and we let some doppelgangers get.
I think a
out.
car. I think I stuffed up with a car. Never didn't have it yet.
I thought you were good with cars.
I'm fine. Let's go.
All right.
Hopefully this is the right bus again.
True.
Yippee!
Nice. Let's see how bad we did. Uh-oh.
We don't.
Quota missed.
What does that mean?
Okay.
Oh.
Worm's joining us for the next.
Oh, we gotta lock in.
Okay, we have to lock in.
Yeah, it was doppelganger. Car didn't have an engine. I didn't check the thing. Ricky was human.
Dead.
Kid was a.
Oh, fuck ass glasses was a human. That was just a visual bug, I guess.
Okay. Guys, my bad.
Ricky Lawson was also a human, and Hao Chen was a human as well. Oops.
Okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Guys, we got it wrong.
Hey, cats.
Yay!
I'm gonna clean everything up.
Yeah, clean everything up. Okay, we have to be really diligent today.
Yeah.
No more willy-nilly. Oh!
What?
Back to Chameleon, Carla, come here. Come here, come here, come here, come here. What the fuck is that? Over here. Look at this.
Oh, he looks at you when you walk. Ah! Oh! 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 Did you just see that? Did you just see it attack me?
No, it attacked me, man.
It attacked me! Oh!
No, it attacked me.
Oh my god, I made a noise I never made before.
I think I just shit.
Look, this
I
is
gotta
your
go clean it
this
up.
is your profile. Look, not your profile. This is your art. Come here. Fuck it.
No, I made that.
Oh, you can. Oh!
I literally made that.
I thought the dev was just funny. Okay.
No,
Calendar.
No, I'm funny.
Oh, yeah, you are. Calendar killer to strike tomorrow. Residents urged to stay indoors as the 8th approaches, with the calendar killer known to target 8 victims on the 8th of each month.
What the hell was that? Ew, there's poop everywhere. Ew! There's dark shit in here. That was me, you're probably right.
He's gonna be angry. I love that. Oh, sorry guys, that was that was scary. Even I didn't like. That was a crazy jump scare.
Jared, it's how it is, man. You know? We need to make some money.
Can you?
That was Mecha Chameleon vibes, though. No?
Can you check the notice board, please, so we can start?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Calendar killer to strike tomorrow. Wait, why do they know that?
Thieves.
These.
Yeah, I already have this, but we have to catch them.
What up, band? Man, how was the thing?
She has a condition with one leg. Okay, Louisa with a long leg's fine. Okay.
You're gas like tired or gas like hype? Carla's scream came from her fucking gut.
Guys, Chris, Louisa with the long leg is fine.
Okay.
But this...
I have a burger in my head.
Oh, Beth, don't
$10,
think...
Let's go.
Pudge, go for it.
Oh, that doesn't look right. Carla, that's not right.
I
Her face
don't...
is gone.
Wait, let me just check something. Head.
She's all brain.
Little
She's all
scarred, you happy? Hurry the fuck up. Alright, get her.
brain. Okay, bye. Wait, did they really? That's funny as fuck.
Oh, the long leg is within normal human range.
A bear! What? Big dog, what is that? It's a bear.
Okay.
What are we supposed to do about this?
Good evening, my name is
Good
Herbert.
evening, my name is Herbert. What a splendid shop you have here. I enjoy shops other humans often do. You know what, Herbert? Fuck it, dude. Have fun. He gave me a leaf for his ID.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Bye, Herbert. That was really funny. I don't think you can look him up. Herbert. Let me see. Herbert. Yeah, no. Hey, let's get these things. Let's see here. Who's this? This is, Louisa Marie. Right leg is shorter than her left leg.
Oh, wait, Louisa. Hold. Okay.
Oh my god, her poor leg.
Wait, we have to talk about this. So he said that she has a longer leg, but it has to be normal human long. So I don't think that's good.
What do you mean that's not good? They just dropped a bunch of grenades off in here.
Yeah, I bought that.
Did you order grenades? Oh.
Yeah, I did. So right leg shorter than the left leg, but I don't think that's normal. Because it has to be...
The leg thing, I was born with it, got used to
It's too long. It's too long. It's too long.
Yeah, that's silly.
It's longer, but not that long.
Yeah, she's dead. That's fucked up. It's fucked up. This person's drinking gas. There's a cow here. What's happening? Oh, Carl, we're hallucinating.
What? What's
That
happening?
person's drinking gas. There's a cow.
There's a naked man
Where?
coming into the store.
No one will ever believe you. What? What's happening? You ever stop and think, what if they're just trying to survive, same as us? Oh, this is not good. Maury Seagrave. Army veteran, muscular build, bullet graze on his left ear. That guy just stole.
I got it.
Kill that. Kill him.
I'm not killing him. I just got the stuff back.
Okay. Hair's been cut the same since 43. Never saw a reason to change. Honestly? Wait, hold on. He has a bandage on, but he doesn't normally have a bandage on.
Can you look up Grace Wong?
Well, hold on one second. This guy has a band-aid on his head. Why would he have a bullet crates on his left ear though.
989A.
The motion thing is gone.
Gray SUV. Can you look up? Can you look up something for me?
Yeah, but who's? I don't know if this guy is.
Okay, I'll look it up. Look at it.
Hold on.
What?
What were you saying? Grace what?
Grace Wong.
Okay. What about her? She's unemployed.
Unemployed. 1966.
Yeah.
Hold.
We need food. Do we order more food?
We
Order
can, yeah.
products. I can't.
La 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 la. La la la.
Can you do it for? Can you do
La
it?
la la la.
One second.
La la la. La la la. La la la. La 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 la.
Let me see if he has a son.
Smell it.
If he has a son.
The last series of events, the cow walking and then the person chugging gas.
Okay.
Face card is back, shitting again. This person only shits. This girl just shits. Dude. That's it. She's just a shitter.
Okay, I believe her.
Food.
I will now. I'm just letting this person go.
La la la.
What if that girl like only likes shitting in gas stations? So like this is her favorite time of day.
That's fair.
Thanks. Another hat. A little guy hat. Shan. If Shan's lurking. A little guy hat.
Wait, how little is it?
Look at my head. Look at my head.
What the hell?
Oh wait. Oh, this is the real one. Oh my god, dude, this is probably the real one.
That's the real one, yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Wow.
Is their name Louisa?
Hi. Yeah.
Alright.
That's crazy. I can't believe we saw the real one. More people coming in. Thank you for stocking, by the way. You're a W.
Thanks.
Okay.
Little cute little Tootsie.
Yeah, we're kind of making bank. Hello, dear. Just picking up a few things for my husband, Harold. Okay, hold on. Yeah, right.
Check.
Judith Calhoun.
See if Harold's alive.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if Harold's still alive. Harold Calhoun. He's deceased.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, he's actually dead. Oh, no worries. So are you. Go join him.
Oh, wait, the sledgehammer so we can smash up the stuff instead of, Nice.
Oh, smart.
Yeah. Oh, look at this funky hat, man.
Yeah, this guy's whipping it out. I'm shooting his fucking, I'm shooting him for sure. This guy has bad vibes. Bad vibes, this man. Ever wonder where doppelgangers come from? There was a report a year back said they grow out of fears, negative emotions specifically. A couple weeks later, every scientist involved was dead. Jaws torn clean off. That's the dentist. Victor Hale. He doesn't even have a picture. Private investigator.
We put
March 21st.
Oh, wait.
I always avoid net when they try to take pictures of me. I don't particularly trust them. I feel like not having a picture is kind of crazy, right?
I agree.
Carla, what do you think?
No, I think that's weird. Why isn't there no photo?
Oh, so this girl just stole.
Did she? The buzzer didn't go off.
You're right. This is what all the detectives
Fuck
right
off,
now,
Grandma.
so we get it.
What the hell?
I mean, maybe he's okay. See if there's any other Hales.
Oh yeah, C, that's a good point.
I mean, he's in the database and he has no picture, so like maybe he's good. His ID has no picture too.
Yeah, that's weird.
You know what? Maybe he's fine.
I don't know, man.
But if he ends up being sus, I'm shooting him in the head.
We need to figure. No. Stay aware.
said stay
Great.
aware. Okay. Okay, buddy.
Use the sledgehammer. Wait.
Oh.
That's right.
Okay, this
Oh, they
girl's
ate it.
tall as hell.
Never mind. Okay.
3G, I don't know, but the fact that there's no photo on the computer also means he's probably okay. You look tense, darling. Smile. I don't bite unless you ask nicely. Now, hold on.
Now, girl.
Diana Volkov. Girl. She's a model. Wears silver hooped earrings.
Yeah, Silver's.
Fading rose tattoo on the right thigh. Right thigh tattoos? That's right thigh? Is it fading? Carla, get out of there!
I'm looking.
Carla, get out of there! No, the tongue, you freak!
I
Look, get up!
forgot I had
Get
the
out of
tongue.
there.
Sorry. I think it's fading. Go have a look.
No, I'm good!
I forgot about the tongue tattoo. Sorry. I forgot about that.
Oh my god.
I don't think it's faded. Let me
Sometimes
check
I
again.
even
Let me
keep my
check.
clothes on. Oh my god. She's really tall.
Is that faded? I don't know if that's faded. Can you check for me? Like, seriously, I don't think that's faded.
Let me see. I can't. That looks pretty new.
That's what I'm saying.
And are those silver hoops?
Yeah.
They're not in her ear right.
You've been looking very closely.
That's a fresh tattoo, I feel like. I'm gonna ask her about it. But you ask her about
23 looks pretty good on me, don't you think? I did, and she said, oh, a close look, huh?
it. All the more for you to look at, huh?
I don't know about
Alright.
this one.
You know what? Tell me and I'll do it.
Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Alright.
Hi, guys.
I hate to shoot a small queen, but what can you do? This guy just ran out.
Oh. Who was a doppelganger?
Okay.
All right, let's barricade.
Okay, here we go. Okay. One is not bad.
Barricade. Not clean.
I'm trying. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
My bad. Just trying to make it look nice.
Girl.
Getting yelled at for making the place. look a
Girl,
little nicer.
it's not a yell.
Was the bear? Oh, come on.
What?
The bear was chill. Trevor was chill, dude.
All right, get the gun.
Okay. I got the grenades too.
Hell yeah. Bears don't talk. No, guys.
The cow went. No one will ever believe you. That's so funny.
All right, we got them.
Carla, where are you gonna hide?
Look here.
That whole series of events was crazy.
Chris! Whoa! Oh, I'm gonna die. I might perish. I'm out of ammo. Oh. Nice, guys.
The fuck?
Like a glove.
Oh my god.
You right, King?
Yeah, I guess.
Perfect.
Are we, bro? Are we?
Are we what?
Bro, there's like a freaky little, like, baby. What the hell is that, man? On a day's work. Yeah, that's right.
Real. Andy, we're so good. We just had a bit of a...
I'm ready to take the bus out of here.
You know, we had a bit of a moment, but we're good.
Sub with Prime. Hey guys, this is a Prime check. If anyone has Twitch Prime right now in any chats, and you have one available, might be a play.
True.
It might be a play.
The sign said it.
Carla's or mine. The sign said it.
Oh, let's go.
Anna, one in charge. Ashley, thanks for the resubs. Appreciate it, by the way. All right, let's get out of here.
Hi Andy. Hello everyone that I didn't get to see. Sorry, I'm so locked in with this game, but I hope you're enjoying it.
Okay. Telepass with the Prime!
Oh, we got quota. Whoa.
Oh.
That's okay.
Kill 2 Humes. Let's see.
Hi
Who's
Flo.
Dan Day with the Prime. Let's go. 1 year.
Woo!
A news broadcast plays. The killer known as the Calendar Killer is scheduled to be active tomorrow, following their pattern of killing 8 people on the 8th of every month since July. Stay safe, stay inside, stay alert.
Oh no.
Wait, Carla, I'm getting so many primes right now. Are you?
No, but I'm happy for you. Truly. That wasn't sarcasm. Get those primes, King. You deserve it. We're looking for frogs with the prime!
Morris Seagrave was a human.
Thank
oh,
you.
Fuck. He just maybe got hurt his head or something.
Oh, look. The Herbert.
We
Looking
killed
for frogs
model
just
was a human.
resubbed for 4 months.
Oh. Good answer. Good answer. Frogs, thank you. That's really nice. I appreciate it. Thanks, Stoll. Thank
We
you,
got a
thank you.
hype train from the primes. You're muted this whole time, by the way.
Oh, wait. Should we do a shared?
What shared? What a shared hype train?
Yeah.
How's that work?
I
Just
don't
share
know.
chat for a second, then unshare after.
I have no idea.
All right, guys, we're gonna share chat for a sec for the hype train, and then we'll unshare after.
Does it work? I don't know if it will.
Yeah,
Oh!
share hype train.
Whoa! We did that in Japan, I think. Woo! Oos!
Hey.
Oos! 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 Shared
What up,
hype
guys?
train.
What up, Clunch?
Shared hype train. Yellow!
Wait, I'm gonna go get a water.
Okay. I'll hold down the fort.
Bro, we killed the model who was a good person.
My bad. She was just a bit sus. Oh my
No, she was.
god,
I'll
that's
be right back, one
fun.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Pussy tussin'. Pussy tussin'. Pussy tussin'.
I'm going down to the club. But
Thank you, Kyle.
pussy tussin'.
Clun Shack Hype
Clown 2000 has
Train!
gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
Oh, I got the DVD thing on my screen this whole time. Oh, my bad. Whoopsies. The bear was good for it. No, I agree. Oh, Mother of Cats to Chris! Oh, this is a fun little hype train. I love this. Aww. Is this fun on PC? I've only ever had it on chat when I was in Japan. Hello, Shaq. Hello, Clunt's been here the whole time. Are you enjoying it, guys? Vibe check? Oh, L. Thank you. The Prime?
Hi, tatas.
Oh my god.
Akikana just resubbed
That's
for
what
2
she
months.
said. Akikana, thank you, doll. Cod, thank you so much. Ant, thank you so much. Oh, Al, thank you, double resub.
Put your ass
In both Shack and Arena.
Cobra Game Time just subscribed.
Satan with the
Carl's
Prime.
Gritty.
Sweet to the sub with Chris. Shan dude. Ratty girly. What I wouldn't give for a hug from Shan.
And 3R0S underscore
What I
just
wouldn't
resubbed
pay
for
just to be in
14
Shan's
months.
arms again.
Hi.
Thank you.
Hope games are going well.
Oh.
Thank you for the sub.
Caitlin for Chris.
Put your ass away, child.
Candy to me.
One odd owl just subscribed.
Andy. Oh my god, this is a Clunt Shack hype train for real. Clax. Chris. Chris, get in here.
Not underscore
Chris!
today underscore Satan just
What?
resubbed for 9
Whoa,
months.
we're getting a shared hype train, brother.
Did Sam give 5?
Yes.
But I'm pussy tussin'.
I told her to.
Oh, I've been thanking your subs as well.
Going down to the club, but
Oh,
I'm
thank you.
pussy
Yeah, she
tossing.
was
Pussy tossing.
she has 3 counts on her right now.
Oh, thank
Shandu
you.
has gifted 5 subs.
Oh my
Guys,
god.
once the
Naughty
hype train
boy.
ends, hype train ends, the field trip ends. So
Lake Titi
True, yeah.
while we're vibing, good to see you all.
Hakuna.
Yeah,
Hannah!
nice to get some of the forbidden fig.
My
Tizzle.
tatas.
My god. Megan, my
Parfetum Candy
god.
just subbed for 22 months.
Titi Kaka.
With the 5.
Crash, that's funny.
Hakuna.
Shan living my dream. Carbon and cats. I know.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Thanks for the 1 bit.
Andy underscore Schmundy just subscribed.
Thank you.
Thank you for the sub.
Guys, we're honestly equal.
Away, child.
Look at the
Oliver,
percentage.
58.
Look at the
M
percentage.
Sleazy
43.
just subscribed.
Level 6.
I
Wow.
Emily!
Thank you for the sub.
Hey, you don't go to the 5.
I didn't.
Put
I
your
was.
ass away,
When I said
child.
shared hype train, I was joking. I didn't think
Marlin
people would actually get this excited. This is so
1598
cute.
just subscribed.
Yeah.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Pussy tussin'.
Who's next?
Pussy tussin'. Pussy tussin'.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy
Faded
tossing.
with the 28.
Aubrey, Sully, Kyle!
Emily has gifted
Wow,
5
with the
subs.
22.
Naughty boy.
Well, oh wait,
You
are we
naughty
winning?
boy.
It shows you
Aquakyle
percentages.
2000
I'm
has
53, you're
gifted a sub to
47.
Price is Short.
But you were winning
Oh, we're
before.
losing.
I'm going down to the club.
Oh, we're in the
Pussy
5.
tossing.
Oh my god!
Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Pussy tussin'. Pussy tussin'. Pussy tussin'.
We're
That's
all
one
winners.
Alright, you're
Emily
winning
has
again, man.
gifted
Alright,
5
you're
subs.
winning again.
Naughty
What the fuck? We
boy.
just skipped level 7.
I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty, nasty, nasty. This is like a TikTok battle.
Yeah. The TikTok battles are so weird because it'll be like people who like are fake political
Sully
guys.
Shadari has gifted
Wait,
8
true
Hagrids
rate.
to viewers.
You know what I mean? It'll be like people who are like clearly not
Thank you for the sub.
one way or the other, but like wearing the hats to
your
fuck
ass
with.
away.
That's funny. Thank you,
Yeah.
Hale.
Hail Shade 1 just subscribed.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
basically
Mind
the,
if I
the
join
Dead by
Babe?
Daylight
Thank
Pride icon
you,
is
thank you,
sick.
pigs. I know, I love it. We
Is that
keep the
new?
hype train. Yeah, it dropped today.
Whoa,
Yeah, Shaq.
that looks really cool.
I'm going down
Feels
to
so
the club,
good.
but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Megan?
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing.
Now hold on.
You get to be watching DVD.
Pussy tossing.
Yeah, so when you're in the DVD
Megan
category,
has gifted 5
we could play
subs.
after this.
Naughty
You gift one
boy.
sub and you get it. Or resub.
Or we change the DVD right now while people are gifting that you all get one.
I don't know if it works, but we can try.
Someone got a free beanie? Who got the free beanie?
Free beanie, what's that? What does that mean? I don't know if this will
Whitney.
work.
Whitney, let me know.
I don't know if this works.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
All right, guys,
I
so stop
don't.
here. You'll get
pussy
the
tossing.
cool
Pussy tossing.
gay
I'm going down
badge.
to the club, but I'm
Pussy tussin'. Pussy tussin'.
pussy
Pussy tussin'. Thank you, Idon. Thank you, Megan.
Idon 2738 has gifted
Let me know if it
5
works,
subs.
guys, because it might not for a
Naughty
little
boy.
bit. But if it does, hell yeah.
Oh my god, jerk bones! It takes a minute to kick in, okay.
Okay.
Put your ass away, child.
Aquakyle 2000 just subscribed.
Yeah, Whitney or Faded, whoever was the one who got it, DM me on Discord. Oh, it was Faded Unicorn for the beanie alert. Okay, Faded, I got you.
Oh, nice.
Also, Whitney, you know what? You get one too since people said it was you, so you don't get sad now. We'll get you both.
Oh, that's cool.
That way it's
Kyle,
not
thank
awkward.
you. Idon, thank you.
But just message me on Discord.
My
I can send it for you.
goat. I've been a nasty
Oh my god,
girl.
everyone's getting the fucking badge right now.
Yeah. Get the badge.
Good night, Shauna, take care.
I had my creator icon up this whole time we were playing from before.
What's the creator icon? What do you mean?
Because I was playing DBD before, I had DBD creator on my screen this whole time playing this game.
Okay, let's get some sales.
Oh, yeah, true. You're right.
I'll grab it. Should I grab a cat while we have a hype train?
Why not? Shut up,
Let me
Drake!
get a cat, guys.
Thank you for the sub.
Oh my god.
Put your ass away, child.
Grab a cat, who cares?
Lil B
I
Machine
wish.
just subscribed. Rah.
Rah!
Well, I never.
Thank you for the biddies, pig. I appreciate it. Wait, look at all the gay icons. Yeah. The closest you'll get to playing DBD. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the sub.
Tormic
Put your
Chance.
ass away, child.
Thank you.
Tormic2
Hi,
just
Stinky.
subscribed.
Thank you for the sub.
Cute.
Put your ass away, child.
Thank you for 5 months. Thank
Two
you
chums
for
on
the
this call
gifted
just
chums.
subscribed.
Heather, thank you for the gifted. My god.
Thank you for the sub.
We are not playing DBD.
Tori,
I was
put
playing
your ass
earlier,
away, child.
Tori, but then we're just cheating the system and getting the badges.
Heather55 just subscribed.
Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Sure, cat. Wait, too soon. Too soon. Damn it. Ah. Nah, I'm joking. Oh, that's so cute.
Ooh, good yawn.
Thank you for the
Tori, I was playing earlier though.
Put your ass away.
I might play
child.
later.
Anonymous just subscribed.
I'm checking my email for Mildred. Oh, what a cutie.
Witty, if you can message my name, just click my name and send me a message on Discord.
I didn't get it because I gifted before refresh. Oh no. Okay.
Really
Thank you
good.
for the sub.
Pepsi.
Put your ass away, child.
We are still playing this
Pepsi
game, guys.
Marlin
We're just
just
trying to get people
subscribed.
the badge if it worked. I'm not too sure.
Thank
I
you
gave
for the
it.
sub.
Thank you.
Apparently
Did you
working,
get
I
it?
think.
Put
Are
your
they
ass
working?
away, child.
Yeah, it's working.
Marlena,
Yep.
Pepsi, Anonymous.
La
getting the game
Mariposa
back.
underscore Marlena
What up,
just
Pepsi Man?
subscribed. Always a great
I
vibe
want to
here.
feel included. This is all I have.
Perfect.
For me?
Well, I
That's my
never.
rainbow burger, real good.
Guys, not the level 10. Jesus Christ.
Level 10. Hand
Look,
up, give me a
Harry.
But I'm
Pussy Tassin. Oh, Con,
Pussy
Kyle.
Pussy
Look,
Tussin.
Harry.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Pussy Tassin.
Oh,
Pussy Tassin. Pussy Tassin.
highest is 12.
Mulcary has gifted 5 subs.
Oh my
Naughty
god.
boy.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Oh my.
Put your ass
Chris can
away,
take this
child.
dub. The crown looks good on him.
Aqua Kyle 2000 just subscribed.
Yeah. Pussy
No,
Tassin.
guys,
Pussy
come on.
Tassin.
Blunts.
No. I mean that.
Put your ass away,
No.
There you go.
Concrete
You're getting
8
some, you're getting
TH
some.
No.
just subscribed.
Guys, look at that hat.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
I've been best for the castle.
Fighting underscore global just subscribed.
Thank you for the sub.
Wait, fighting. Thank you, doll.
Put your ass away, child.
I got a phone call.
Northstar00
Victoria.
just subscribed.
I thought it was
Okay,
the
Faded
thingy.
and Witty, you guys are getting the beanies.
Marianne, thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, Al.
As
Thank
well.
you, M. Thank you, Star. Thank you, Global.
Oh my god. Wait,
I'm going down to the club.
What?
Pussy tossin'. Pussy tossin'.
bro,
Pussy
sorry.
tossin'.
No,
I'm going
Nick's
down to the
full.
club, but I'm
Oh, yeah.
pussy tossin'.
Sandra, thank you. My
Guys.
God.
Only Odd Owl has gifted 5
Thank
subs.
you, Mads. Thank
Naughty
you.
boy.
My God.
Look at that.
Thank you for the sub.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Wow.
Marianne just subscribed.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Pussy Tossin. Pussy Tossin. Pussy Tossin.
I'm going
Nick's my goat.
pussy tossin'. Pussy
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Not necessary.
Agent Xander has gifted 5
Thank you for
subs.
supporting my friend Chris
Naughty
as well.
boy.
Seriously.
Biddies?
That means a lot to me
Well, I never.
that he's getting support.
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away, child. Mads, thank you again. Thank you, Xander. Thank you, everyone.
The way people probably think we're actually playing.
I know. You may have to refresh if you want to see bad show up. Oh, nice.
Yeah, no, you don't have to give 5. Only one gift that you get.
I'm going
Only
down.
one you get.
Izzle.
Miss me, you're the reason this is
Izzle.
happening. I can't cry anymore.
I'm going down to
And refresh as well, guys. You can get it. Wait, actually, matter of fact, I'm gonna give one to you because I want that.
I don't.
Idon
Izzle.
2738 has gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
Highest level hype train I've gotten. I don't even know
Thank
actually.
you for the sub.
Maybe
Put your ass away, child.
I actually don't know.
Just Hizzle just
I
subscribed.
don't. Is shared the max? Is 11 max for shared?
Is Moo in here? Where's Moo?
Shared
Moo, how
train
long
record
you
is
been here?
12.
Moo, the door's closed.
Moo!
You naughty boy.
Chris?
Who snuck in here?
Wait, why is
Chris
Chris gifting a
Melberger has
sub?
gifted a sub to So Human and
Oh, to get the badge.
Who say hi?
Moo, I miss you.
Thank you for the
Chris,
sub.
Izzle, I don't
Put
thank
your ass
you.
away, child.
Pretty
Chris
girly.
Melberger just subscribed.
Your max is 14, Chris is 12. Okay. Got you. You're about to hit your hype train, your shared hype train
Record?
record. Yes, thank you.
Well, I don't even know. What's my actual hype train record? I don't know at all.
Lauren.
Wow, Moo, wow. Good, good, good.
Other way around. Oh, sorry. Oh, 12. No, I am. Never mind. Yours is 14. Mine's 12. Shared.
You've hit like level like 20 something before.
I think solo maybe 26. I don't know. And then shared is 12 for me. Her bunny ear hat.
Cards or something? Like, what's up? What are we doing?
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away,
Put your ass away, child.
Tori Santiago just subscribed.
Tori.
Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna open up some cards.
Rip a pack. Then we'll get back to our shift.
I got 2 packs.
Welcome to the BBC. Up next,
Peppa Pig's dad gets porked.
Find out tonight. Will he become
2 packs. What just happened? What just happened? Did someone go nuts?
Just a casual 20?
She's having a reaction.
What the hell?
Sweetry has gifted 20
What happened?
subs.
20
Naughty
subs!
boy.
Daddy's
Let's go!
favorite! Daddy's favorite! Thank you so much, sweet. Thank you, Tori. Jesus Christ.
I got 2 packs. 2 packs.
Daddy's
magic.
favorite.
Mega Evolution. Give
Thank
me a
you,
gold and say no.
guys. Oh my god. Sweet, that's so fucking kind.
Okay, here we go,
Please make
guys.
sure you're saying thank you if you got a sub. Thank you. Oh my god. What's going on today? Let me see
Little
gold,
boy.
baby. See gold. Your daddy's favorite for real.
No problem. First pack done.
Do you have 3 packs?
2.
A gold during the shared hype train. Oh, true.
Yo, Saint gifting us up. Thank you, Saint.
Yeah.
Last pack magic.
Come on.
Thank you for the sub.
Scallywag.
I'm
Ass
sorry.
away, child.
What the hell? Thank you.
Scallywag just subscribed.
Here we go, guys.
You got
Thank you all
this,
for giving
King.
the subs. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Becca,
Come on, give
thank
us,
you.
Give us the Charizard.
Put your
for
ass
Fantastic
away,
Four.
child.
Oh my god.
Becca Schmecker just subscribed.
No problem.
Back. Thank you all for the subs, guys. That's incredibly generous. Thank you. Guys, Shaq, Clunts, Clack, if you will. Thank you so much. Jesus.
Sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Lamariposa _ Marlene
Clack!
just subscribed.
Guys, I love Clack if I can say that. Always a pleasure gaming with the Clack. Thank you so much, Marlena. Thank you, Beck. Thank you, Scallywag. Sweet. Thank you so much. That's
What
so
else do I got over
beautiful.
here?
Thank you everyone so much. It means so much to me. Like I'm not gonna be cheesy right now on main, but thank
Oh, I got
you.
some boxes back here, man.
Good old last clack magic. Last clack magic.
Last clack magic.
Yep. Be cheesy on main. I love you guys. No, I appreciate the support more than you know. Seriously. I wouldn't be able to stream
I'll open this right now.
and
If
do
we get to level 13, I'll open it right now. You got 30 seconds.
For me? Well, I
What is it?
Carl's love.
What is that? What is that?
Partner collection.
Holy shit.
I'm going down to
Megan! Hoosie!
Five. Thank you, Megan. 5.
No, you've honestly been my strength and my light, guys. Not just saying that.
Thank you, Meg.
I'm very lucky to have the platform I do.
Gifted 5 subs.
Not just saying that.
Naughty boy.
Level 12. 800 bits from Tri Steph. Is it enough?
Put it back!
I can't tell.
It's done. Put it back. Oh, fuck it. You know what? Everyone's been so generous. Do it.
Still opening.
It said 12 technically. It
Here we
said
go.
12 technically. For the
Congrats on all
clack.
those, things you just got.
For the clack. Thank you guys. My gourds.
All right, perfect order first. And then we're gonna get back to the game at hand here.
For the clack.
Clock is crazy. Are you drinking coffee?
No, it's a hot chocolate.
Muted.
Oh, no, it's a hot chocolate.
You!
Oh, guy!
Dead and A! That's a good one.
Cute.
Wait, that's actually good. Let's fucking go.
Yep.
Yo, Megan, thank you, dude. And then one more. Chaos fucking Rising.
Rising.
Okay, here we go. Chaos Rising.
We need this.
Dead and A, dude.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, every single
Give me the
person.
Greninja real quick. Nah, come on. Or a Froakie.
Thanks, guys.
Ooh, I'll take a Greninja. There you go. Look at that.
Okay.
We'll take it. And then, do we get the Johto starters, Carla?
Yes.
All right.
Open it. I'm gonna pee after this as well.
Okay. Here we go, guys. Johto
Let's
would be
go.
Cool. I wouldn't mind Sobble either. Sobble, Scorbunny, and
Jones.
Grookey, I think. Or is it Snivy? I think it's Grookey. Here we go. Oh my god, Johto again, dude. Cyndaquil. Oh my god, Chikorita and Totodile.
What the hell? Hand him over.
When you get over here, maybe I will.
Ah, deliver them.
Johto, let's go.
All right, I'm gonna pee. I'm
Alright.
gonna run an ad and pee.
Yeah, go piss. Oh my god, that's so lucky. All right, Clunce, Shaq, say goodbye. We'll say goodbye once she gets back. But we're gonna unshare so people can stop being overstimmed. But this was fun. Dude, that's so sick. I'm so stoked on these. Check phone, but don't say anything is crazy. I got you, dude. I got you, man. Sammy, no problem. I got you. Guys, Shandu should not be the his leaderboard still with 7 for the month. Come on. Sammy, I got you. Wait, Sammy, no raid is crazy.
What is he doing?
Ellie got it? What the fuck? Sammy, I got you also. Look.
Wait, can I see it? I don't know what we're doing.
We're different now.
Chris looking for the raid? What happened? What's the goss? What's the goss? I'm confused.
Nothing. This
the hell?
seems crazy. Ludwig is in Road to Empress.
Wait, Sammy, are you booting it up to play it?
Boot it back up, dude. All right, bye, Klons. Bye, Shaq. I'm out of here. No, I'm kidding.
Bye, Clack.
Absolutely. The wig is kind of crazy.
Looks so good.
Shunt.
What is this called? Shift at midnight? Oh.
All right. You ready to get back to it?
Yep.
Game. What? Yeah, Sammy, this game rocks.
I'm going down.
Virgil!
Pussy tossing.
What the hell?
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
I'm going down to the
Alright,
club
here we
and
go.
I'm pussy tossing.
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Thank you, my god.
Virgil and
There's
Co has
one
gifted
clip
5
that I think
subs.
that happened.
Naughty boy.
That is genuinely like so much fucking shit happening at once.
Really?
That was so funny to me.
Which one?
Yeah, dude, wait. You might have missed all of this. Did you see the person drinking gas?
No. Was that the one with the cow?
Okay. Dude, yeah. So there was literally, it was like so many things happened at once. Did anyone, I want to actually show Carla this because it was genuinely crazy.
Sweet. What a shame. Thank you so much. And Virgil, thank you so much. Thank you, guys. So lovely of you.
Yeah, and then the cow said, no one will believe you.
That's hilarious because I didn't see a cow.
Sammy, I'm going to check and see. We might be screwed though.
What does that mean?
Oh, here we go. This whole scene is nuts.
Pixel.
I'm sending this to you.
Okay.
I'm going to watch you watch it.
Okay. Are you ready?
Wait, don't watch it yet.
Okay.
Okay, watch it now.
Okay.
That's fucked up. I'm shooting her.
It's longer, but not that long.
Yeah, she's dead. That's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's this person's drinking gas. There's a cow here. What's happening? Oh, Carl, we're hallucinating. That person was drinking gas. There's a cow.
I didn't see that cow.
There's a naked man.
Where? No one will
Coming
ever.
to the
No one will
store.
ever believe you. What is happening?
Wait, that's funny because I didn't see that on my screen. I didn't see that on my screen. It was only on your screen. That's so funny.
Oh my god! So the cow was client side.
Yeah. I did not see that. Like,
What?
yeah. It was
Dude,
because
that's
I
so
ran
smart.
through it.
The way it goes, no one will believe you is so funny.
True. Oh, are you the host? Maybe that's why.
Maybe I gotta be the host.
Hi, Sluggy.
Like you wouldn't. Because I'm going, there's a cow, and you didn't even react. You're like,
No,
yeah, I'm sure, man.
because there was no cow for me.
We were callous and Kiato.
Roadwork delays expected. Oh no! Look at this. Louise Kennedy, 24, passed away unexpectedly this week. Remembered for her kindness and bright spirit, she will be deeply missed. So if someone comes in as
Okay, so
Louise
she's
Kennedy.
Yep, she's so coming in.
Oh, great.
Easily. No cockroach.
Great.
Cockroach.
Roaches. Use a mop to squash them when you see them.
A mop, okay.
We need more decor. Okay, I'm gonna get some decor.
I'm gonna talk to this man. This is our guy. Hey, bud, I'm sure you heard about the calendar killer by now. He's no joke. Stay alert tonight. I'd love to stay and help, but between the two serial killers active, the police force is spread too thin. I'm gonna stay out there protecting unarmed. But stay safe tonight, all right? If I
You
come back
ran
tomorrow,
past
you're
her.
dead,
I
I'll kill you.
did.
I'll already be dead.
You're so right.
Oh my God, shush.
Oh, Max got you. So you got the same
Sheriff,
thing.
best in town. 39, also wears glasses. Yeah, he's probably fine.
What is it?
He's always good for it, I feel like.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Yeah, there's so many
Riot
roaches
underscore
here.
ghost type just
our place is
subscribed. Nintendo 64.
Oh, Jade. Oh no.
What?
Get a load
What?
of this one.
Okay, let's. Oh yeah, right, Jade. Let me see. That is me.
Oh no.
I was born into the earth. Recently.
Nick.
She's
Oh.
gone. She's gone. Let me grab $17 of gas. Call ceiling. I didn't.
Where?
Things. Get back the items. Okay, you fucking idiot.
Flames.
A local mom and pop shop.
Flame. Black modified police Hummer. Flame decals on the side. Okay,
We're
okay,
not
okay.
a shop. We shoot rats inside with people. I might even be here.
Balls.
Whose burger is this? There's a burger here.
8 victims of the. Oh. Interesting. Is that sus?
Carla, did you order a burger?
No, it's a decoration.
Oh, what the fuck? It's yummy looking.
I know.
Can you clear up this fucking shit?
I just don't know if this guy's real. Like, he's a bit weird.
He looks like Will Ferrell. Kill him.
Can you look over this guy for me? And I'll clean this up.
You got a bunch of soccer balls. What's up, champ?
Nintendo
Let's play
64.
Soccer balls. Yeah, champ. Just had to win the game.
Can I?
Jeff hit a hat trick. We still almost lost the game. What's his name? Just coming back from a game, champ. What's sus about him? He just seems like a weirdo.
I just don't like. Everyone's sus to me. I don't know. Someone chat. Pepsi Sweet Dream Stall.
I'll check more, but he seems fine.
A pleasure to have you in here once again. Hope you
Weird
feel
vibes.
better, doll.
The 8 victims of the calendar found dead. Oh, he has a fucking creepy ass thing in over here.
I know.
Well, asking about it. Oh, that was from a couple days ago, I think. I was just using it to wipe my shoes.
Why are you wiping your shoes? That's a bit weird.
Patrick is a soccer thing, yes. Yeah, she used to be a police vehicle. I bought her and fixed her all up. I mean, I think he's fine. He's still a loser, kind of.
Yeah. Speak on that.
After the 8 individuals in October.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, everyone, again, for all the generosity. Didn't expect that today, but I appreciate it. You're lovely. Hopefully you're liking this playthrough as well.
A couple days ago? Is that a recent newspaper? It is from a couple days ago.
What is the date on it? I remember seeing it, I think.
No, Hat-Trick is in multiple sports.
Hi, Morgan.
I'm letting him go. I don't give a shit.
Hello. Not enough funds.
Bye.
Oh, hi, sir.
That guy's tall. I don't want to overthink it.
True, true, true.
Clack forever. Nice. Okay,
Thanks.
let's talk to this guy. Been working all day. Finally set to grab some snacks. Kick back and chill. Okay. Okay. Alien who just took a human's body for the first time.
Scan
Very
that thing.
Aoki.
Unemployed, often has dirt under fingernails and short.
Sure. Oh, yeah, dude, you're not
Ah.
gonna believe me. The craziest thing happened. I bet that. Yeah. It's wild. Don't kill me. He's dead. He said he's short and he's tall as fuck.
Alrighty.
Cool.
It's a bit loud
Whatever.
doing the... I'm just gonna do this instead.
Okay.
There's more blood
buddy.
on this shelf as well.
Can you restock while I deal with this guy?
Yep.
Is that now a hiring sign outside still valid? My negligent twin sister could use a job. Okay, hold on. David Kennedy. Let's look for his sister and see if she's alive. And
Oh, yeah, true.
cause of death, drowning. Let's see.
Didn't Louise
May-
Kennedy just
May
die?
2nd, Hold on. I'm gonna see if it's the same birthday. Oh yeah. Liar. Liar.
Uh-oh. He said he was working all day.
Yeah, right, buddy.
Oh, no.
Go meet
Oh,
your
cockroach.
sister. Nah, he's going to hell. That's not actually a sister.
Could you make this work? Gotta go back to work soon. Ray Rowland. Balding?
Is he balding? I noticed. I'm sorry. What do you want me to say about that? He seems chill.
He has very long
I'm
arms.
gonna break right now. Ray Rowland. I think he's fine. He's bald.
Very long arms.
No, he's balding.
But long arms, too. Look at
Balding.
those.
Yeah. Bye. Yeah, we played Hellmar. It's a similar vibe. They're both really good in their own way.
Whoa. Jade Sinclair's eating. Just picking up a few things for tonight.
Judith Calhoun. But Calhoun's interesting. Always spends exactly 13 bucks. Lonely widow. Calhoun.
13 bucks?
Harold Calhoun. Car accident. It was 13 bucks?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm a widow. Lost Harold last year. Feels like yesterday. He is dead. And she's crying. Honestly, I think she's good.
Aww.
You're okay. Sorry, miss. Sorry that you're sad and lonely.
This diva is so sus.
Any shitters? We haven't seen a face card shitter recently.
No.
Where's face card shitter at, chat?
A bit out of it, been staring at a monitor. Oh. Computer engineer, heavy facial acne.
So we had the fake one come in earlier.
Oh, okay, so maybe it is her.
Yeah, we got a bit of acne. So what? What's your job? I've been staring at the monitor. Computers don't like to cooperate. Heavy. August 17th. Yeah, find out all the database bullshit. I think she's good. We
Okay.
killed her fake version the other day, so I think she's fine.
All right.
Bye.
I'm finding heaps of meat around. I swear we didn't
We
kill
killed
anyone.
her duck.
Oh.
Okay, that's not good. That's not good, Carla. Oh, ooh.
Okay, we gotta board things up.
All right, time to board shit up. That's okay. We usually do well here. Where are the
They're by the cash register.
traps?
I'll put a trap back here.
You get the flame, the flame gun, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Okay.
Put him, Nicole.
Cave. It's just our time, babe. Hello. Welcome in, doll.
Flamethrower. Like, why couldn't I think of the word flamethrower?
Yeah, at the end of the night it will.
The
My
fuck is it
local
called?
BP. Hi,
flame
Star. Hi,
machine?
Puffin Stuff. Hi, honey. All right, let's go.
Another would go good here.
Oh, there's a trap. Nice, the trap got it.
Nice.
Ready?
You know what to do.
Come on, loser! I'm stuck! Help! Now what the hell? I'm out of ammo.
Kill these little baby freak things. Go!
We're fine, guys. All good. Nailed it.
Sledgehammer for in here. Sledgehammer ASAP. I'm smacking all this meat up. Bang.
All good, guys.
Bang, 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 bang.
You should have seen the first time we
Boom, bang, bang.
killed it. That was it. The first time that happened was kind of scary. Scary. Scary, she said so. Littered with me. I hope it doesn't get stronger every time.
Token found. Let it replace you. Ew. Wait. We gotta clean that. That's gross.
What?
There's some fucked up graffiti outside. It says "Let it replace you," and it's the
The dentist never left over here too.
dentist still here. You think?
Well, it's on the in the front. It said the dentist never left.
Great. Crazy entity. Give us some money. Yeah, more coins. Give us some money. Chad, this game's fun, bro.
Are you happy to continue? Because I don't want to stop.
No. We play until the final day.
Okay, cool.
We got this.
Cool.
She doesn't want to stop. Yeah. All right, let's get out of here.
All right, let me just stock this.
You restock everything. Perfect. It's fun to watch. Hell yeah. No, it's very fun.
I'm hungry.
Thank you guys for lurking, vibing, hanging out. Cluns, Shaq, you guys fucking
Clack.
clack, Shunt, the non-believers.
Real. I can turn Chris up.
I'm heading home.
All right, let's go.
If you're lurking playing Breath of the Wild, let's go.
Yippee!
Okay, let's see how bad we did.
Not bad, I don't think. Oh,
No humans killed!
then what was it before? Oh no, humans killed. Never mind.
We
Sorry.
let a doppelganger get
That's
out.
right. That's right. No,
You're
humans
playing
killed
Hearthstone
though.
with Ruthie. On purpose?
Despite matching up with their recurring killer patterns, it seems that the calendar killer did not strike for the first time in 6 months. What?
We scared him. I wonder if the weird ball guy was the calendar killer.
Maybe.
No, he was human.
Oh, Ray. His neck was abnormally long. Ah.
He
okay.
denies this.
To be honest,
how
I
are we
did
supposed
say
to know that,
I
man?
did say his arms were long, but I didn't say his neck.
Oh. Hearthstone 2 is fun? What do you mean Hearthstone 2?
All right,
I
we're
think Power
in.
World would be fun with the squad. Like imagine Power World with like for friend swap.
I agree. Oh, check this. This is the anomaly lens. Use it to inspect customers. If the screen reveals any anomalies or differences from the reality, the customer is a doppelganger. You're recommended to briefly scan every customer with it. Okay.
It's entertaining to watch. Yeah, I think maybe we'll do it next week with like a squad. I'm doing all the tokens real quick, trying to get us some extra cash
Okay.
before we lock in.
This is official warning. A Jack-in-the-Box music box has recently been spotted near the entity. If you see it, rewind the music box immediately. Do not allow the song to finish 3 times.
Your cannabis, happy birthday, dude. Okay, that's good to know. Nice to meet you, bud. I'm Clyde, the sheriff of this town. Oh, Carla, this guy, I'm killing him.
Wait, don't.
We've met millions of times.
Wait, let me scan this.
You feel free to scan him, yeah. Bro's goofy though.
Wait, what am I
Bro's
looking
acting
for?
Like we don't know each other. Come on. We know him. We've met him plenty of times.
No, but how do I use this to see what works?
I have no idea. $10. 10 coins.
If the screen refers any anomalies or differences from reality, the customer is a doppelganger.
Flower in the hair. Cute.
Can you scan this anomaly thing and see if you see anything different?
Sure. I mean, maybe he could have had his brain wiped or something. Let me see.
Yeah, maybe he's just fine. So if it shows, then they are for sure. But just because they don't scan doesn't mean they are human.
But the fact that he's like, doesn't remember me is crazy.
Oh, wait. So if it shows, then they are for sure. But just because they don't scan doesn't mean they're human. So wait, if they show up? Wait.
My head, strange first thing to ask a man you just met, but yeah, I'm killing him, Carla.
Wait, babe, wait.
I don't have to. Dude, he's acting like we don't know him.
Yeah, but don't they all act like we don't know them? Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, this fuck again.
Hate this guy. Got him. Oh my god, what's happening? There's naked people in here.
Oh, hey. Everyone working tonight, stay safe. Wade Callahan.
That's a strange thing to say when I'm
Oh,
right here.
I'll get him.
Hey! Okay. Let me talk to this guy.
Why'd you do that?
The anomaly showed a fucking face fucker on his head. Car.
It's not work. Can you talk to this girl?
No, she's bugged. Where's the sledgehammer at?
I might be bugged.
There it is.
Oh, that's probably why, because I have this. Oh. Can you kill her?
Kill who?
This girl, it's bugged.
No, why would we want to kill her?
Because I can't get out of the menu screen. I'm bugged.
What menu screen?
I can't get out of it. It's like caught stealing and I can't click the button. Thank you. I'm out now.
Okay. Yo, buddy, you open? I need some gas.
Unfortunate way to go
How can I
out.
help you?
Yeah, Wade did not care.
Get $1 in any gas you got. I'm feeling lucky. Oh, Carl, I'm bugged now too.
Oh, really?
Yep.
What's
I'm
it doing?
stuck in this guy's dialogue. I can't do anything. I'm stuck.
All right, let me see if I can, let me check his
He's
car.
a drunk driver. Kill him.
You say he's a drunk driver? Hold.
Or let him go on his way.
Speed. Yeah, wait. Let me just look at his thing.
This sucks.
Clean, messy interior. Okay.
Good thing you're not a cop, eh?
Okay, I'm gonna fill up his tank. And then he'll be on his way. Let's see if this works.
See you, broski. Burp.
Are you unbugged?
No, I'm.
Can you drop
looking
the
at
gun? Can you drop the gun?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you
Came
go.
back.
Nice.
That was dumb.
Oh, shooting each other unbugs you instead of killing people. Cool.
Okay.
Nice. Good comms, good
Well, I heard
comms.
the calendar
Hi,
killer has strike
Kato.
last night. His whole thing was 8 people and they ate them every month.
You never embarrass yourself. You're the goat.
He dead?
How are
I'll
you,
look
doll?
into it further.
Only 15 bucks a human?
He's fucking dying
Hey.
again. Okay. Answer the phone. Rise and shine, it's been the boss. You're enjoying another peaceful night, normal night. Because apparently this score is now allergic to peaceful normal nights. Oh, good. Yeah, it's a bunch of bugs. Yes. We already had enough bugs this round, dude.
Oh, a bonus.
Fuck.
Clear them out. Wait, what do they need for the bonuses? What was it?
We need to kill.
Oh,
we need to kill
I'll
these
get the mop.
bugs.
I'll get the mop. The mop's fast, yeah.
Water works on them way faster.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah.
Should I get it?
Done.
Nice.
Bang. Okay, power wash sim. Go.
Yippee!
You want to stock the floors real quick?
The shelves, you mean? Because yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Token found. Lot of stock. I'm gonna keep killing these bugs.
All right, we got this. Rat?
Yep. We're doing a good job. $10. Bang. New hat. Bang. Okay. Okay, let's see. Doug Kramer. That looks like Holland. Is that Erling Holland with glasses?
Box empty.
Or what? That's definitely him.
Reviews.
I don't have any of those. Okay.
Hold.
Amelia. Missing his right hand.
More planks is good.
I think I took my twins ID when heading out. Yeah, Amelia Kramer. Let me see. Amelia Kramer. 11/14/65.
Good
11/14/65. A fading heart tattoo on the neck. Yep. And then what else?
Now that's really
These questions
faded.
back when answering. I'm a hairdresser. They've got that written down for me? I didn't even realize that. My hitting heart tattoo, yeah, it's here.
Hey, Rugs.
Honestly, I think she's
Hello.
good for it.
I
Just
believe
tweaks a
you.
little bit. Goodbye. I almost shot her. That's crazy. Bro, there's so much shit around this fucking place now.
All right, cool. I bought more barricade stuff.
Okay. Oh, another net. You alright? You look a little shaken. Hold on. I should have probably used this on her, low key. Vanessa McCree. Yeah, my sergeant. I've got to lead a bunch of assholes. So if they come by and give you a hard time. Honestly, she's probably good, I think.
We're low-key killing it, guys, I think. Whoa. Whoa. Oh.
Dentist!
Is he still here?
What the fuck? The dentist showed up, killed her, and then left. Whoa. That's not nice.
Oh.
Hey, just so you know, I'm a doppelganger. But I'm high as fuck right now. I can't be bothered calling the NC on you. I just want some snacks.
What
Oh,
the
finish red
hell?
eyes.
Low-key killing it. Literally. Thank you,
I
Joel.
feel
How are
like
you?
maybe. He might just be
Oh,
really
wait.
high and
We
he
can do
thinks he's
this. We can do
doppelganger.
this.
I already scanned him. Nothing.
Oh,
comes up.
sorry.
I kind of want him. I kind of want to let him go.
Yeah, if you think so.
I feel like. Yeah. Okay. See it. Bro's chill. Yeah, he looks cool.
Okay.
And here we go. We let one. Okay, that's fine.
All right. There's boarded stuff everywhere. Use them all.
Okay. That's okay.
We've got time.
Yep.
Did you do the back?
I'm working on the back. Yeah.
All right. How's the back looking? Nice. I have this as well.
Yep.
Landmine. Let's
What,
put it.
is it a mine?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it here.
Holy shit.
But be careful. I just set that. Holy shit. Are you coming back in?
Yeah.
Can you get back in the other way? Wait. Be careful. Careful.
You know what? No, I can't.
Here. I picked it up. Quick, come in. Come
Okay.
in.
Thanks.
And then... Alright, let's go.
And that's it.
Cool. The back door again.
Okay, he hit the trap.
I think he's going around the side, which is great for us.
Need another trap, it sounds like. Yo, Kabuchi, thanks for the 6 years, dude. Holy shit. Over here, bitch! Over here, bitch! Oh, I'm gonna babysit it, dude, not here.
Oh wait! We gotta unwind it! I did it! Mamma mia!
Holy shit.
Oh, the Jack in the Box was crazy to undo.
I didn't even see it.
Whoa.
We gotta clean up real quick. I'm gonna get that.
Whew.
Thanks, mods, by the way.
Oh my lord.
Okay, thank you for the 6 years. That's massive.
Just another day. Just another day's crazy.
More meat over here. Boom. Good. 5. I'm gonna roll now. What up, Dink?
We're low-key killing it. Let's go.
Look how much money we have.
I know.
Holy fuck. That's one of our best days. We're gonna probably lose some, maybe. We'll find out though.
Let's see.
Let's
Oh,
get out of here.
on the top of the old.
What's that mean if he's on the top?
I don't-
We're not supposed to look at him.
Okay, so do we just
We
wait?
have
If,
to run the other way. I think.
we can't. We can damage him, but you have to go from behind.
That's how you damage him?
Yeah. Like he can't look at you when you do it. You can crouch with C2. I'm gonna press the button. Alright.
Whoa, he just jumped off?
Yeah.
No, thanks. Ew.
No, thank you, ma'am.
Fuck that. Wait, how's our revenue so high?
What?
No humans killed!
Oh my god.
Mia and Worm are eating good, dude.
Oh, they are. Yippee, a check. Thanks for clearing out those roaches in time. Oh, nice. 20 bucks.
More money also.
Perfect game.
Hey.
Whoa.
Worm has the strength to join you next shift. Let's go, Worm.
Yeah, Mia. It reads.
He reads.
Completely
Come
on
see
mute.
me tomorrow. Worm won't get better unless we take extreme measures. It is signed by the veterinary clinic
Oh,
that's treating Worm.
Great.
Oh. Doy.
Great. Human. Oh, she is invisible through the anomaly lens. Do we not scan Amelia Kramer?
Oh, I know. You know what? I didn't use the anomaly lens in her.
And
That's my
Tyler.
bad.
Oh, he just admits it if allowed to live. He doesn't call the entity. Cool.
You know what? So if I got Amelia right, he wouldn't have called because I was like, you're chill, dude.
True.
That's so funny. All right, good to know.
Thank you for continuing your gifted sub,
shift.
doll. How are you? What the hell?
I like him too.
Oh no, Blood Moon.
Oh yeah. Good.
All right, let's look at the thing. Uh-oh. Chris.
What's up?
Missing dog. Yellow collar, brown Labrador.
Reward $50. Okay.
Great.
We're definitely gonna find out something about that missing dog. We gotta.
Oh, what did you get, Seven? I'm hungry.
Oh my God, Worm! Hey. I
Oh, there's
forgot
a
you were here.
guaranteed entity attack tonight. Completing transactions with doppelgangers will
Oh.
trigger even shorter, stronger assaults. Okay, so we really can't let
What up,
them
Necka?
pass. We can't let them pass.
There must be another way.
Yeah.
Ear musk. Yay. All right. Hey, mate. Harold. Harold Brandt.
I'm getting everything.
Hey, mate, they took that this morning. Go look professional. All right, Brandt. I think he's fine. Always wear long sleeves. Let's see. I think he's fine. Later, Harold. We might need more wood to board up shit.
Okay. I'll do the car if you want.
Bro, I'm getting so many tokens too. Oh my god.
Ooh.
$10. Nice. We want me to do car?
I can do car.
Oh, this guy's fucked up.
Uh-oh.
This guy's name? Daniel Flores.
14
Oh,
of
he's
gas.
smiling, blind in the left eye.
LP7S.
Okay, he's blind in his left eye. It looks like it's both his eyes.
Black SUV.
Yes, sir, both eyes are duds, but that just means I've got a fresh perspective. They're not, nope, they're not both duds. Got him. Got him.
Oh, what's this? Davis invites you to join the celebrating of Janet's life. 1993. Janet Davis. Let me
What's
check
going on with
Janet
this guy?
Davis.
Okay. You got Molotovs in here?
Janet Davis is dead.
Bro's got Molotovs.
Hold.
Dink.
Yeah, I wonder if it is quieter actually.
What is this?
The Davis family. That's the funeral I'm coming from, the poor woman.
Oh, yeah, right.
It was a fatal heart attack that did it. I was there when it happened. Oh, this guy's fake. It was mutilation.
Fake?
Yeah, it was mutilation on the thingy. And then on here it's yeah. Oh.
No worries.
God, I'm craving.
I'm already starting to board. You know, I think boarding shit up now is smart. So we don't have the panic do it at the end.
True.
You feel me?
Yeah, you're right.
Beth. Okay, this person's name is Beth. Beth Callahan.
Wait, that sounds
Unemployed,
familiar.
scar on her left cheek. So hurry the fuck up. You don't have a job.
Unnecessary?
I don't see how that affects your doppelganger interrogation, but you do you. Let's see. My head's still working well enough for me to tell you to hurry the fuck up. I think she's fine.
What's that stuff
We're
on
annoying.
her shirt?
Bye.
Oh no, she had goo on her shirt. What was that goo?
She's unemployed.
Oh.
Maybe she
Oh
was just
yeah,
eating
that's
food or
true.
something, I don't know. Oh my god, she's back! Yes! Face card shitter! We've been seeing you in days!
Oh, David.
Amia Gutierrez. Very short hair. Less hair is less to worry about. New Year's Day, baby. Yep. Yeah, I've been looking for a job. Let me just look real quick. She seems good.
I trust
Is it
you.
Amaya, maybe? Does she have the parasite? Probably. Yeah, okay. I think she's good.
Okay.
Delivery's here. Dude, a lot of people who are just good to go, actually, which is kind of weird.
Baseball bat, yes.
I'm gonna stock this real quick as well.
We'll try it. Linda, oh, what's with those eyes, babe? Oh yeah, so she has the red eye tattoo on her left hand. Yes.
Okay.
She's got cute eyes. Yeah.
Blue and then left. Yeah. Think she's good?
I think so.
Seems like we're getting
Oh wait,
a lot
let's
of
do
just, like,
this.
good ones in a row. I did already.
Oh,
Nothing.
sorry. Okay.
I think she's good. We're
Uh-oh.
not shooting her for funsies.
Uh-oh.
Watch
It's
it, Mark.
muffled.
Great.
We know you
We
are
know
kind.
You are kind.
Come into the forest.
Come into the forest. What?
Great. Head to the forest behind the store. Great.
Okay, on my way.
Okay, wait. I'll serve this guy.
Alright, I'm going to the forest.
I'm coming, sec.
Should I wait for you?
Should I serve these people, or is this...
No. Let him loom. Thief!
Got it.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Alright, follow me. Imagine it's the high guy. The dentist never left. It might be Tyler, the guy we let live, who was
Oh, I would love
stoned off his
Tyler.
ass. Oh, there they are.
Pick up.
Pour in there.
We need more
Oh my
liquid.
God. We have to pour over here. Get more over here.
Oh, I gotta fill it up. Sorry. That's the bucket.
Okay. A ritual, yeah. And one more, follow us.
Oh, where? Okay. I'm so
Where's the last
slow.
bucket at? Over here.
Are you slow too?
Over here. Now over here.
Okay.
There's our guy. Whoa.
That's my goat. Oh, I'm losing. Hello? Uh-oh. They're behind me, aren't they?
Guilt born. Thank you.
Okay.
What the fuck does that mean?
I don't know.
Wait, can they even help fight us? Like fight with us?
I mean, that would be cool.
When because the entity's coming tonight, imagine they fight with us?
Ooh. Oh, other door.
Okay, let's... That's interesting. We got a gothic girl
Oh, hi,
here.
Rhea Ripley.
Quiet night.
Oh, look. Look
Vivian.
at this love heart, Chris.
Oh, Vivian Marrow. I'll use those. Her last name's Marrow.
Wait, that's
Extremely
cute
pale
as.
complexion, only wears black. Bright things hurt my eyes. I'm not sick or anything. It's just me with a bit more sleep. Let me just double check. Oh! Carl, see you real quick.
Coming.
Can you check in the monitor and see if she's good or not?
What did you
can't
see?
Pick it up.
Because you made a noise. Ah! Yeah, cool. Not good. Not good.
Okay. Anyways. Did she jump at you as well?
Yeah. Okay, okay.
Okay, good.
Oh, what?
Wait,
why is he
in
still here?
Oh, he's disappeared. The blood moon calls. Okay. Okay. Set this shit up. I'll shut this fucking shit as well. Wait, where's our weapons at?
Do we not have him?
Where's the shotgun?
Oh, they'll come after. It locks after. Unlocks after.
Grenade. I got 3 grenades.
Okay.
I'm boarding this. Wait, board this door up.
Yep.
Nice.
We're so boarded.
Wait, we're killing it right now.
Yep. All right. Hi, Cass.
Bro, there's a
Hi,
spike.
Joe.
Where the
Hi,
fuck did you get
Winter.
that?
I bought it. They don't come until half health during blood moon. Okay.
Okay. Wait, so should we loom until it has half health?
Yeah,
Good
we'll just let
weapons?
it chill because we have I have traps everywhere. Who came through the front? What? Who's coming through?
Our boys from the forest are helping us.
Oh.
Get one of the weapons! I'm down!
I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck! I'm coming around, I'm coming around. Oh, fuck. Get the music box! Okay. never mind.
Good!
Oh my god.
Get fucking shit on! Jesus Christ! Holy shit, dude. Anyways, how's your day going?
Good, pal. Yeah, that's
Nice
definitely
job.
harder.
Chad, if you died, you fully restart your whole run? Or is it like a, like restart the day type stitch?
Oh my
That would
god.
suck. Oh, just the day? Okay, that's good. Doing a few spins.
Okay. Hi, Liz.
Dude, clutch save, by the way. That was massive.
What the hell? Can I throw these out? Because they're annoying me.
Oh my god, I have so many.
Okay, lavender shirt.
Dude, everything is electrolytes and protein now. It's actually crazy. I had mac and cheese before that had all like extra protein in it. Bunny ears.
Hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
We almost have everything locked.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's so weird. What's that fire?
All right, nothing. You want to get out of here?
Alrighty. What the hell?
Can I go piss real quick?
Yes.
After I want to see what happens for this day, but then I'm gonna go piss.
Ah, it's
No,
like
even
hay.
still.
It's like hay.
It's like what's good.
Yep.
Let's see.
A
Oh,
bit
here we go. The
greasy.
bet greasy with a
Oh.
somber look on his face.
Okay, I gotta make a lot of money for this. How do you get personal
Hey,
stuff?
how you doing over there? Oi!
I wish it was 250. All right, go pee. Hey.
Okay, I'm gonna pay.
Okay. Guys, I want so much food. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Hey, maybe I should get some Vita Wheats. Yeah, the most unrealistic part. That was like 1 appointment for Mimi. Minimum. Kyle Real. Hey, how y'all doing? I love this game. I'm kind of addicted to it. I kind of love it. I'm curious to where the story's gonna go. We have 3 shifts left. So I'm a curious cat. I have Vita Wheats. But is that enough? Pretzels, yum. Let me see if I have any snacks. Pretzel snacks. Hi, Eb. How are you, Dom? There's my goat.
Okay. You ready?
Mm-hmm. Ooh, snack.
Yeah.
Mmm.
Little Snickers ice cream.
Remember, Crunchies?
Yeah, those. Shan loves those.
Mm-hmm.
What up, Vlad? What up, Wags? Games are good, dude. They're scary.
Mm.
How's baby duty?
What type of hot dog would you be, Chris?
Onion and pickles and mushroom.
Mm. In a blackout hit the east side just after midnight. Crews hope to restore power within 2 days. Eb, you deserve it.
They're off. Let's go. Bro, Wags, I can't believe you found all those cards. We have got to go to a card show this weekend.
Love
Honestly, get those
Norbit.
things graded, bro, if they look like they're in good shape. That's crazy.
Good, I am my goat. Thank you for hanging today.
What a vibe.
Me and Bach.
That was wild. Oh, let me look at the thing over here. So, any lore for the people who
I
aren't
think
understanding?
onion cheese.
Plebs from New Zealand. So
Onion
he says
cheese.
Cunt a lot. That's why people are referring to that. People aren't just saying that word randomly in chat. I swear.
Eb.
Power outage.
Mmm.
Let me spin this thing.
You will
Megan,
come
I'm
in and find a way to annoy other
It won't happen
customers.
again.
You may only do
Obtain new
non-lethal
mask.
damage to them, throwing toilet paper at them. Oh, we have to throw
Toilet paper at who?
at this troublemaker.
At a troublemaker. No more hats to unlock.
Okay, he's fine.
Wait, why is that guy running away? Because he was the troublemaker?
Check the email so you know
Okay.
the goss. You throw toilet paper at them.
Okay. They'll have a little thing on their head. Okay. Very short hair. Mother of 2. Yeah, right. Let's see.
Yeah, right.
Date of birth. I mean, that's clearly me. Yeah, well. I'd do anything with my little Leo on Ben.
Fam, ma'am.
He said to pick up a job thanks to the divorce. Oh. Divorce. Let's see. Oh! What did... Carla!
What? Oh, did he step in a trap? Wait.
One of the person who walked into the bathroom got killed, dude.
Oh, you know why?
Great.
Because he walked in a trap like a loser. Not my
Leo
fault.
Collins and Ben Collins. Yeah, but we lost money because of that.
Right rear door.
What's their husband? Ryan Collins? Firefighter. What an odd question. Ben Collins.
Where's the scratch?
You 7-year-olds normally get jobs from where you're from? Got them from me. Okay, you know what? You're probably fine. Sorry for bothering you. This person's... Everything 100% off? Get the fuck out of here. Where's the toilet paper at? Get out of here!
Me with my adopted kids.
Oh my god, I can't even one of the troublemakers got destroyed like that. Okay, get a gun just in case. Bless you, thanks.
Chris.
Hey! Wait! Face card's pissing on us! Get the fuck! She's a shitter and a pisser!
Can you kill that guy in the car?
Face card is pissing! What'd you say?
Kill that guy in the car.
Why?
Go look at the photo on the passenger side and then ask him about it.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not right. Later,
Uh-oh.
dude. There's something. The dentist just crawled on the floor, roof. Hey! Oh my god, bro. You got shitters and people everywhere, dude.
That's crazy. Me and my adopted children.
No, bro. Too many troublemakers today. Make sure you have a toilet paper in your inventory at all times.
That's a good idea.
Long night. I had the laundromat running till real late. All right, Ethan. Let's see. Ethan Voss, owner of the Smells of Detergent. It's the only laundromat on the east side of town. Let me double check and make sure you're legit. Okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's me. Oh, sorry. Carla, I threw toilet paper at him on accident.
Great.
You know what? It's on the house. I'm sorry, sir. Oh, is the power out at the laundromat?
Oh, stack of 10?
Hold on. He said Jesus Christ when I shot him.
Okay. You can have a stack of 10 toilet paper, by the way.
Okay. Next. Good evening, Ren.
Ren.
Ren Takahashi.
Carrying an old suitcase.
Taxidermist? Someone has to make the dead look presentable.
Oh,
carrying
kill
old
him.
suitcase. Work
Kill him.
stuff.
Kill him. Kill him.
No, he's cute. Why? What do you mean? Aw, look at him.
Well, keep him then, bub.
Fine.
Oh, Chris. Oh, Chris.
Dude, there's a troublemaker back here.
I'll get him. You have to see this.
What the fuck is that? Oh, this place is... Oh my god, hold on. I buy this one, please. What the hell's happening? Can you speak broken English? Calloused hands. Hands like this from the dishwasher. Yes, dishwasher is my job. You know what? You're fine. I don't get out of
Do
here.
we have to bag him up?
I don't know, man. There's too much going on right now.
How do we get rid of the man? I tried to flush him.
Beat him with a hammer.
Okay, where's the hammer?
Maybe. I don't know.
Would you like some candy? That's crazy. Okay, not working.
Agnes Wells, unemployed. Well, what's someone my age gonna do with a job, dear? 1990? Yeah, right, bro. Old as hell looking ass.
The Polar Express is back.
Oh, great. He's kicking the meat around.
Great.
It was only a baby. This is too much. This is too much.
Great.
Box empty. Is that you?
No!
Hey! You asshole! What the fuck is that? Bro, that's a fucking jackhammer.
Great.
City routes were great today. Traffic behaved nicely. Yeah, right. Graying hair, train conductor. City routes were great today. I feel like trains were closed today. East District. I just drive around town, usually the afternoon shifts. Drive around town as a train conductor. They snapped it quick. I had to get behind the wheel right after. Behind the wheel. No, bro.
Oh.
Nah, that's not how you talk about driving a train.
We're all behind you.
Whoa! Who's this fucking asshole? Who's this perv? Why'd he do that? Carla, what's happening?
What is this shit?
Oh my god, I'm tired of these fucking people.
Oh my god. Hi, Joe.
Good day? Great. Alright, time to lock in.
All right. I'm coming around. I'm just doing this in the back. I gotta get in the front. Don't do it. Dude, okay, thank you. Stunning.
Let me go here real quick. Wait. Okay, thank you.
Cool.
You're good. Grab the flamethrower.
I will.
And also, do you need the spike or no?
I'm good.
Okay.
Joe, how are you,
I'll take it.
doll? Today has been absolute chaos, I know.
Go, you're clenched? Nah. That's where the babies are.
Oh, we need to get that. Behind you. No.
Wow!
Thanks, my goat.
Jesus Christ!
I'm cleaning up all the meat.
Clean it up. Clean it up.
I think they are
I'm
getting
gonna
harder
restock-
with
I'm gonna restock
levels.
Shit.
Okay, I'm doing meat and
Yeah,
cleanup.
they are. I'm gonna restock shit while you do the meat stuff, and then we're good. Oh my god, that was crazy. Ooh.
Oh my god.
What's that body doing? Who killed that person? Wait, our revenue's bad.
Huh?
Dude, we made no revenue today. We're fucked.
How? What was the quota?
We could get money for it.
80. We can make 80. Oh wait, I gotta clean this.
Ow.
I gotta put this out. We got it, I reckon. Just wait.
Let me look for coins. Throw out the garbage too. I'm gonna look for coins. Don't forget $10. For some spins.
Oh wait, we can restock.
Need one more coin for a spin. Come on. There's cockroaches. Can you clean these up too?
Yep. Yes.
Rat.
The dentist killed the guy. Oh,
Oh,
the
there's meat in here.
dentist. Oh, where?
Hey, 10 more. There's more stuff in here if you want to
Where?
get the garbage. Okay, hold on. And there's cockroaches everywhere too. Come on, give us 10. Give us 10. Gives us more. Okay.
40
Might be
streams.
a way to make money though. We just need to land on $10. Come on. No, dude, we're fucked.
Let's go into the forest.
It's not open. Mopping helps.
It's not over till it's over. 40 streams is redonked. Good night, Kate.
There must be another way. It's a good question.
Yeah, I think we just have to go. Maybe get a bonus for something. Oh, I found. Never mind.
Yeah, but we also lose money if we got anything wrong, which sucks. All right, you ready to leave?
Axel, where? All right.
We made 70. We're 10 off.
Um.
Come on. Give us a bonus.
All right, let's just go. It's pretty good. How am I gonna pay for Mimi?
No humans. Oh.
I need 250 on my channel.
2 days until Worms, 250
What?
surgery bill
Is
is due.
Twitch
Worms
doing a
condition
thing at the
appears critical.
moment?
Great. We need to lock in the next one. We can't buy random bullshit. Did you buy random bullshit last round?
No,
All right. Did you?
I don't remember, to be honest.
Okay, because I think spending money on random shit also can be maybe why.
Oh, no idea.
Perhaps.
But that's different to personal.
I don't know. I don't know how it works.
All right.
All right, let's. Okay. The gambling is unrelated. That's tokens. It's not cash.
Get Tom Hanks back in here.
And it's one of the only ways to get potentially more money, which is cool.
Resident missing for third week,
Oh,
family
you know
in
what?
distress.
We lost. You know what it was, bro? We
What?
lost a fuck ton of money because one of the Mischief boys died to the trap. We lost so much because of that.
Okay.
We would have had the quota then. So we can't
Okay.
have the trap set.
Okay.
'cause that fucks everything up.
Um,
And then we're good.
missing resident, by the way. Keep an eye on that.
Okay. Is the body still there? No, it's not.
I made us $10.
Nice. Keep doing it. I'm getting so many tokens. Okay, this resident's missing. Family is in distress. Okay, keep doing that. You got a man here.
Oop. Another
Get an
$10.
email?
Yes.
You cannot afford surgery, can you? Call the sheriff tonight, convince him to visit the store tomorrow. Worm will live a long life. From
Ooh.
unknown. Ew.
We need that because I'm desperate for cash.
Hey there, got any deals on beer today? Travis Dunn. Strong stench, complete loser.
Joe, my God. I'm so glad you're here. Genuinely. Thank you so
Somehow
much for
married,
being a part of
missing
it.
all teeth.
My
speaks to the
goats,
noticeable
guys.
list.
Very grateful for you. I'm a very lucky gal.
Yeah, hard to find a job around here. I'm not hearing the list yet. I know. Been working on my car and sometimes sleeping in it too. Yeah, that's me. Ain't exactly model material, but my wife still married me, so joke's on her.
How do we call the sheriff?
Don't do it yet.
Oh, okay.
Who's his wife? Daisy Luna. No, that's not her. There's
You
no
gonna try and
list.
steal Bucko? No, okay. Oh my God! No, I appreciate you guys. I've been having so much fun.
What
despite
teeth? Oh,
everything?
right, yeah, ain't got any. We could clearly
It's
see his teeth.
honestly, I get so giddy.
Anyways.
Oh. Throw to lure enemies into traps. Oh, look at
He's
this.
teethful.
You throw this to lure enemies into traps. Good to know.
Nice.
Is she stealing? Nope.
How are you? May I please get these items? Was on a
Roll.
scooter.
Let me double check
Rolf
that
Bush.
missing person.
Requires a mobility scooter and goatee.
Does that look like Rolf to you?
Stealer! I'm sorry for trying to steal. I just needed these items for my poor boys. You may leave. Thank you. You're so kind. I won't forget you.
Check the
I let
missing
her
person
leave.
thing.
She has poor boys.
Check the missing person
Okay.
thing. It looks like Rolf. I don't know if I'm seeing things there.
No, it's not.
Okay, carry on.
That guy's bald.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
that's not good. Oh, great. Good. We got a screeching fucking banshee.
free meat.
Hold on, let me, free meat, yeah. Children's books, mostly.
FJ88. Oh my God! They were hitting
You
it
know
though.
what? I think this guy's fine.
99 red minivan left, headlight dimmer than the right.
Bro, not this fucking person again, too.
Okay. They were kind of hitting it though.
Why are there so many assholes in our store?
Sport jerseys. Junior 19 Bears lineup.
Wait, is throwing the meat out smarter because we get money for it?
Yeah, why
Low-key?
not?
I'm gonna do that. You deal with these customers?
Oh my god, I'm coming. Jesus. What the hell?
Jesus fucking Christ.
I think this guy's good.
I need to stock these cards too. God damn it. This place is giving me odds.
What the hell?
Don't smoke in here, miss.
Why are they all
The fuck?
being weirdos?
You got pains of asses in here. Okay. Yeah. Do the garbage. That's a W. That's a W. That gives us money.
Okay, there's a cockroach as well. What the hell?
Can you quit ogling me? I know I look good. I just came from a date with my husband. And Walter's always had a weakness for a red dress.
Sir.
The fuck? Davila. I bet you her husband's dead. Davila. Walter. Wait! Oh! I just came from a date. That's the guy who's missing. What do you
Oh.
mean? Yeah, right.
Well, well, well.
That's my handsome hubby.
Liar.
Took her out. All right, more meat to bag. More meat to bag. Wait, Carla, which one's you? Which one's
Me,
you?
me, me.
Carla?
Right
Which
here,
one's
right
you?
here, right here, right here.
Help
Oh,
me!
fuck. Fuck, wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! So many Chris Bells.
Oh my god!
Oh.
Yes!
Oh.
Meat! Pack all that meat! What the fuck? I saw you walking.
Oh.
Jesus Christ! That's too many Chris Mells, man. Derek Vaughn. I'm gonna go get a garbage bag. There's so much meat here.
1 second. I got it. I got it.
No
Someone's.
stealing, you piece of shit! Stop it!
Someone's pissing.
Okay,
Got him, got
Jogs
him.
everywhere, always wears his orange jacket shown in the ID photo. Jogs everywhere. Can't help it, my legs get twitchy if I stand still too long. Well, you're standing still right now. That's me, orange jacket and all.
Why is he talking
July
sus? Oh.
Head's clear. Yeah, it's my only one. Easier than thinking about what to put on every morning. Let's see. Left side. Jacket's wrong. Bang. All right, Carla, keep packing up this meat.
All right.
You get a lot of meat for money. Oh, who's this? Wait, the smallest person in the world. Hey, this guy I know for a fact doesn't fuck it up. Get out of here, you fucking ass.
Oh my god, so much Chris Mel meat. Sorry. Sorry.
Hey, don't say so.
Sorry, man.
Been working all day. Finally set to grab some snacks, kick back, and chill. Very Aoki. Sure.
Fair, Liz. Basically, surviving the shift with anomalies and trying to find if
No more hats
the customers
on.
that come in, if they're actually who they say they are.
Gambling wheel right now. Often has dirt under his fingernails. Let me ask him. You're short. They got that written down, do they? I guess there's no fighting it. Weird question to ask someone, man. Is it? I mean, that's pretty clear. Yeah, you're probably fine. You're just short. That's nothing wrong.
What?
Being
Bachelor's
short's not weird.
handbag?
Keep doing the garbage stuff as well.
Yep.
Dog!
A dog? Hi, doggy.
Whose dog is this? You!
Remember, we can't give him a pass just because he's a dog.
Tofu, rough. Service dog. Currently serving Charles Wigglebottom. He is a dog. Rough. Rough, rough. Rough, rough. Stop throwing up in here, man. Shit. Dog's fine.
What do you mean, dog's
Thank
fine?
you, sir. Thank you for your service. Dog's fine.
Did he have an
Meat
ID?
Here. There's meat here. Yes, he did. He had an ID. He's a service dog.
All right.
Someone's falling asleep.
Got him.
Wake up, you ass.
What the hell? This shift's crazy.
Look how much money we're making. Just grabbing some supplies for my 30th birthday, the big one, you know? Let's see. Kara Hastings. No, it's not your 30th. It's 1993, motherfucker.
Oh, get him.
She's dead.
Okay.
We got a lot of meat here, Carla. A lot of meat here. Okay, we let.
That was the fucking dog.
You let one dog. No, it wasn't. Okay, barricade time. I'm not gonna shoot a dog, bro.
Wait, fair. Do you do the side bathroom?
Right now, yeah. If I shoot a dog, I'm a monkey's fucking uncle.
Oh, true, but it wasn't a dog, technically. Come through, come through.
Yeah, it was. Ow, help me!
Girl.
Girl, what the fuck?
Come through the side, come through the side.
Okay. Lock that door.
Grab a weapon.
Shotgun time, baby.
Remember the Jack in the Box, we have to reset.
I've never seen it once. Okay. Al.
Ew. Are you alive?
Jack in the Box.
Oh my god.
Over here.
I'm looping. I'm down, you got this. You got this, King. Nice.
Holy shit, dude. Wow.
Oh my god, they are getting stronger.
Okay, hold on. Clean up everything and let's bag all this meat as well.
Yeah. Tammy,
So much
what?
meat to bag.
Oh my god.
Close call.
That sounds scary.
I want it all. I want it
Not
all.
Mother Demon.
Meat. Meat on the shelf. On the shelf. Ooh.
Okay.
blood all over the place. Oh, that's a big,
I'm coming.
big piece of blood. What up, Planetary? How you doing, dude? Bro, a lot of money. Nemo, yes. Oh, stocking items does give you money. That's good to know. Huge.
Can I put this back on the rack? Nice.
Box empty. Any more boxes? Where's that at?
That's right, we can get one tomorrow.
Blood in the shelf?
Shelf. Okay, let's go.
What shelf? I don't see it.
Well, let me go. Let's see. And let me click it. Thank you for the heads up as well. I didn't think we'd be playing it for this song, but I'm having fun personally. We're nearly done with the game. Oh wait, we had to call we had to call.
The sheriff?
Yeah, how do we call them?
No one is calling. I think that's it. We'll see.
Okay, maybe they
All
call
right.
automatically.
Just soaking all the products. All right. Here we go.
Oh no.
Vance, let's go! If the dog was real, I swear to God.
Nailed it.
Oh my God, that was a huge round.
It's either you call the sheriff and have him visit
here
the
it
store
is.
tomorrow, Mia said it will be covered. We have to call.
Dude, I feel like we don't, because the sheriff is so kind to us. They're gonna try killing him. Is that mean?
Yeah,
Like, I
but
feel like we have what it takes to pay for the surgery, but it's up
well,
to you.
we have one more day to make $100 personal. We don't make a lot of personal, so it's either this or they die. Which, like, it's either the sheriff dies or our cat dies. Personally, mine's already gone, so it's up to you.
Fine.
We don't have to.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
If he gets killed, though, we're bad people.
No, we'll protect him. You would feel
Sure.
better. You would feel better about the sheriff dying with love and light over your
Worm is
cat
barely
dying.
clinging on to life. Duh. Oh, the driver was a doppelganger. Tofu was a dog.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it because there was a Junior Bears team and there was 5 people and I should have searched up the names and seen they were deceased, but I was like, surely that checks out. Okay, my bad. Sorry.
No worries. All right, here we go, guys. I'm gonna do a quick token run, get all the tokens real quick.
I'm back. Hello. Do I still have that fuck ass tongue?
Yeah, this whole time.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Dog was dog. Bro, dog was dog.
Dog was dog.
And that's beautiful. Bam's high, he said.
Aw.
Aww. Ah.
Izzle.
We keep getting unlimited money, I think, because we have so much.
Ooh, 45
this,
years since.
non-stop.
Today marks 45 years since the untimely suicide of the greatly celebrated Mayor Bill Dawson. Remember for his selfishness and the love he showed throughout his office. Okay, so Mayor Dawson.
Hat. Coins. What up, Sam? Witch.
Sandwich.
2, $10. Give us $10. I don't care.
Customers may begin to
Well, yeah,
leave
you know
without
what?
paying.
We'll gamble later. We'll gamble later when we're desperate. Hey! I'm sorry, I'm trying to steal. I just needed these times. No, you know what?
Oh no.
You tried that one yesterday, miss. One night we're on 12. How may I help you? Can I please get $14 of gas? Thanks. Yeah,
I don't
sure. Let me
believe
just
this
make sure
woman.
You're not sus. Okay, kill her then. Or I'll deal with her in a sec. What's wrong? What's wrong with her?
No, she's not. She's fine. I think she's fine.
Why does she have a timer on her?
Cause okay, if you don't do it fast enough, they'll try to steal.
There's someone. Wake that person up.
I got it.
Wait, why don't you trust her?
I don't know. I'm just overthinking. I gotta do the truck thing.
I sent her. I sent her on her way.
52D2. 52D2.
I think she's fine.
52F2.
We need to get our shipment.
Rear
in.
window cracked. Yeah.
Morning, Care. How you doing, dude?
Mayor Dawson.
Oh, we have 500. What?
No, it's not. What? Flew flood waters to carry stranded children to safety. What? Wait, Chris, look at this newspaper.
Okay, hold on.
No, that's okay, doll. You gotta put
Stocking the
yourself
goddamn shelves
first.
over here.
I totally understand. I hope things get better for you too.
What newspaper? In his car?
Yeah, in the back seat. There. And then he said it's an old newspaper.
Wake up. Okay, that's the one we just got today.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But it's a different blurb.
Mayor Dawson spends night in storm to rescue stranded families. Okay.
But the one inside is, it's been years. 40 years ago.
Let me see.
45 years.
since okay.
Okay,
And
so
but why would he have
that's what I mean.
that
That's what I mean.
on him? Like, that's kind of strange that he would have
Do we
a
just kill
newspaper
him?
about a man who... Let's look at him.
What's his name?
These are just my casual clothes.
Sheriff Dawson's dad.
Some asshole pelted a pebble at my car. I've been meaning to get it fixed.
But let me see if I can find him in the thing.
It's 45 years. Sheriff Dawson's dad, he was a great guy, or so I've heard. He's from before my time. So why would he have that newspaper if he doesn't really know the guy? It doesn't make any sense.
I
Can just
know.
kill him?
Yeah.
I feel like fuck it.
Yeah. That's weird. Isn't it?
That's strange vibes. Alright, he's dead. Night 12.
Oh, a surge. Oh no. Oh, Chris. Oh, Chris. Oh.
What the hell's happening? Get out of here!
Oh, God.
Move out of here, you freaks!
What the hell?
What the fuck? This is so much at once.
Tall, often formal wear. Oh, get it, girl. Yeah. Yes, girl. Yes, yes, yes. All right, shoot this guy.
Why are you shooting him?
He's dancing on the scanner.
Oh wait, he's kind of throwing it back.
He is hitting it, but also he might kill me, so.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's fair.
As much as I am a big
No, I'll be
fan.
here if you want to. Oh, who's this? Here's this person again. You missed the bear person. Yeah, bear was chill. Yeah, good job with the meat and the garbage bags. See what this girl's up to. Mia. Oh, that's Mia. Hold
Man
on.
with hog out.
Mia Cannon. Okay. Comic book store owner. Large tattoo on neck and left arm. That's neck and left arm. Let me see her tattoo.
I got him.
Thief. Where's he putting it though?
You don't want to know.
There should be no differences, right? Yeah. We've seen her before. Yes, dumbass. I've got the same tattoos. Okay. You're fine. Bye. Hey! Get the fuck out of here, man. You weirdo.
$10.
Why'd you say $10 like that? $10. Hey, my idiot boyfriend left me at the club, and now I'm pissed off and drunk.
Real.
Wait, why do you keep whispering $10, bro?
We won $30.
Oh, nice. Diane Hayes was left at the club.
Oh, show off.
Okay, so who's her boyfriend? Yeah, that's me. Great photo. Honestly, iconic. Okay, hold on.
Okay, confidence.
She's confident as hell. Is my mascara bad? Be honest. I actually don't. It's a club dress. I look amazing. Thank you.
Whiskey way.
I looked amazing. Thank you.
I've that
My
dog
legs
in
are
me.
done. These boots are evil.
I've that dog in me.
I am not wobbling. The floor's just moving a bit. I think she's fine. Have fun. Thanks, legend. You're the best. No problem. No problem, Bob. Oh, here comes Clyde. Oh shit.
That's okay. That's okay.
We can't let him die.
Check this out.
Oh, interesting. So he can't lead. Interesting. Hey, Clyde. Hey there, bud. Good to see you. Thanks for calling me up. Got to see you're still in one piece. In fact, I've heard you've been out doing a real fine job out here. Careful now. Keep this up and you'll have me out of work. Ha ha ha.
I haven't seen
Sheriff.
Henry, no.
Often in uniform, often wears glasses.
Gambling is an investment.
Clothes. Just watched him last night. Okay, I think he's fine. I'll watch him again too. Me and my clothes. Hey, who are you? Back away. This is on us.
Hi, sir.
Hi. Carla, what do we do? Carla, what do we do with this? That's the dentist, I think.
Stand back.
What?
I got an idea.
Okay. Carla. Now what? Where the fuck are we? We're in someone's asshole, bro.
No, don't say that. Let's go over here.
I'm going over here. Oh, let me out!
Oh, look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Run!
Run!
I'm spectating you. You got this. Temple Run.
What?
It's the sheriff. No.
That's the guy who killed himself.
That's the
20 years
mayor.
ago. Wait, low key? You know, I don't want to toot my own horn. I don't want to toot my own horn. But I popped off in that running.
Oh, you did. They weren't ready. The game wasn't ready for you to be
I
good.
think I could have died very easily there, and that was kind of crazy.
You
I
popped off.
Bro, that was like the jump quest you would do in like Counter-Strike or Minecraft. Whoa. Is that easy to die in? Like, is that a recent situation? What the fuck? That was cool. Holy shit, that was hype.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
that was really cool. That was fun. What the hell? You're the only person I've seen get it first try. Let's fucking go, baby.
Oh
Come on.
yeah.
Okay. Go to sleep if you have bangs, a Honda, or an iPhone 16 Pro Max. Good night. You're safe. Mark yourselves as safe, guys.
Oh my god. Let's go.
That was hype. Dodged.
Yippee!
But if you're not safe, we'll be seeing you. You've banged? Sorry, man. Good night.
Uh-oh.
We'll be seeing you. Wait, Carl, I'm actually happy we made that decision. That was cool.
Yeah, see? Yippee!
Ah,
Alright, let's go.
Alright, hold on. Wait, is there any more tokens left? Only 4? Oh, there's meet up here. Bet you there's one more token we could get.
Token. This day's going so
You have
quick. Holy
bags,
shit.
You have bags and a 16 Pro Max? Oh, yeah. You're extra asleep now. See ya.
Mamma mia. Token? Oh, really? One more token outside?
Alright. I was looking for it, couldn't find it. Oh, the double negative cancels out? Sure, you're right. You want to get out of here?
Alright, let's go. You're not a soul.
For the final day? Bro, that was hype.
That was.
Alright. Guys, lock in for the final day.
Yippee! Honk honk.
Wait, that was considered night 13 of 13. Is that it?
Oh.
How did we skip a night? Oh, human killed.
Oh. Make your way to the vet, still
You
shaken
make
by
your
a
way to the
change.
vet.
Sorry.
Yeah, you read it. You read it out
you
loud.
read, you read. I've just been to the vet, you go.
No. Okay. Dreamlike encounter with the dentist. The receptionist informs you that worm surgery costs have already been covered by an anonymous source. The grave decision ending. In the end, you saved Worm. AI ass Art. The surgery was paid for in full, just like the email promised. An emotional funeral was held for the beloved sheriff of Midnight Town. Only you knew what you traded him for.
Ooh.
This save file has changed to post-story mode. You may continue playing endlessly. Worm will join you in all future shifts.
Oh, mamma mia.
Whoa, so... now we just have our guys forever?
Yeah.
And we did it?
We finished the, like, storyline. You can keep playing endlessly. Give me a Glock.
Give me your Glock. That was a cool ending.
That was a cool ending.
Chad, did everyone choose that, or did anyone try to keep the sheriff alive? Or did most people? Yeah, Chris No Worms in the chat.
Okay.
Sammy got that. Yeah, I'm
Thank
assuming
you,
most people probably
Dole.
did that. Joy and Julia saved the sheriff. Interesting.
But if wait.
But their animals died.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh no.
Did they have cats or dogs in their playthrough? Oh, that's extra weird.
Phoebe's
Joy
the
had a
new
goose.
man.
Oh.
Yay.
The goose is on the loose.
Sorry,
Bro, that was
Sheriff.
fun.
That was fun. We did it.
I think we could have potentially made enough to save our guys and the sheriff, but I actually liked that weird ending.
I agree.
That was cool. Dude, GG's. That was fun as fuck. You
Yeah.
wanna, are you down to do a 4-cap?
I reckon I could do a little fort cap, but not too
she's
long.
not.
No, not like that. Not like that. It could be any game. I'm getting off soon. It could be any game. I'm down for fort if you want fort. Unless you want to do Geo.
Nah, dude, go rest. You deserve it.
No, I'm happy to fort.
Nah,
Let's do it.
Have a good night.
No, boot up fort. Don't do it. Don't.
Wait, here's some lore. The old sheriff was the dentist and took himself out because of guilt. And a doppelganger spawned from his fear and regret. Wait, that's cool, Sammy.
Oh.
So, the sheriff was actually bad the whole time and wanted to take himself out.
Maybe he paid for it. Maybe he was like, hey.
He probably did.
Yeah.
Oh, the current sheriff's dad. Oh, so Clyde's dad was the dentist.
Oh.
Oh. Whoa. So Clyde's still innocent, but honestly, hey. No worries.
Hey.
We'll be seeing you. That's cool. What a fun little moan.
Love.
All right, I'm gonna exit out.
Okay. Wow. That was fun. Video. Oh, arachnophobia mode. That's cool. I wonder what it looked like. Fortnite? You're muted. I don't know if you know.
Oh, my bad.
Fortnite.
Let me get this. Fortnite.
Are we doing a cap?
Yeah, let me see if Ellie's down too. You want to go on my Discord?
Okay. I'm not gonna be on for much longer though. Just a heads up. Fortnite. Door.
That was fun though. John, so
I don't think
sweet.
I slept well
Ruthie, are you
last night.
playing Hearthstone Battlegrounds, by the way? It's kind of fun this season.
My bad. Rev the end of your makeup burp. We could be pro Fortnite gamers. Wait. Yes.
Batman.
I'm interested. Hot bad summer. Oh. Bebo. Okay, that's cute. Stop.
That was cool as hell.
Good night, Joe. You're my god. Oh. Good night, Joe. I appreciate you. I'll see you next time. Who are yours, guys?
You ready? Let's get a
Let's
quick dub.
score. Oh, yeah, quick dub. Talk to me, talk to me.
Yeah, we'll get a quick dub. No worries.
Quick dub. I don't know why I'm so tired. Holy shit.
I'd pay money for the Batman skin with the lizard overlay.
Maybe the game.
What's that mean?
Maybe that
Like that lizard. has
Maybe
a
that
Batman
game
body?
just took it out of me.
Or what's up? Oh, okay. You put money into it. Oh, good.
Wait. I'm glad people are liking it. That makes me happy.
All right, you ready to get a dub?
Yeah. I think
I'm
that
a
game
real
took it out of me.
woman.
Jesus. No, I'm so tired. Oh, I did toss a turn a lot last night. I thought of Sammy actually because I was honestly a rotisserie chicken. I could not fall asleep.
You thought of Sammy sleeping?
No, I thought of Sammy because if I had a Helix mattress, I probably would have fallen asleep.
Nice.
No, but seriously, I was like, damn.
Yeah, Helix mattress would have been crazy there.
My
with Code
shame.
Hangster Girl.
No, seriously, I was like, I just could not fall asleep and I was flipping around.
Let her flip. Helix mattress, some Elf products, and a Mighty Patch. Oh man, what with some KFC?
Yes.
That's GG's.
Helix, yeah,
That's
I would have been
GG's.
asleep in 2 minutes.
Okay. You can't do it, John. It's all good.
Hey, man.
I'm hearing. Yeah, what up? I'm hearing my voice by the way,
Hello.
Carla.
Hello.
You gotta
Lori,
turn my
Lori.
voice
Hello, Carla.
LA.
No,
Carla, I
you're
have
good.
so many fart songs to send to you.
Oh, I need to get back on the algorithm.
I know, man.
I haven't seen them in ages.
Dude,
John
you gotta
said
get back
he
on the
can't.
algo.
Alg.
Hey, what, Chris?
John Cheetos can't
Cut what?
join us.
Why not? Whiskey boot up.
Carla's going to bed.
Boot up.
Whiskey's not. If whiskey boots up, I'm a uncle's monkey.
Whiskey boot up. Come on. Whiskey boot. Whiskers!
Well, you get a whiskey raid?
No, I'm trying to spawn him in by saying that.
Oh.
Whiskey, install it.
Sammy, get in here.
Oh my god. Oh my god, what a loser!
That's okay.
It wouldn't let me run! Oh, I feel like
Hey, it's
pure
okay.
shit. Nah, I'm joking.
Okay.
Wait, when I do this, do you guys hear yourself twice or no?
Yo.
Hello, hello, hello.
No.
Cool. Love that. Okay.
Cool. Are we friends on here even?
Who?
You.
Hold on, I'm taking my flight simulator controls off my desk. I have to unscrew it.
Hmm.
You guys ever tried that?
Flight sim?
That was
Yeah.
one time
No, but Carla
years
has.
ago. Oh my god, I crashed.
Did you?
Yeah, but like I can argue that I, you know, landed safely.
Yeah, exactly. I would trust it.
Thank you.
Okay, Epic Games launcher.
Guys, mum keeps asking about Mildred. But I fear I don't have any updates. I know I miss Flight Sim. When was Flight Sim? 2022? I think? I don't poop my pants, Mickey. No one died to my knowledge. Sure. Wait, why'd you say poops my pants? I forgot about the joke there. I did it, I swear. When the poops are on your chair. It's hot chocolate. Anyone missing a cat? There's a cat roaming and meowing around level 1. Oh my god. Guys, I'm getting a cat. It's Mildred!
Yo, voice chat.
Oh, fuck.
Hi.
Oh.
Hey. Do you guys want to play with Anthony or Sammy? You decide.
Well, I feel like Sammy wouldn't boot up right now.
Don't make it me. I just got partner, man. Please.
I think... Wait, I don't think that neither of them are keen. I would love both my pals in here, but I don't think either of them have it installed.
All right.
You got this, dude.
Pitting two baddies against each other.
Yeah, seriously.
What the
Banthro,
hell?
that was such a Sammy. It's fine.
I just know neither of them have it installed. So what are you trying to pull here?
What? I'm just trying to put two baddies against each other.
Right, okay.
I mean, when you get a Sammy bus raid, you kind of have to say Sammy, right? Or...
You got the Sammy bus raid?
Yeah, dude. Blessings
Bro,
on blessings.
Real.
This dude sucks right now.
What?
Banth doesn't even know how to spell right now. He's in the shower. Genuinely in the shower.
Wait, love that.
I think Carla has one game, by the way, so we have to make it snappy.
Okay, I'm down to make it snappy. Can you friend me and figure it out?
What's your freaking name?
Yeah, I might have
Like-
more than one game.
LEB Walker?
LEB streaming.
LEB Stinky?
Oh,
Yes.
check that out. Get that checked out.
Oh, they can be stank. That's okay.
You never have stinky feet? Like, that's weird.
Actually, honestly, not
In
not that
Japan,
bad.
he was pretty stinky, but like that's because we're
No.
walking
You-
20,000 steps.
No, you did not. You did not. I was not sniffy at
I'm
all. That
kidding.
was
I'm
whiskey.
joking. I just knew you'd be like, hey, yeah.
Don't throw whiskey under the bus.
Well, no. He had stinkers.
That
He
was
did.
one time. It's
There's
okay.
There's a clip.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
It was one time.
Level 18. Duh.
Me? Are you shaming me?
Don't
Yeah.
My
shame.
fuck ass skin. This is from Customs. Can I just change my skin?
Yeah,
20k
please.
steps in Shibuya, guys.
Ow. What are you guys being? What's our theme?
Baddies
sexy
be
lizards.
something- Sexy lizards.
Sexy lizard.
Sexy lizards.
Green.
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 I don't know what my... Wait,
Oh,
any
green.
green
Guys,
chatters
I
here tonight?
truly think
Bro, actually, I got a lot of green chatters over
that
here.
game.
Yeah, it's
that
like
we
green
played-
and purple maxing a lot.
Wait, mods, can we change the game to Fortnite?
Wait, I was just gonna say...
Love, by the way. I honestly think that gave me a crazy headache.
Sammy. Bro forgot game. Wait.
Sammy, you just doing command Fortnite
Dog command
is
Fortnite
so good.
is so good. Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Wait, Carly, I still hear my voice when I talk. Just turn me down. I'm too loud and annoying. And
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're perfect.
Hello?
Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Fortnite Battle Royale.
Yes.
Fortnite.
Tim Sweeney.
Tim Sweeney.
Yes.
I bought acres and acres of forests.
Is that so bad?
Where's this
data
from? I
centers.
need to know.
Oh. I forgot his AI take. That sucks.
He's like the epic guy, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Can I have my
Oh.
cat out also? Sorry. How do I do that?
Okay, get the puss
Anybody else
out.
got their booty out?
Yeah. Yeah.
Chris, put your pussy away.
That's what I've been saying.
My bad.
Someone's got to tell him.
Real.
This is gay. This is gay PUBG.
So what's this game about now?
There's sprites to collect.
Oh.
Right.
Not the sprites.
Wait, do you think John Cheetos has FOMO? Ellie thinks he does.
Bro, stop talking in the third person.
That's so funny. That's a funny thought.
Carla thinks she does.
Carla has a headache.
No!
I know.
Dude, maybe there's a sprite for that.
Don't tell her I said that.
Okay, Ellie won't.
Alright. Carla happy. Carla glad.
Mama happy.
Happy.
Did you watch Love Island?
No, should I start it?
Yes. But start
Ooh.
Australia or UK, because then Australia and UK are objectively better, and then you'll be like, oh my god.
Are they actually better?
Gangsters in chat. Yeah, I think so. But
Oh.
I don't know.
Okay, Punsa.
What?
Okay, Punsa.
You guys ready to have a W in this game?
Yeah.
I think so.
Now, Bam, welcome back.
Wait, have you guys taken the Omegaverse quiz?
No, I don't know what that means.
What is that?
Okay, no worries. It's about like impregnating your ass, I think, a little bit. I'm not fully sure. But
Oh,
it's like alpha, omega, beta kind of thing. I don't know.
Pussy on me,
Someone will
pussy
type
on
up
me.
and explain. No. I don't feel comfortable in here.
I think you said a lot of things.
All right. Opening strong. Oh,
Hey, you have commands in my chat. You're a nesting omega? What does that mean?
oh my god. What's going on? I'm a protective beta sometimes, and then a queen bee omega on other times.
really?
Is an omega different than a beta?
Yeah. Omega's... Ah! Omega's low-key, like, kind of, I don't know, neutral party. I'm not quite sure yet.
So I
So many guys and so little guns.
like
Please
how
don't tell me
Chris
it's
is just
me out
flopping.
here. Chris.
I'm underneath. Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Wait, huge.
Carly, you up or no? Oh no.
Oh, I'm gone. Oh yes, nice brush.
Okay. Hot
Chris-
start. Hot start.
Whiskey, check this out.
Whiskey's not here.
Yes, he is. He's always here.
No, he's not,
He's
bro.
got that dog in him.
Whiskey's everywhere.
Get that checked out.
All right.
Oh.
So.
I have a pistol with 2 bullets. This doesn't seem right.
Dude, Periscope had what it took, I think. You guys
Good
remember Periscope?
answer. Good answer. Yeah, it's all right.
You were 9, bro. No, you weren't.
I'm joking.
No, you're not. You're Joe King.
Wait, you're Joey King, actually.
It's on the board, Steve.
I don't
It's
know.
on the board, Steve.
What's this
7,
game
nice.
about? She's what?
Who's this?
Can I have 1 gun, legit?
My throat is so sore, by the way, from that first fight we had in this game.
Well, I'm eating all my apples.
Okay.
Who's that? Is that one of you guys?
No, it's
Nah,
not.
nah, Steve. What about
Shoot him in the ass.
Where is he?
Nani?
Dead. Got him.
What
Bring back
about
Carla.
mommy?
Wait, we need to get her hard.
Oh.
Huh?
Wait, was that low Kirk a team wipe? Did we get everybody out of here?
The
Where's your card, man?
The Kirkatine. Why? I don't.
First time that sentence has ever been said.
Low Charlie Kirkatine.
What is this?
Be careful.
Got him.
You
That's
got him,
a
man.
team wipe.
See,
That's a
that's
team.
high Kirk a
wipe.
team wipe.
Hi Kirkatine. Right.
What's a shit dinger, dude? Guys.
I don't know, man. Wait, Carla's like in the roof.
Wait, you now was crazy.
You know.
Wanted us so bad.
I feel like I know that name, but not really.
You now wanted like Viner so bad, dude.
Oh. I don't think I know it.
You so
Oh,
you so
yeah.
would have like watched people on it.
Oh, my head was
Me?
hurting. Oh,
you'd have been
no
like
wonder I have a
12 and
headache.
like, ooh, Jason
Oh, yeah.
Jalen's on here. Ooh, MagCon.
Dude, I was not a MagCon head. Don't
You
do me
so
like that.
were, bro. You
I'm
so
not
were.
that white girl, okay? I know
Dude,
I
come on.
hit that hard.
Oh my god,
Don't
that
ask
feels
me
so
about
much
Nash
better.
Greer,
Holy
okay?
shit.
Bro, what do you know about Nash
Respawn.
Greer?
Nash Greer?
Yeah, do you know anything about that guy?
Oh, ask me anything. I know everything about Nash Greer.
What color were his eyes right now?
Blue.
Quickly. Nice.
Oh, that's an easy one.
I know Nash Greer.
What's his brother's name?
Tommy Greer.
No, I think it was like
Hayes.
Chance.
Oh, basically the same thing.
What was his brother's name?
I thought it was Hayes.
It's
It was
Hayes, I think.
Wait, it was Hayes. You knew it more than me.
All right. Well,
Hayes followed me on Vine. That's
so
all I
now
gotta say
you
about
know.
it.
Hey, Caliph, you need this.
Ah,
Thank you, dear.
Hayes. What is going on over here? Look at this fucker.
Doggo. Kiss my
Fuckery.
lips.
Look at this. What is this?
I have the worst loot I've ever had in my entire life, genuinely.
Yeah, Nash as a kid
Mr.
was
Vine
like 15.
superstar Chris Mel, I know.
Yeah, but they're low-key, it's like he's kind of scary eyes. No offense.
That's just a real human.
Party.
Aww.
That's fine.
Poor,
Sorry.
poor
I used to make
Dash
fun
Hound.
when I was
What's your name? Greer?
yeah.
Dash Hound Greer.
You can vote
Greer?
for more rocks? What's the joke?
Huh?
Why do I have an apple? I'm throwing it away.
Yeah, I love Blue Eyes, guys.
Yeah, his brother played for Florida, I'm pretty sure.
What's this?
Like for the Florida Gators.
What the hell is that?
Will, yeah.
Thanks, Sean
Will.
Pistol.
Will it float? That's the question.
Willie.
Sasso. Remember him?
Will Sassa, I remember him.
Willie.
He used to put like oranges in his mouth.
Lemon's
Aw.
close.
Well, I don't know.
That's okay.
What were you
what's
playing
this?
tonight, Ellie?
I was playing Flight Sim. I was playing a little one block challenge.
One block challenge, really?
One of them.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt kind of inclined.
Willy Wonka.
But I don't know.
We had a
GeoGuess.
lot of fun with our game.
Wait, yeah, what's this game?
Shift at midnight. You should play with the girly pops. or
Is it
something.
scary?
Yes, you'll love it.
But like, I'm
Would you
a
love
big
scary
puss.
games?
I'm a big puss, and I could do it. So that means you can.
You're not a big puss.
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
That's
that-
okay.
See, I'm scared.
No, you will have
But it seems
moments, but it's
fun.
okay. Yeah, it's so much fun.
You would have fun with friends, I think.
Okay, more of a friend game.
You have those, right? Yeah, you're good. You're fine.
Some of them.
Would you watch me
Yeah.
play it again with Granny? Is it?
Here and there. I'm gonna
is
start
it
WoW with Lopes.
rewatchable?
What? Bro, don't.
Oh my God.
A WoW, dude, a WoW era with all the friends would go crazy.
Let's boot up WoW
I've never
again,
played.
guys. I don't get
What-
it, but let's
what-
boot up.
No, literally,
One word
like
to
if we all
describe
played,
it.
it'd be so fun. I'm not even lying.
One word to describe it. I don't even know what it is.
Grind.
Grind. Okay.
It's grind.
Is it grindier than RuneScape?
Okay. No, RuneScape's like the ultimate grind game.
Oh, okay.
People
What
are
would you
saying it
like-
will sabotage my
Ooh.
streaming career.
Yeah, you would have
The
half your
babysitter
viewers,
one,
but, like,
Liz?
you would have fun though.
Community
Okay, that's true.
guild?
That's what it's about.
It depends though. It's like just chatting kind of.
See, I like that.
Yeah, it's just chatting with like, and then you're just playing games.
Oh.
I like a yap game.
It would be really fun if we all played it and like cooked on dungeons. All our communities would be playing as well.
Is that Leroy Jenkins?
Yes, that is.
Oh.
Okay. That's about all I know. So.
Oh, WoW
Carla
is
and
actually a
Sammy
game
played with
RuneScape
me
not
for
so
one-
much.
For like 2 days.
I died by
It
a
was
I
really-
died to a dog or a wolf, whatever.
Did you like it or hate it?
I didn't hate it. I didn't like it. I was just severely confused.
Okay. That's
But
fair.
no, hear me out, hear me out. I think if I actually committed to it, I think I would love it.
Okay.
But I
So
need
you
to
just need
commit
the
to
right-
it. Yeah.
Motion. Okay, got it.
Oh, he's driving himself. What a
Oh, thanks for
loser.
dropping me off. Appreciate it. He's coming up. Still up there, guys? Or is it just me up here?
He's in the thing. He's in the thing.
He's on the thing.
I think he fell in that. That's actually so sick for him.
Yeah, he's in there.
Where
The thing
are you
about WoW
guys?
is the crowd people, so if we had a whole community of it. Oh yeah, true.
No way.
Can I just jump off?
Fuck.
Oh shit.
Spence, which game? Ooh,
Oh,
Ellie,
there's
nice.
the other guy. Oh, not really.
In there, in there, in there.
What is this guy's deal?
Kill that
Tom
guy,
Spank
it's
is on the
back.
car. Like, you can drive this bitch now?
There's a guy in the back, resing.
Okay, 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 okay. Okay.
Come on. What are you? What the fuck?
Oh, now I'm on here not. Carl is driving. I'm up here with a different man.
Guys, don't worry. There's nothing to worry about.
Tom Spank has got it, bro. Hit!
Wait, look. Should I invite you to stream together, or do you not, or does it not work for you?
For me?
Yeah.
Wait to, like, put my face on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do I res?
I have to open up Google Chrome.
That's right.
Tab out in momentarily.
That's fine.
Carlita, how do you res?
Okay,
I actually
hold.
wouldn't know anymore.
Can someone change the game?
Odds?
Already did.
Come on.
Cheetos?
Oh, thank you.
Fair? Chloe? I know. Everyone's streaming. Everyone's busy, man.
Everyone's doing shit now. Yeah.
Mine was a genuine laugh.
Oh. Wait, Carla, order a toasty and then lock in for another few games.
Not even alive.
Huh?
We have
Carla.
28
What,
fight
babe?
rates today.
Beautiful res. I didn't even realize I was tabbed
Oh,
out
you're
in
back,
Google
yeah.
Chrome.
Yeah, of course. They're trying to fight us though.
Oh god, that was really trying to fight. Oh my god, I'm in the vehicle.
Oh, you're weird. Oh, and you're locked in here. Oh, I danced on him. Oh,
He's coming. He's
get fucking
coming up.
shit
He's
on.
coming in. He's
Oh,
coming
shit.
in.
Where?
Oh, get fucking shit on too. Who's next, motherfucker?
Behind, behind, behind. They're coming up.
Coming behind?
Eh.
Literally coming behind. They're on the roof. They're coming in. They're coming in.
Who's next?
Yeah.
Let's bet we're back. Holy shit on a stick.
Guys, you know what to do. You know what to do.
What?
What do we do? Yes.
Chris, come on.
Wait, no, do the other one. Oh, the other one. Carl, you know what I'm talking about.
I like this one.
Because think about it. That's where they're going right now. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude.
That's
So
nasty.
Here, someone drink this. Someone take that med kit, and we're good to go.
Okay, I'll take it.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. All right, let me.
I little...
Okay, Raj. That's your Raj.
Hey, Raj. All right. Guys, we're so
I
bad.
can't believe that just happened.
Oh, I believe it.
You're right.
I'll believe it. I was tabbed out having a grand old time.
Oh, all right, sure.
Sorry about that. Okay, someone's trying to shoot me a little bit.
Let's all
Also,
go to the lobby.
A Minecraft SP would be fun down the road too.
Guys, bring back
Oh my
Rust SP.
gosh.
Come on.
Raj.
I've been waiting. It's been 5 years. Yeah, but we make
there should
it.
be another.
We make it roleplay. Someone's coming up to you. Oh, and someone's coming up to me too.
Whoa!
Okay. We've got a lot going on here.
I'm out of here.
How do you fly? I want to get away.
I wanna fly away. Yeah. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
guys when
Yeah.
his pants split and his penis popped out front row on the stage?
Who's this?
Lenny Kravitz.
Lenny Kravitz, it's so funny.
Bro, I'm in the middle of a fight and I hear penis popped out.
Well, he did. Lenny Kravitz. Look it up.
I'm in the bathroom. Anyone wants to heal me?
All right.
Wait, I'm gonna roll over that way.
Okay. Yeah,
It's a
right,
cold,
right
hard
down here,
Carl
Carla.
Berry.
Right in this bathroom right here.
Gala.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ah!
Woohoo! Wow, good. Yeah.
Here he comes.
I don't even know that it had a ring, guys.
Ring. Did it?
Yeah. Yeah. Apparently.
Well, it was pretty up close. I'll say it.
What?
That was on me.
All right, Carly, get out of here. You got this.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. How do
Am
I use
supposed to be
these?
paying- What? Whoa. Am I supposed to be paying?
Violate-
attention to this
okay.
TV as a corporation? Oh yeah.
Third.
Oh. Let's all
That
go
was
to the
close.
lobby. Let's all
was.
go to the lobby.
That was fun. I wasn't very helpful. I apologize about that.
Oh no, you were.
No, you were fine,
Oh.
dude.
You'll never say that again.
Hold on. Be back 1 sec.
Don't ever say that again. Okay, bye. Gala, just you and me, man.
Ellie! When you go for a run, do you say, Ellie be running?
I never run, Carla. I don't think I've ever
Really?
ran in my life.
Oh. Well,
I've
alright.
ran like maybe a little.
Oh, I've been in midnight, the shift at midnight category.
Have you? Dude, where is not?
Whoopsies, my bad.
Oh wait, should I hit play again? Was I a piece of shit?
I
Oh, no.
went to lobby because I'm a piece of shit.
Oh, 'cause you're a good guy.
I'm my
You were too
bad, my bad.
Okay, what should our skin theme be? Same?
Maybe some razzle dazzle.
Ooh, a little razzy dazz, a little razzmatazz. Okay.
Thoughts? Thank you, Izzy. My goat. That's crazy. I think like, oh, not long, like 20 minutes. Bye, Axel. Wait, Bean, you're shaking that.
Should we all go Simpsons?
Bro, you think I have any of those skins?
Bro, you have to have one. What's your
No.
weirdest skin you have?
Probably like this bullshit.
That's
fucking
so
brown.
red.
Okay, Doom.
Wait,
Wait, I'll match your freak.
Okay, Cobby Lame. Bro, nipples.
bro, titties. I worked on that. Isn't that weird?
Why are
Which
the
one?
eyes like
The
that?
copy lane one.
You actually-
Yeah, I did. Cool guy. I do. I have this shit.
Wait, did you get anything on your account that's like staff only type shit or not really?
They don't give you that. They learn from like the epic badge thing.
Oh.
They don't do that. I mean, this is the only morsel they gave me. Is this skin? They
That's
gave me
kinda
like
cool.
one code for her, and I was like, okay.
Wait, who's that? That's what's her face?
I don't know. Like,
Are we
this
doing
chud.
blue?
Thanks, I guess.
Are we doing blue maybe?
Sure. I like
Blue's a cool one.
Okay.
Yeah, no free V-Bucks, unfortunately.
Oh, the minty skin bundle. That's right.
Oh, you've got a knower over there.
That's right.
So I'm really looksmaxing in my Fortnite locker currently. Okay.
Okay, Pedro. Shit.
Hey,
see.
Pedro's in here?
Oh shit, Pedro.
Paige?
Paige is kind of hitting that shit.
It is.
Check me out with this one.
Ooh, I like that emote. So crazy how TikTok is just giving them so
Much money.
people's TikTok dances.
Crazy
Yeah.
how they didn't do Beetlejuice collab, the new movie.
Me?
Game flopped. Movie flopped.
Oh,
I thought.
man.
Pop music. Talk about pop music.
This is actually a throwback and a half. This scene I'm doing.
That was a great season. The Daily Bugle.
The Daily Bugle.
Look at Spider-Man go.
He's always slaying, dude. Oh, Spidey!
Dang. Peter Parker, dude.
Oh, Pedro.
Yeah.
Hey.
No one's home.
Well, Home Alone collab. I want to be the burglars.
I want to ready up, I think. No offense, though.
Oh, that's like literally so me. I was just scrolling through my email.
No, it's no worries.
Wait, I was checking out my sprays.
Oh, cool.
Check this out.
Yes, praise.
Sprays and emoticons.
Okay, General Grievous.
In the sneaks is crazy.
Do you
Wait,
like
I
my?
fucking hate it and love it at the same time.
Do you like my hips?
The theme was not blue. It was the blue feeling, like maybe like sad, like sad characters.
What?
Or a law.
Yeah, that's the theme.
I look so
Wait,
good.
your mood.
Remember when you played with Jar Jar with those sneakers on and he had his like pants up his gooch and it looked so stupid?
Are you talking about my Jar Jar
Bro, don't say gooch.
or Chris Jar Jar?
No. Chris had a Jar Jar. Chris was playing Jar Jar for
Dry.
sneaks or whatever they call them, and it just Jar Jar's pants. You'd see print, and
His
it was just
glit.
weird.
His glit.
Yeah, you could see his glit.
Ah. Not good. Sorry.
Wow, they really gave up on naming the POIs on this map.
You guess we go to Chop Shop or what?
Sinister Strip. Sunken Shores. Heatwave Arbor. True.
His Gungan Grundle. I like that.
Oh, it's Gungan. Hey, put your Gungan away, guys. We gotta play a game.
Gungan away.
Hey, what did I say?
Let it out.
No, put the Gungan away.
No.
Sorry.
Let it all out. Why am I wearing this skin? I'm gonna scare people away. Watch this.
What are you giggling about?
Nothing.
Oh, he's giggling.
No, I'm not.
Oh,
I've never
alright.
giggled.
Struggled. Portaled.
You know what? You know when you have like a friend in chat who's like there only to fucking fuck with you, then that's it.
Is Ben still in the shower or what?
It's like you knew.
It's like, you know.
Like if I'm in your chat past 2 a.m.,
Oh yeah,
good luck.
for sure. Chris will come
Real
in and
annoying
do.
hours.
They'll do all my old sponsorship commands at like 3 a.m.
Or I'll share like your oldest emotes I've never seen before.
Yeah.
I saw a weird Chris emote today. Caitlin11 dropped it. It was a Chris Mel fall or something. It's you falling down the stairs. I've never seen that one.
Why does she have that? That's not even a real emote. That's literally
Or
like a
maybe
better
it's-
Twitch emote.
Yeah, maybe it is.
Is that on your channel for no reason?
Well, I have some weird Chris emotes on my channel, 7TV for sure, but no, I saw it in
The fuck?
some. It was in Sammy's stream.
Sammy? Well, you're watching Sammy over me?
Ooh.
Nah, I'm joking.
I mean, Sammy's Twitch's
Ooh.
princess.
You're right.
Who?
Help!
Where are you? I'm coming to see you.
Oh, double knock.
Oh,
monster
Carla, you
kill.
actually farted on them. Here they come.
Oh, yeah.
It's gotten to the point now if I'm in someone's chat, like I'll say hi in Whiskey's chat and he won't even like acknowledge my existence because he's like, this guy's gonna say something fucking annoying.
Really?
And sometimes I'm in regular mode.
Double
like,
down.
I'm here to contribute to chat actually.
Sure, that's nice.
Anyone want to get in here?
Here.
Yeah, man.
I'll go on top.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Flying.
Oh, I got my glit out.
Glitz up!
My glit got some air. Ben, thank you for typing 1/3 of a banana in my chat. Just one banana tip.
Wait, he hit with the banana tip and that's it?
Just one
Come
banana
on,
tip.
man.
Yeah.
Get the full tip in there. The full.
Get the shaft.
Banusi.
Bro, you know what's a funny one to do?
What?
I think it's the whiskey banana emote, right?
Yeah.
It's like left, middle, right. Doing just the left and the right and making it a short banana is funny.
Well, I just got just the left.
Or just the middle's funny. It's like when, dude, you know what would crack me up back in the day?
Boy.
Just of the middle.
Aqua Kyle 2000 has gifted a sub to
Really?
Bantony.
Belly button.
Yeah, and that's it.
Kyle, thank you.
What is this? Little
Yeah.
thing that I have? Key?
Banana Boy got a sub.
Oh wait, that's a 4-parter, that banana. I didn't realize it was a 4-parter.
It's a 4-parter?
Yeah.
Oh!
Bro, yeah, it's funny.
I've got a micro nanner in here right now. Just the butt and the tip.
Really?
That's kind of cute, just as
Wait,
a little,
nice.
little
We
tiny
just got a long
nanner.
bun in here. A long bunny.
Cute.
Crispy's back from jail.
Yeah,
What?
that's my goat.
He was banned.
What?
Yeah,
he
he
was banned
showed
for a day.
Hog.
No, he
He's
didn't.
cock?
No, he
Oh,
didn't.
sorry.
Why are you spreading weird rumors?
Spread it.
It was Hogs of 300, wasn't it?
Yeah.
My bad. Sorry.
What I thought it was.
What's happening?
Wait, me? Listen, I know I'm the low man here. Okay, fuck off! Listen, I know I'm the
Don't
little
worry.
guy.
No,
Damn,
you're not the little
scene.
guy. You have the huge glit. Hop on.
Pull out your flaps. Pull out your glitz.
Jam
No,
out
no,
with your
your
clam out.
raspy giggle is making it worse.
Thank you so much, Con. I needed this.
Wait,
Come on,
you
work
said
for
you were
Hog
banned
Show.
Speed run. For Banthony.
Wait, smart.
I've been banned for 3 days, so what?
Wait, for what?
Someone was watching my stream. I was pretty new. Someone was watching my stream and they DM'd me their hog while I was live. And then I went, ugh, didn't think, and flipped my phone to my camera and showed his hog on stream. And then
Oh my
I think
God.
then he reported me and I was off air within 5 minutes.
That's annoying that he.
Wait, he
managed
got
to do
your
that.
ass.
Yeah.
Like he got your ass with his stupid tiny micro hog.
Yeah,
His
real,
acorn.
real.
That blows.
So I was off for 3 days.
Wait, nice break though. A little vacation.
Yeah,
Wait, you said you were off air?
yeah.
Off air.
Yeah,
What?
I guess we are. I guess that's
We're kind of live on air right now, Chris. If you ever
Yeah, we
thought
are.
about it.
No, we really are. That's true. That's
Wait,
truth
so
be
why did
told.
Crispy get banned?
Hog.
Oh, we don't know.
A slur?
No, it wasn't hog. No,
Oh.
there's no slurs for hog.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, what is this? What are you typing in like?
Thanks
gaming
for
laptop
finally
over here?
unbanning me after that, Cloud. We could move past it. That's such a funny message. Oh, that tickled me, that did.
I think he watched the nature doc. We don't know for sure though.
It was a nature doc about Hog.
Sammy.
I was moving the weekend I got banned, so it kind of worked. Well, okay.
Wait, so what's this intense music? Like, what's coming in here? I don't understand this. Extraction crate?
We're going to extract our sprites.
Okay.
If you picked up a sprite.
Okay. This might as well be WoW. I have no fucking idea. I mean, you
No,
guys
it
just
is. It
run
basically
around,
is.
know what's happening.
This is what WoW
Okay, wait.
is.
Did you, what was the thing you posted on Blue Sky the other day?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't have a blue sky.
Oh, you were showing full
oh, that's
tit.
weird.
What do you mean?
Okay, that's not what I said.
Sorry.
Wait, do I have AI rack on blue sky?
Yeah. Very nice,
Fuck.
by the way.
No,
Really
no one uses.
buggers.
No, I was just making a joke because no one actually uses Blue Sky.
Blue sky.
Blue sky.
Nah, I said it wrong.
No, but that scared me for a moment because I was like, uh-oh. Someone took LED streaming on
AI
blue sky?
rack.
How would you know if an AI bot got control of my Instagram? How would you know? What would the signs be?
They wouldn't change their profile pic.
I want you to
it.
know, Chris, that I changed my profile pic for the first time in 2.5 years.
No,
No, it is. It is because I had bangs. I had bangs in my Twitch account.
Okay, let me actually think how I would know it's not you.
Okay.
You would respond to a message from a reel that I sent. I'd be like,
I
"There's no way that's
heart
far."
react. I heart react to it.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, this
How
game
about
is
me?
so scary.
There's losers on me.
Wait, he's kind of sprite backs in low Kirk.
Wait, whoa! What is that one?
Jesus, you like that from my hand!
Guys,
Yo, that's $100 on eBay! Give me
Wait,
that.
I haven't
This
updated.
guy's
There's
cra-
someone's coming. Someone's coming, guys.
This guy's
Oh
crazy.
my God.
Sprite.
Rose,
Wait.
Rose Galaxy
Did I-
Gummy Fishy Sprite maxing.
There's someone here, guys. Lock in.
Oh,
Oh,
dead.
thanks, I'm scared. Oh my god! He won't talk to me.
Oh, I'm as fuck. Hold on.
He's emoting on my AI rack. Oh my god.
That guy had some crazy shit.
They did.
Oh, they're just
To be
rolling
fair, I just
around.
got excited and just grabbed stuff. I didn't realize those were yours. It's my bad.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
No,
I'm
I
joking.
grabbed
Do
grabbed
you
too
think
many.
the Gummy Fishy Sprite would have saved my life? No.
Yeah,
No.
it would have been good.
No.
Yeah,
But-
this is the new Spider-Man skin. It's super rare. I got it early.
All right, man.
Wait, you want to see a funny pic? You want to see a funny thing that like millennial guys do in their profile pics?
Yeah, go.
Sure. That's the bear smirk.
My bad.
Oh, it's good.
Thanks.
I'm trying to see if I can sift through my computer to find that image of you in that wig.
You said computer.
Bro just was just wait. You were just like waiting with bated breath to just get one on me.
I wasn't
It's
even waiting.
true.
I did it pretty much immediately after you said it.
Wait, dude. I've got the best pic of you up right now.
Me?
No, I have the one of Chris. I don't have the one of you with your headphones on the tip of your wig. I'm looking for that.
Oh my god, gutted.
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 Great reel, by the way.
What'd you say?
No, I liked the reel. I liked the wig reel.
Oh, thank you.
It made me chortle.
Chort.
Here. Pig is in squad size.
That's a
Can I,
really
like-
good pick.
Isn't
Okay,
it?
okay, posting in squad eyes.
Yeah, so what are the rules with that now that I'm in there? Like, can I just like what do you do? It's too quiet. You gotta like heat it up.
No, it's not really meant to be like
Oh.
loud. That pic sucks of me. What that pic blows. I look like a fuck.
You're the one
Hell.
who just it was you without a haircut.
Dude.
It's so bad.
Oh,
What do you mean so bad?
You
Something
just,
took
me.
over you.
you just look
That's
sad.
me.
You just look sad in your wig.
So
What do you mean I look-
sad.
what do you mean I look
Yes.
sad?
You look despondent.
What do you mean despondent? We can't. You're saying $10 words.
You look.
Chad, do I look
Arrowed.
despondent in this?
Yes.
Millie, I think you should tell him.
I look devastated, Sammy.
Don't. Sammy.
Sammy, 2-4.
Devastated's crazy. I look like I experienced a loss. I can't even explain.
That's your face when we killed the sheriff to save our cats.
No, that'd be the face of our cats and sheriff both dying.
Yeah, that would be pretty shit.
Bro's crestfallen.
Ooh.
I like crestfallen.
I look dilapidated.
Delap.
Don't let them
Bro
spark-
lost
dull
at
your
sea for
sparkle.
a year.
Wait, I might make this an emo and just call it Chris Mel. Fuck it.
No, call it Castaway. Castaway Chris.
Castaway.
Oh shit.
Chris Mel Wilson.
What is that? Sorry.
American.
Oh shit. Wait, I'll be Wilson. You be Tom Hanks.
Yes.
Wilson!
This is me streaming in 5 years playing Fortnite 3. Hey guys, welcome back. It's always good to see you.
Fortnite 3!
Playing Fortnite 3. Everyone's moved on.
When they bring
When they remove
Save
your
the World
creator
3.
code. Oh, save the world 3.
Carla, that's you. You would be full circ.
Really?
Thanks
Yeah,
for the
didn't you
11 year
start on Save the
resub.
World?
Oh, I love Save the World.
Shan and Nightbot, good to see you.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Shift at 10 p.m. with Carla today. It just got released. The fifth in the series. Shan, I love you, my wife.
You guys think you're streaming in 5 years?
I got more time on me, man. I'm just starting.
True.
Oh, come on.
That's really nice. That's a flex, actually.
I don't know. Who's to say? Maybe not even
Bro,
next week.
Wait, how old are you? 27?
Yep.
That's
Not that much time. Low Kirk.
Bro, no, that's actually insane. I started at 27.
My life is over.
I started at
What do you mean your life
21.
is over? That's fucking crazy. You started at 21.
That's
21.
aura. Starting at 27 is aura loss.
No,
Yeah,
that's
started-
good.
No, it's not. I started at 27.
You have
No,
your
Oral
head on
Loss
your
is starting at
shoulder.
18. Nah, I'm joking.
Starting at 18?
Nah, I'm joking.
I'm joking.
I want to make it
Like,
to
Ben-
10
I think
years
Ben
and then
was
I'll be proud.
genuinely 16 when he started.
Oh my god, man.
He was wombing it.
Yeah,
That's crazy. That's cool though.
get shit on.
Oh,
Sorry.
Where are these losers?
You were 24. Like, I don't even know who that is. Also shot. He was low 10, 18 or something.
Low Ken? Wait, who's Ken?
Women
You know
it.
what's crazy? Starting after 30 and actually doing well is like a insane W.
Yeah.
It's kind of a flex.
Like that's like impossible almost
Oh.
in this market.
Hmm. Yeah. Streamer U is like average age is like, I was like, what? I don't know. I couldn't believe how young some of the people were.
I just took out the whole Power Ranger squad.
Let's go.
My
I need no
God.
help. What are the
Wait, there's
quack
a-
snacks?
What's a quack snack?
Like again, what's this game about?
Real. I don't think Streamer University was for
new
me
skins are coming?
because
Do you guys know?
I felt like
No.
all their
Oh.
humor and it was just like kind of bad
I'll see
taste
it.
for me.
Bro, that was such.
But then again, I only saw
That was such like
little bit,
There was
so
kind of quiet for like 3
that
seconds.
might sound a bit
Yeah, I
judgy.
got uncomfortable. I was like, I either mute on my stream
But I
deck
felt
and
like it was worse this
engage
year.
with chat or ask a blanket
This year.
question.
Bro, that was such. Bro, that's me when I'm gaming with my friends and it's like quiet for a little bit. I'm like, so.
What's the time, guys?
What's everyone's favorite movie?
Any movie classics? I've never seen so many movie classics, Low Kirk.
Wait, dude, you should watch movies.
Never seen Forrest Gump, Godfather, no. Jurassic Park, no.
Okay, you're pissing me off.
What other
You're
classics
pissing me
are
off.
there?
It's crazy.
Dude, watch Jurassic Park. It's phenomenal.
I've seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind like 7
That
times.
one's really. Wait, why 7? Do you really like it?
It's my dad's thing.
Oh.
All of
Yo.
our like childhood like family passwords growing up were like related to like.
It's genuinely really good.
What? Third Kind
movie,
or Jurassic
yeah.
Park?
Both.
I've heard I could skip Forrest Gump.
All my
Well,
passwords
I mean,
are related to Tom
close.
Hanks.
Who?
What? No,
What
you
do you
should
think of
watch
Tom
Gump.
Hanks?
Gump it up.
Should I gump it up?
Yeah,
I
Gump
think
it up.
Forrest Gump's a great. I've seen it so many times. I think it's a great movie.
Okay.
You know
Wait,
what's
do
a
you
great
care about
movie?
a vault key if I found that or no?
Ooh.
Wait, care about what?
A vault key? I'm gonna go down to this little vault.
Wait, people over here. People over here. On me. 126.
On me way, dear.
Help me, miss.
Are they in the building?
The call's coming
Yeah,
from
like,
inside the
I'm gonna
house.
take care of them.
Crazy.
Wait, I'm
Oh.
actually. I'm low key. Clean with it. That's mine. That was mine.
That's mine. Wait, the vault's right here. Oh,
Run!
we have to go. Wait,
That's my Sprite.
I'm gonna take it.
That's zero. That's a 0 point. That's mine.
We have to get in the
there's
zone
a man
first.
here. Oh, there's
Charlotte,
a
if you
fucking
don't,
man
if you
here.
don't give me.
You have
that 0
one.
point- No, I mean that's 0.1.
What do you mean?
I need that one. Please.
Please.
Okay.
If you
Okay, yeah.
extract it, I swear to fucking God. Gummy point 0. Okay, thank you.
Damn it, guys.
Oh God.
I needed that one.
I'm in a storm with a man,
Oh no, coming.
and he absolutely sharted on my face. Oh.
Millie underscore Milena
Just
just
forget about me.
subscribed.
Oh my god, doggo real.
Carl's love.
Not on my watch,
This
bub.
matchmaking.
Millie,
not
thank
advanced
you.
enough.
I'm absolutely spoiled, I am.
Now
Carl,
I
you
just
good
sit
that
here and ask about
That's
movies,
okay.
bro.
They're coming in here.
We'll get it back to you. We'll get it back to you. We're gonna get you back.
No, don't come. Just leave me, man. It's not worth it.
Knocked one, knocked one.
Wait, you're over there? Oh, what the fuck? Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I'm not gonna
leave
dog
me.
Ellie.
Oh, you've got to, man. Please. I haven't seen Jurassic Park. Just go.
That's
No,
not an
dude, come on.
excuse.
Dude. What are other classic movies? I don't
Have you
even
seen
know
Dirty
them.
Dancing?
Godfather's also
Yes.
very good.
I love Dirty Dancing.
Okay.
Gone Girl?
Oh, I
Yeah,
love
didn't
Gone
ask.
Girl.
Nah, I'm joking. This movie, guys, come on.
Wait,
Oh,
what
I'm
was
bringing you
that?
back.
Rehash that?
Wait, Gone Girl is actually so fucking good.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen
Rosamund
it?
Pike.
Do you know it was the first feature-length film to be edited in Premiere Pro?
Yes, I actually did know that.
Hell yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool fact.
Titanic.
No. Half of it.
Notebook.
Shawshank Redemption, no.
What?
Is that the one with the
Oh.
math on the board?
Oh, you're pissing me off.
Math on the board. What's the math on the board one?
Dead Poets
Math
Society?
on the... Nope, haven't seen that one.
School of Rock.
Matrix, no. School of Rock, yes.
Matrix, no.
Rain Man, no. Good Will Hunting, no.
Twilight.
Cape Fear.
Yeah. Thank you, my goat. Wait, what'd you say?
Interstellar.
Yes, of course.
Oh, what do you mean? Of course. You said no to every movie so far.
Of course is
Oh, of
so
course,
funny.
Of course.
Like,
Interstellar.
bro, Lego Batman was so fucking good. Was that a
Millie,
movie?
thank
I
you,
think it was.
Joel.
Yeah, it was.
I love your name, by the way.
Heard it was kind of funny.
Doggo. Never.
That's all.
You're back.
Thanks, man.
If you see a med
Indiana
kit, let me know.
Jones?
Yes, of course. All.
Okay.
Star Wars,
Star Wars?
all. All. Important. Read the books.
Star Wars.
I read canon breakdowns, or I watch canon breakdowns on YouTube.
Star Wars.
Star Wars stuff, yeah. Who is this Chud?
Have you seen every
Silence
episode of The
is so
Simpsons?
good.
Silence of the Lambs is good. I've actually seen it, which is weird. I haven't seen The Simpsons or Family Guy. Whole team.
You're
That's fine.
really funny for someone who didn't grow up on The Simpsons.
Yeah, or SpongeBob, dude. I have one of those white moms.
Oh no, dude. I know for a fact you've never seen SpongeBob growing up. I don't know, man.
Am I not hilarious? I'm a hilarious young lady.
You are. It's true.
You're up there.
I made it. I watched PBS Kids
Okay, that checks.
all across the board. PBS Kids, Barbie Fairytopia. I don't know.
They're on my, they're on my,
Like,
they're on my
a little
glit.
Okay, I need to go get you guys. I'm gonna
Okay.
go this way. Man, my friends keep dying.
I know it's on me. I'm sorry.
No, it's
no,
not.
I think trios is actually like sweaty.
I'll
Yeah,
let you
for the
guys do
trolls.
duos. I gotta go eat.
No, dude.
No, no, don't leave
You're
your
already
friend.
eating. No, don't leave me with Ellie, bro.
You're already eating is so funny.
Sammy. Oh, me, Sammy, Carla, trios, Chris goes.
Chris goes is so funny.
Trios, Chris goes.
Oh, get his ass.
Who's driving this bus? Do we still say that? Kinda.
Yeah.
Darren, really?
Do you
Oh my
still
God.
TikTok on your phone or is it deleted?
It's deleted.
Mm,
Why?
just wondering.
If you send me anything, I haven't seen it.
Got it. Got it.
Sorry. Same with Twitter. Deleted.
I can't seem to delete it, but I just look at it on browser like a weird freak.
Bro, Twitter genuinely is just like nothing.
It's so
such
bad
nothing.
for my psyche though. It's
Oh,
like
it's
actually.
you open Twitter for 5 seconds and I feel worse.
I'm hit by like 5 bad things, and I'm
Yeah.
like, okay.
So true.
Yeah, someone's beheaded, and I'm like, all right, well, happy Tuesday. It sucks.
Yeah, literally. Or it's like, oh, women lost rights here. You're like, oh, cool.
And everyone's like, good, they shouldn't be able to breathe. And you're like, oh, okay, cool.
And then it's like a picture of a black man and a white woman smiling, and people are like, yeah, what the
Like, this is my eye. Okay, there's a guy on me if anyone cared, but I think
I'm
he's
here,
over
I'm
to
here.
save me. So it's okay.
Nice.
Or it's AI. Yeah, it's all just like grok.
It's just slop.
I
Oh,
know.
Grok is so found.
Sometimes, like, when there is a situation going on, like, unfortunately, my reaction or my like knee-jerk reaction is to go check Twitter.
Wait, guys, you going towards the shooting or no?
Yeah, it's just
I'm
bots.
kinda
We got it.
meandering in. He's like not. He's like a back to Carla. Sizzling champ. That's so for sure real.
Oh, that
Did you
is
ever,
real.
choose any of the AI names?
No. Well, they're not. They weren't AI when I was there. I don't even know if they're AI now. It was just like people made them up. I don't know.
Nice.
No. They're AI players, but like made by people. I'm assuming the names. Like the bots. You know what I mean?
Did I ever make a bot or make a bot
No,
name?
do you ever choose like the names that the bots use?
Nah.
My bad.
I think it's like old lore. I don't know. I don't know how they choose them.
Fair.
But now there's like no one that works there anymore, so I'm not really sure who's like doing anything over there.
Real.
Yeah, I don't understand how this game is still doing stuff when like 5 people work there.
True, yeah.
Oh, well,
Twitter
they're all AI.
can have
I'm just
one
kidding. I
in
don't know
like
that. That's-
10 days.
Okay, for legal reasons.
1 in 10 logins.
It's a joke.
Can
That's
have
a
like
joke.
stuff.
No, I'm actually kidding. I have no idea.
like
but
news
I don't
that
know.
are,
They
like,
did lay
for
out
pop
people like
culture.
multiple times.
But then
so I'm
other
not quite
times I
sure.
log in and I'm like,
it
why am I
depends on
here?
12.
You know, like if you have a good alg,
like,
it's fine. But
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they chose them.
um,
Bank shop pistol any good?
oh, is it?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
I got it in my invent. I got literally
Tory
one.
freak down here.
Multiple freaks.
Oh, they have a sprite. I'm getting it.
So what does that mean when the spray is like chasing them?
Oh, it's ass.
It's
Ass
awesome.
sprite.
Ooh, I love the turrets. Those were so good. Wait, this bank shop
This
pistol
guy's
is
over here. No, but bank shot's cool. Shoot at their feet.
Okay.
Oh. Oh yeah, they're so over there. Oh my god,
Someone over
Millie,
here.
what snacks are you having?
Oh, they're shooting me.
At that horror game we were playing was kind of intense. I
I'm gonna be
totally get
helpful
why
for
people
sure.
were like, I can't do
You
this
got in front of me.
anymore.
What if I threw a turret? I'm over here picking up my
You got
turret
this.
like a fucking idiot.
Nice.
Got him. Let me heal real quick. It's a 3v3, I think.
Oh no.
It is a 3v3. Yep.
Shit.
Thank you,
Oh.
thank you, thank you.
Yep.
Yes. Y'all mind if I murp real quick?
Yeah.
Wait,
Murp.
what happened with that? Okay, I see footsteps.
Guy here.
Oh god.
Behind. Nice.
Not one.
Sabrina's like low Kirk.
Oh, someone behind. On top of the roof. Nice, nice, nice. And then on the roof. Be careful. You got this. Oh my god.
Smell burger.
No shot, bud. Oh, what an ass. 13 kills, my
is right.
ass, bro.
My Sprite.
My
Bro, he had 13 kills.
Oh, he's dancing.
He was
I
kind of popping
can't.
off, too.
I can't.
Oh, man.
Is it night time for you, Chuds?
Might be.
All right, my favorite chuds.
Bro, call me a chud.
Yeah, chuds
Well.
complimentary.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
Are you back on Geo?
Probs, I'll probably linger on Geo for a little bit.
All right.
All right.
All right.
I might go lurk over there.
Ooh. Why do I sound
Sure,
like
man.
that?
Wait, let's game soon. Let's also do like a Geo night soon too, I think.
I'd love to.
I agree.
I want like Geo duels are actually fun. Like if you
They
got
are.
multiple enough people
Dude.
to like duel, like Whiskey, Banff, you two,
Samly Boss.
Low.
Sammy, Crispy,
Sammy
we
Geo
did
build?
it the other night, and we did bingo. It was so fun.
Lot of fun.
Oh yeah. Like I
We
feel
played
like you
for
have
3
enough
hours,
people
bro.
to like duel max. I don't know. Some.
Yeah, no,
Lot
we
of
could
fun.
do a day where we all like have the same board, and then see who gets it first.
Yeah. That'd be so fun.
Cool.
Tell me.
All right, guys.
All right.
Take it easy.
Bye. Thank
Bye,
you for
Chuds.
games.
Thanks for having
Until
me.
next time. cheers.
Iconic.
Night night.
Bye
Good night,
bye.
pals.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Nah
Appreciate
nah.
ya.
Bye bye.
Later.
Nah nah. Bye bye. Nah nah. Bye bye. Nah nah. Okay. Thank you guys. Just a casual 7 hour. I didn't expect us to play the horror game for that long, but it was so good. It was so good. No regrets. Did you have fun? Did you like the horror game? I know I really wasn't Nana. I know I wasn't able to talk as much as I usually do, but I had a blast personally. Personally, it was so fun. I know, Ray, I'm sorry. That horror game we were playing gave me a big headache. Like massive headache. Ooh, I want to support the boy Crispy because he's back. It's a VOD of him playing Blueprints, but I still want to support him because he was banned for a day. Unfairly. Tomorrow, I don't know what I'm doing yet, guys. I'm going to figure it out tonight. There's a chance I won't be live tomorrow on my PC, but I might be live, like doing like an IRL thing. I'm not too sure. I'll figure it out. So I'll either be gaming or I'll be doing something different tomorrow. I'm not too sure. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for being there for that horror game. I love that horror game personally. Love you guys. And also so much content over on YouTube. I'm going to be dropping the Geo Bingo soon. So much content over there. I appreciate you guys. Have a beautiful night or day. And I love you. You're the best. Bye. See you tomorrow.